Chapter 1642. Tao Zhu's True Inheritance. If it were a few months ago, Feng Yuan might be able to use southern border Gu immortals to exchange for this inheritance. But now, almost all of the southern border captives in his hands had already been devoured by him, directly killing them. These southern border Gu immortals were all rank 7 experts. As for Xiacha, she had rank 8 cultivation level. The sovereign immortal aperture devoured all of them, as well as the many immortal apertures in City Well. Feng Yuan's cultivation level rose sharply. He went from rank 7 to rank 8, passing the final grand tribulation of rank 7. Feng Yuan had planned to continue capturing southern border Gu immortals in the 5 regional mountain range and extort them. But Lu Weiyin's attack destroyed Feng Yuan's plan. Not only did his cultivation level rise, because the sovereign immortal aperture devoured immortal apertures, Feng Yuan's Dao marks also rose sharply. Through perceivable Dao immortal Gu's careful measurements, Feng Yuan had a huge accumulation of Dao marks. He had very few time path Dao marks, almost at the bottom, but now he was at the top, with a total of 73,000 Dao marks. Almost all of them were contributed by Xiacha. It was a classic example of plundering by force, getting rich overnight. With so many time path Dao marks, each of Feng Yuan's time path killer moves could be amplified by 73 times. Furthermore, Spring and Summer Gu were rank 8 Gu immortals. Their battle strength was quite impressive. In the 5 regional mountain range, they resisted the joint attacks of many Gu immortals. Of course, this was also because of the 5 regional walls' geographical advantage. Southern borders Gu immortals did not cooperate well. They weakened each other. Second was Water Path Dao marks. It surpassed 60,000. Water Path itself had a lot of accumulation. Feng Yuan killed lone immortals Zhou Li, Wu Yihai, Yu Chan, and others, and the Eastern Sea lone cultivators who died in City Well were mostly Water Path cultivators. Third was Transformation Path Dao marks. It had 50,000. This was the original first place. It had been accumulating for a long time, but now it had fallen to 3rd place. Fourth was Soul Path. It surpassed 30,000. The immortal aperture's own Dao marks, as well as the yellow spring ghost martial statues Earthly Calamity, green lightning divine martial statues Heavenly Tribulation, and so on, he had over 29,000. As for the remaining hundreds of Daoist marks, they had been added to his soul by Feng Yuan, a soul cultivator. According to the records of Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, Million Man Soul, 10 Million Man Soul, 100 Million Man Soul, Desolate Soul, only when a soul cultivator reaches Desolate Soul would the Dao marks on the soul reach 1,000. After that, there were Ice and Snow Path, Rule Path, Metal Path, Wood Path, Fire Path, Wind Path, and other common paths. There were about 20,000 of them. Below that were Dark Path, Light Path, Strength Path, Chi Path, Luck Path, Sound Path, Blood Path, and many others. At the very bottom were Food Path, Phantom Path, and other paths. They had a scale of a few thousand, a few hundred, and even 0. He looked at the dream again. All of the dreamlands in Feng Yuan's possession had been successfully explored by him in the past few months, and the dreamlands of each school had grown to varying degrees. The highest was still Refinement Path, Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Realm. The second was Theft Path and Time Path, Great Grandmaster level. The third tier was Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Wisdom Path, and so on. They were all Grandmasters. Rule Path and Soul Path also joined in. There were many paths below, but they were not detailed. It was not like the number of Dao marks. The higher one's attainment level, the harder it was to increase. The most obvious increase was still in Time Path, Soul Path, and Rule Path. Other than Dao marks and Dream Realms, Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture's development had also reached 15% after annexing a large number of immortal apertures. What was worth mentioning was that in Xiacha's immortal aperture, Feng Yuan unexpectedly found that there was also a year essence pool in her immortal aperture. This way, there were 2 year essence pools in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Other than these, Feng Yuan's greatest gains were 2. One was Luo Pasil. Feng Yuan had been trying to comprehend this immortal killer move. He had only deduced it recently. The second was the incomplete form of an immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan had wanted to build an immortal Gu house long ago, to make it convenient for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan to fight for him. To build this immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan had used secluded residence, Cloud City, Dark Flow Giant City, Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar, Regret Pool, Sacred Feather City, Floating City, Regret Pool, Baihe Palace and other immortal Gu houses, with emphasis on graceful chaotic dual stage. In the past few months, he had been extorting Southern Border's righteous path, exchanging Gu for Gu, exchanging many crucial immortal Gu to create the framework. This immortal Gu house was created by Fang Yuan. It could be said to be unprecedented. And because he wanted to go to the River of Time, it mainly used Time Path Immortal Gu. It had various abilities and was most proficient in concealment. Even though it was only a framework, it was very useful in the 5 regional mountain range. Ing Wu Xie and the rest relied on this house to cooperate with Fang Yuan and successfully capture Jun Shenguang. In the River of Time, the tides rose and fell, waves splashed and splashed, creating colorful lights. Fang Yuan rode the incomplete immortal Gu house as he moved slowly in the river. The rank 6 Time Path clone had already come out of the sovereign immortal aperture. It stood beside him with its eyes closed, sensing silently. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had left behind many true inheritances scattered in the River of Time. And Spring Autumn Cicada was the key to sense them. But the River of Time was huge. To find a few stone lotus islands, other than luck, a lot of time and effort was needed. In this exploration of the River of Time, it would be best if I can find Red Lotus true inheritances. But most importantly, I need to probe the arrangements of the Celestial Court here. I need to catch them off guard, and if possible, I need to destroy their arrangements. Fang Yuan thought as he searched Jun Shenguang's soul in the sovereign immortal aperture. Jun Shenguang's soul was originally protected by light path Dao marks, but after being hit by Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil, this layer of defense was completely destroyed. Jun Shenguang's soul was also injured. He was on the brink of death. Precisely so, after Ing Wu Xie used Lead Soul into Dream, Jun Shenguang was directly hit and fell unconscious. The premise of Lead Soul into Dream was to sense the soul and then compare the difference between the soul. The greater the difference between the enemy and oneself, the easier it was to succeed. To be able to cause such a result against a rank 8 Gu immortal, Luo Pasil was very powerful. However, compared to Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and thinking about how Fang Yuan used Luo Pavali as the core of this move, it was not surprising that it had such power. Right now, Jun Shenguang's soul was so weak, he could not resist Fang Yuan's methods. Fang Yuan received a lot of information. What arrangements did the Celestial Court make? Jun Shenguang definitely knows a thing or two. After a while, Fang Yuan's brows relaxed. He had a discovery. Oh? Time Path Immortal Gu House Present and Past Pavilion. He had just thought of this when the river water in front of him suddenly surged up. A pavilion was riding the waves like a flying boat. This pavilion had no ventilation on all sides. It had a simple structure. The pavilion cover seemed to be made of yellow grass. The pavilion pillars were gray-white rocks that had not been polished. There was a screen in the pavilion. It was the most luxurious decoration. There were 4 Gu immortals standing in the pavilion. They had rank 7 cultivation level. They looked at Fang Yuan's incomplete immortal Gu house with dangerous light flickering in their eyes. This present and past pavilion is a pure Time Path Immortal Gu house. It can observe the past and present. It is most proficient in investigative techniques. The Celestial Court arranged this room. The moment I entered, they sensed me. Amazing! Amazing! Fang Yuan's heart sank, but he praised and explained to Ing Wu Xie and the rest. Ing Wu Xie, Bai Ningbing, and the rest frowned. Some had dark expressions. They had some understanding. The strongest aspect of Fang Yuan's incomplete immortal Gu house was its concealment ability. To think that present and past pavilion could see through it. This was like being defeated by the enemy in their strongest aspect. Before the battle even started, they were already in a passive state. Present and past pavilion charged towards Fang Yuan's group and stopped. It was 1,000 steps away from the incomplete immortal Gu house, unmoving like a mountain. A person in the pavilion said coldly, "The 4 Xuanzi of Central Continent are guarding this place. Demon, don't think about advancing." Another person behind him shouted, "That's right. If you want to pass, you have to step over our corpses." For Xuanzi, Fang Yuan's soul searched Jun Xinguang. He quickly obtained their information. Chapter 1643. According to Jun Xinguang's information, the 4 Xuanzi had the same cultivation level. They were all rank 7 and had learned a combination attack technique with extraordinary power. They could even fight against a rank 8 Gu immortal. Of course, they could only fight once. After a few rounds, they would definitely be defeated by the rank 8 Gu immortal. They were not like Fang Yuan or Feng Jioge, who had battle strength that could fight rank 8s. Even so, this was already quite impressive. After the 4 Xuanzi were nurtured, they were treated as trump cards by Spirit Butterfly Valley. They could not be mobilized easily. Celestial Court wants to make arrangements in the River of Time. Spirit Butterfly Valley has no choice but to obey. For Xuanzi, these 4 are all time path and have great teamwork. They are the best candidates to control present and past pavilion. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. 4 Xuanzi and present and past pavilion were not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Rank 8 Gu immortals who happened to be time path were rare indeed. Celestial Court originally had Lord Huangshi. Unfortunately, he had been killed by Fang Yuan using Red Lotus Island in the River of Time. Celestial Court had to deal with Fang Yuan and set up defenses in the River of Time. They could only choose rank 7 Gu immortals for their time path manpower. Unless some old monsters from Celestial Court's immortal graveyard came out of their own accord. What Fang Yuan was concerned about was that other than present and past pavilion, Celestial Court also had a time path immortal Gu house, Eternal Yacht. Present and past pavilion is very proficient in investigation. It happened to be nearby, so it was the first to stop me. I cannot stay here. If the 4 Xuanzi succeed in delaying me, Eternal Yacht will come and reinforce me. It will be 2 against 1. It will be very disadvantageous to me. Celestial Court had a huge advantage. Even though they could not bring out a time path rank 8, they definitely had rank 8s of other paths. They also had 2 immortal Gu houses, present and past pavilion and Eternal Yacht. In contrast, Fang Yuan only had an incomplete immortal Gu house. Even though Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, He Lulan, Bai Ningbing and the rest had weak cultivation levels. Fang Yuan immediately opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out the second batch of immemorial year beasts. The first batch of immemorial year beasts he set up in the 5 boundary mountain range were either injured or killed by the southern border righteous path. Fang Yuan did not have time to recall them. But it didn't matter. Fang Yuan still had a second batch. After annexing Xiacha's immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had a second year essence pool, which contained Xiacha's 2 immemorial year beasts. In addition, for the past few months, Fang Yuan had been using the immemorial year beast fishing array to lure many immemorial year beasts into the year essence pool. As such, Fang Yuan had gathered 2 batches of immemorial year beasts, and the second batch had 9 of them. The only flaw was that Fang Yuan did not gather 12 different immemorial year beasts to form an ancient battle formation. During the entire process, he also tried to collect them. However, when he really tried to implement it, he realized that this kind of collection was really difficult to achieve. Most of them were immemorial year chickens. During this period of time, the River of Time had been producing these year beasts. In Fang Yuan's second batch of immemorial year beasts, there were 5 immemorial year chickens, more than half of the total. The 9 immemorial year beasts roared as they charged towards present and past pavilion. Inside present and past pavilion, the 4 Xuanzi had solemn expressions as they worked together to unleash the power of present and past pavilion. A huge wave of 10 feet tall surged towards the 9 immemorial year beasts. Immemorial year beasts were ferocious beasts that lived in the River of Time. The waves created by present and past pavilion could not stop their charge. In an instant, they paused for a moment before breaking through the obstruction, creating countless waves as they continued to attack present and past pavilion. The surface of present and past pavilion shone with bright light. The light shot into the sky like a pillar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Wave after wave of giant waves rose up like moving city walls, attacking and defending at the same time, continuously crashing towards the immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan's heart moved. The immemorial year beasts received his command and cooperated with each other. Like arrows, they shot through the waves and city walls, closing in on present and past pavilion. But unexpectedly, the four Xuanzis suddenly shouted in unison. The screen in present and past pavilions suddenly gave off faint green smoke. The green smoke flew into the battlefield. The immemorial year beasts were all affected. Their speed decreased as if they had fallen into a swamp. The green smoke settled down and melted into the surface of the river of time, dyeing the surface layer of the river of time green. Present and past pavilion shook heavily. The light pillar that shot into the sky suddenly dissipated, turning into green light that shrouded in all directions. The sound of the waves suddenly became turbulent. The waves were many times stronger than before, reaching a height of more than 10 feet. Not just that, dozens of whirlpools formed on the surface of the river of time, becoming the best trap to trap the immemorial year beasts. The 9 immemorial year beasts were originally gathered together, but after the attack of the waves and the whirlpools, their formation quickly broke apart. They fell into a difficult situation. At once, present and past pavilions sat at the center, controlling the situation. Fang Yuan's immemorial year beasts were completely at a disadvantage. The four Xuanzis' expressions relaxed. Shang Xuanzi let out a breath of air. We finally got through the initial stage. We were not defeated by the demon's attacks. Sun Guizi smiled. Present and past pavilion has already controlled the battlefield. Even though Fang Yuan has many immemorial year beasts, they cannot gather together. They are not a threat. That's right. Shang Xuanzi stroked his beard. Even though present and past pavilion is not his match and will lose in the end. As long as we stall for some time, eternal yacht will reinforce us. At that time, our strength will soar and surpass the other party. Shang Xuanzi had a deep gaze. The demon is crafty. We cannot be careless. We need to be careful. He had just said that when an immemorial year monkey closest to present and past pavilion burst out, using an immortal killer move. It held a huge fan in its hand as it waved towards the front. Rank 8 Immortal Killer Move, Summer Fan. In an instant, intense winds blew, sweeping everything in the surroundings. The entire battlefield turned dark. The immemorial year monkey was surrounded by several huge waves. It was like a sturdy wall that supported the sky. But with one wave of this summer fan, it crumbled and crumbled. The immemorial year monkey laughed strangely as it charged forward. The four Xuanzi in present and past pavilion were shocked. They soon realized that this immemorial year monkey was Fang Yuan's disguise. That demon is fighting personally. Impossible. We have the investigative killer move that Lady Ziwei taught us. We can see through his familiar face. Why were we still deceived? Fang Yuan snickered internally. He had been racing against time for the past few months. He used all his time and energy to the limit. Familiar face was also modified. Fang Yuan finally arrived in front of the four Xuanzi. Present and past pavilion burst out with dazzling light again. Fang Yuan used the immemorial year monkey's sturdy body to punch with both fists, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. There was only a loud sound. Present and past pavilion did not budge. It is useless. The current present and past pavilion is like a 1,000-year-old tree. It is rooted in the river of time. How can you move it? Sun Guizi screamed. She was very nervous. Is that so? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He used immortal killer move spring scissors at the next moment. Spring scissors continued to cut. At first, present and past pavilion could still hold on, but after a few cuts, the light on the surface could not hold on anymore. After 5 or 6 cuts, a corner of present and past pavilion's roof was cut off. This is a rank 8 time path killer move, but how can it have such power? Even present and past pavilion cannot match it? How can this be? The four Xuanzi panicked. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold lightning. He originally had over 70,000 time path Dao marks. He was at rank 8 level. Now that he had turned into the immemorial year monkey, his transformation path Dao marks turned into time path Dao marks. He gained another 50,000. Thus, he had over 120,000 time path Dao marks. Ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals did not have more than 30,000 Dao marks. 120,000 Dao marks was not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal. Only those who had passed a myriad tribulation would have such an accumulation. 120,000 Dao marks could amplify any time path killer move's power by 120 times. And Feng Yuan was using 2 rank 8 level immortal killer moves. Even though present and past pavilion had the terrain advantage, Feng Yuan's killer moves were also amplified by the environment in the River of Time. Feng Yuan's time path strength rose sharply. Even present and past pavilion could not resist his demonic might. Feng Yuan's 2 killer moves attacked from both sides, forcing present and past pavilion to retreat. Inside present and past pavilion, the 4 Xuanzi resisted with all their might, occasionally retaliating. Feng Yuan did not need to use Winter Coat to defend himself. He could endure the attacks with just his immemorial year monkey body. Persevere. A huge ship arrived from afar, riding the waves. Several Gu immortals on the ship shouted with nervous expressions. It was Eternal Yacht. It is too late. Feng Yuan snickered to himself. He waved his summer fan and created a huge tornado. Present and past pavilion's tiles were blown away. It was on the verge of collapse. Spring scissors flew to him and cut. Present and past pavilion's pillars were cut. It collapsed completely. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. He jumped above present and past pavilion and kicked with his immemorial year monkey leg. Boom! The entire present and past pavilion broke apart. The 4 Xuanzi were either dead or injured. They were kicked into the River of Time by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan left with the incomplete immortal Gu house. Chapter 1644. Cough cough cough. Shang Xianzi was sprawled on the deck of Eternal Yacht, coughing continuously. He was soaked in water. Beside him, Xia Xianzi had already fainted. His injuries were severe and his condition was not good. Rank 8 Gu immortal Qin Yi walked over, looking at Shang Xianzi calmly. The other 2 were swept away by the River of Time. We cannot find them. Shang Xianzi breathed heavily, standing up with difficulty. He looked at Xia Xianzi with a pale expression. The 2 of them died in battle. This demon Feng Yuan is truly amazing. How is the search for the remaining survivors of present and past pavilion? The 4 Xuanzi were siblings. They were very close. But right now, Shang Xianzi was more concerned about present and past pavilion. He did not care about the dying Xia Xianzi. He did not feel any sadness or anger. Qin Yi smiled lightly. The core immortal Gu are not damaged. They have all been retrieved. That's good. Shang Xianzi let out a breath of air. His expression eased up. Qin Yi nodded. I have already prepared a quiet room for you. Shang Xianzi. Thank you. I will go down and revive my siblings. It turned out that the 4 Xuanzi were siblings. They were the closest. They cultivated an incredible killer move. Even if the 3 died, as long as one of them survived, they could use the killer move to revive the other 3. Precisely so, Shang Xuanzi did not feel any sadness. A moment later, the 4 Xuanzi were healed. They returned to the deck and joined the battle. The second batch of immemorial year beasts that Feng Yuan left behind were surrounding Eternal Yacht, attacking from all directions. The river water surged. The sound of waves filled Feng Yuan's ears. Right now, he had returned to his original appearance. He had entered the incomplete immortal Gu house to rest. With this incomplete immortal Gu house, Feng Yuan had a base of operations. It was very convenient. That Eternal Yacht did not chase after us. They had already left the battlefield for some time. Feng Yuan relaxed slightly. The incomplete immortal Gu house's speed could not compare to Eternal Yacht. It specialized in concealment. With present and past pavilion, the incomplete immortal Gu house would be exposed. But Eternal Yacht might not be able to sense the incomplete immortal Gu house. Otherwise, why hadn't the Eternal Ark caught up to them after such a long time? We're safe for now. Ingwu Xie took a deep breath. There was still some lingering fear in his heart. That was a really tense moment. That's right. If sect leader didn't destroy the pavilion of present and past in time, I'm afraid we would have fallen into the quagmire of the battle. Goddess Miao Yin smiled. Bai Ningbing remained silent at the side. He Lulan was also quietly looking at the vast river of time outside the immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan's time path clone had his eyes closed, frowning slightly. He tried his best to sense it, but his vital goo, spring-autumn cicada, did not have much reaction. The truth was, according to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's deduction, the higher the rank of spring-autumn cicada, the wider the range of its senses, and the easier it would be to find Red Lotus's true inheritance. Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada only had 6 revolutions. Even though he had a large number of corresponding immortal goo recipes, and Fang Yuan had attempted to refine it several times, he still failed. This was truly regrettable, but Fang Yuan had already tried his best. For the last few months, he had done his best: soul path cultivation, exploring dream realms, modifying killer moves, extorting Southern Border's righteous path, planning the entire situation, defending against deductions, annexing immortal apertures, and so on. He had expended all his energy and time. Being able to squeeze out some time to refine spring-autumn cicada was quite a miracle. But the true miracle did not happen. Fang Yuan's attempts all ended in failure. Spring-autumn cicada might be rank 6, but I have already made up for it in other aspects. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with confidence. He had planned for a long time to enter the river of time this time. Fang Yuan had already used methods like burning soul-bursting luck in the aspect of luck path. He only stopped after reaching the limit of his abilities. Finding 1 or 2 Red Lotus Stone Islands in this vast river of time naturally depended on luck. Roar! The river waters suddenly became turbulent. Beast roars entered everyone's ears. There are 2 immemorial year beasts fighting ahead. After inspecting, Ing Wu Xie was shocked. Looking closely, these 2 immemorial year beasts had been fighting for a long time. They were at the end of their tether. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Wasn't his luck here? He flew out of the incomplete immortal goo house and activated Familiar Face, turning into a river and entering the river of time. Next, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and activated the immemorial year beast fishing formation. Those 2 immemorial year beasts sensed the strong aura of delicious food. They stopped at the same time and rushed towards Fang Yuan. They did not find any enemies, but they sensed a tributary of the river of time hidden in the river water. The immemorial year beasts did not even think about it. They charged into this tributary of the river of time. This tributary of the river of time belonged to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If it were before, Fang Yuan would not dare to fish immemorial year beasts like this. If they entered, they would definitely cause damage to the sovereign immortal aperture. But now was different. Fang Yuan already had year essence pools, and 2 of them. The year essence pool was connected to the tributary of the river of time. It was like a huge dam. The immemorial year beasts were lured by the formation. Following the tributary of the river of time, they charged into the dam and became trapped. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He stopped his transformation killer move and flew back to the incomplete immortal goo house. Those 2 immemorial year monkeys were trapped in the year essence pool. They could not find food anywhere. They sensed something amiss and wanted to return to the river of time, but how could that be possible? Fang Yuan used enslavement path methods and quickly subdued these 2 immemorial year beasts. The incomplete immortal goo house moved stealthily, searching for Red Lotus Stone Island. Fang Yuan encountered many more year beasts. He did not reject any of them. He directly lured them into the year essence pool and subdued them. Soon, Fang Yuan had 6 immemorial year beasts. He had even more ancient and desolate level year beasts. Other than year beasts, there were other life forms in the river of time, like sun beasts, moon beasts, and dark web spiders, but Fang Yuan wisely abandoned them. The year essence pool's effect was fully displayed at this moment. With it, Fang Yuan could directly lure immemorial year beasts in, and the sovereign immortal aperture would still be very safe. Without the restriction of the year essence pool, immemorial year beasts could follow the tributary of the river of time to any place in the sovereign immortal aperture. Because the tributary of the river of time passed through the entire sovereign immortal aperture. Wait. While moving, Fang Yuan's time path clone suddenly opened his eyes. Bright light shined in them. He seemed to have made a huge discovery. The time path clone closed his eyes again, frowning deeply as he tried to sense. Next, he pointed in a direction. There seems to be something over there. It made spring-autumn cicada tremble slightly. The time path clone's tone was uncertain. But this was the only clue. Fang Yuan immediately controlled the incomplete immortal goo house to change directions and move forward. As the distance shortened, Fang Yuan's clone's expression became more joyful. The reaction is getting stronger, our luck is really good, we got results so quickly. After moving for a while, a thin layer of fog appeared in front of Fang Yuan's group. The incomplete immortal goo house slowed down slightly, but without any hesitation, it flew into the fog. The fog was very extraordinary, it could reverse one's direction and confuse one's emotions. But Fang Yuan's clone relied on spring-autumn cicada. It was like he had the most crucial key, he could point out the direction at any time. The fog was thick, the river water became calm under the cover of the fog, it was not as turbulent as outside. Vaguely, the vague silhouette of a stone island appeared in front of Fang Yuan's group. Stone Lotus Island. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Ing Wu Xie stared with wide eyes, shouting in shock. Bai Ning Bing and the rest could not help but feel their breathing quicken. When the incomplete immortal goo house reached the edge of the Stone Lotus Island, the stone island suddenly shot out a bright white light that struck the incomplete immortal goo house. What's going on? Fairy Miao Yin screamed. Oh no! This is a trap. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light, but it was too late to leave now. The entire incomplete immortal goo house shook intensely, resisting the powerful attack with difficulty. Demon, I have been waiting for you for a long time. A rank 8 goo immortal with a majestic body suddenly appeared on the Stone Lotus Island. At the next moment, the killer move that he had prepared for a long time hit the incomplete immortal goo house. Boom! Chapter 1645. Fang Yuan's incomplete immortal goo house did not specialize in defense. After being hit, it broke apart. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly defended themselves inside the immortal goo house. Large amounts of flames devoured all the goo worms in the way like poisonous snakes. They attacked Fang Yuan and the rest from all directions. Fang Yuan shouted as he activated the immortal killer move Winter Coat. His body was immediately covered in a layer of white frost. The frost not only protected Fang Yuan himself, it even spread out at this crucial moment to protect the Time Path clone, He Lulan, Ing Wu Xie, Bai Ning Bing and the rest. In this aspect, Winter Coat was superior to Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Because Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only protect oneself, it could not help others. But Winter Coat Killer Move could push one's self to the target. Winter Coat Killer Move blocked the fire snakes, but at the next moment, the old man on the Stone Lotus Island shouted, "Brilliant might, snakes turn into dragons." The flames suddenly erupted, and a ferocious heat spewed out. The fire snakes intertwined and converged, turning into a terrifying flame dragon that was more than 100 feet long and bearing its fangs. The Crimson Flame Dragon tore through Winter Coat Killer Move and attacked Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan had wanted to open his Immortal Aperture's entrance and take the Immortals into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, but he did not expect this Fire Snake Killer Move to have a follow-up. The old man had rich battle experience, he did not give Fang Yuan any leeway. The Fire Dragon was extremely lifelike, it opened its mouth and charged down from above. Fang Yuan and the rest looked up, their faces were bright red from the light of the fire. The intense heat assaulted them as if they were being roasted on a grill. Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan, and the rest's expressions changed, despair appeared in their eyes. This fire dragon was not an ordinary rank 8 killer move, it had extraordinary power, even Bai Ning Bing's Bai Xiang killer move could not escape from it. Their only hope was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's nostrils, ears, and mouth were all bleeding. Winter Coat Killer Move was broken. Fang Yuan suffered the backlash of a rank 8 killer move. A large number of mortal goo were destroyed. Fortunately, the core immortal goo were still around, they were only slightly damaged and could still be used temporarily. Fang Yuan was faced with a dilemma. Behind him were his Time Path clone, Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan and the rest. Their cultivation level was too low, they could not stop this flame dragon by themselves. If they had the incomplete immortal goo house, they would at least be qualified to participate in the battle, but the old man was extremely ruthless. He destroyed the incomplete immortal goo house at once. If Fang Yuan stayed on the spot and blocked for them, not only would his winter coat be broken, he would not have any good methods. Even if he did, it would be very dangerous. Because the old man wanted to force Fang Yuan to go against him. Once Fang Yuan fought him for the sake of protecting the immortals behind him, then he would undoubtedly fall into the old man's trap. Fang Yuan was almost certain that the old man still had killer moves. Once Fang Yuan fought the flame dragon, he would fall into the old man's rhythm. He would be led around by the nose in the following battle. In an instant, Fang Yuan made up his mind. He moved at lightning speed, dodging the flame dragon. The old man laughed maniacally. "What a demon! Then burn all of you to ashes." The flame dragon ignored Fang Yuan. It continued to charge down. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly changed his direction and charged towards the old man. The old man immediately shifted his gaze and stared at Fang Yuan. His lips curled into a sinister smile as he watched Fang Yuan charge towards him. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He attacked. He wanted to attack the weak to save the weak, but he did not expect the old man to be so courageous. He was not afraid of fighting to the death. In fact, it was very likely that there were other arrangements on this stone lotus island. He was very confident. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger. The results of his months of hard work and sleepless training were fruitful. Spring Scissors was activated once again and shot towards the old man. The scissors were sharp, but when it cut the old man's body, the old man's hair suddenly started burning, turning into a huge flame cloak that burned fiercely, blocking the Spring Scissors. Aha! This move of mine is called Verdant's Sun Flame Cloak. I got inspiration from Verdant Great Sun's flame hair in the legends of Renzu. It is my proudest creation. I will tell you the truth, even though I am a Fire Path Gu immortal, in terms of offense, I am stronger in defense. Not just Spring Scissors, even if Summer Fan attacks me, I will not fear it. The old man laughed loudly. But at the next moment, the old man's laughter stopped. It turned out that the Flame Dragon's attack was futile, be it Fang Yuan's Time Path clone, Bai Ningbing, or He Lulan, they were all alive. The old man's eyelids twitched. He licked his dry lips as he said fiercely, "This is a dream realm?" It turned out that Fang Yuan did not dodge the flame dragon because he gave up on his clone and the other Gu immortals. He made Ying Wu Xie self-detonate at the crucial moment. Ever since the battle of the 5 regional mountain range, Ying Wu Xie had changed his body to a pure dream reality seeker physique body. And because of the help of the pure dream reality seeker physique body mountain's dream path Dao marks, he was able to use Li's soul into dream and successfully trap the rank 8 Gu immortal Jun Shenguang. Now that the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, Ying Wu Xie's soul fell into the dream realm. The other immortals were also trapped because they were close. The dream realm's initial appearance cut off all other paths methods. The old man's flame dragon was extremely fierce, but when it reached the dream realm, it was like a phantom. It had no effect. You are truly a crafty demon, but you will die today." The old man stomped his feet as he flew into the sky. The stone lotus island below him turned into smoke and dissipated. The old man was covered in a layer of flame cloak. He charged towards Fang Yuan like a flaming meteor. Spring Scissors followed him like a shadow. They cut his body repeatedly, but they were blocked by the blazing flames. They could not harm the old man at all. Fang Yuan flew back as he activated Summer Fan. Winds blew wildly, causing the old man's flame cloak to flutter loudly, but it was like the fire was being fueled by the wind. It grew stronger and stronger. The old man's mouth opened wide. He showed his sharp teeth as he laughed maniacally. "How is it? My verdant sun flame cloak is peerless. Do you feel despair?" Ha! Like the old man had said, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan could not do anything to Verdant's Sun Flame Cloak. Not just that, as they got closer, an intense drunkenness assaulted Fang Yuan. But soon, Fang Yuan activated a Wisdom Path Killer move. His eyes regained clarity. Verdant Sun Flame Cloak not only contained the extreme profundity of Fire Path, it also simulated the profundities of Human Path, Food Path, and others. The closer he got to the old man, the stronger the drunkenness he felt. Fang Yuan kept retreating. He wanted to pull some distance away from the old man, but things did not go as he wished. The other party's speed surpassed Fang Yuan's. Demon, you are trapped in the formation, where can you escape to? Obediently accept your death. The old man roared. The stone Lotus Island earlier was just an illusion. Its true essence was a super time path immortal formation set up in the river of time. This formation was extremely powerful, even Feng Yuan could not see through it. Now that it was activated, it formed a formation space, restraining Feng Yuan inside, restricting omnidirectional travel, fixed immortal travel, and other similar methods. Feng Yuan had previously used a time path formation to ambush Southern Border's righteous path. This time, the Celestial Court also set up a formation to trap Feng Yuan. However, the Celestial Court was much more generous than Feng Yuan. A time path formation set up in the River of Time was not something Feng Yuan could set up. With Feng Yuan's current ability, he could at most set up a time path immortal formation near the tributary of the River of Time in the 5 regions. Even in history, there were very few time path great experts who could set up immortal formations in the River of Time. The one who reached the pinnacle was undoubtedly Red Lotus Demon Venerable. This existence's methods had already surpassed the level of time path immortal formations. He directly set up a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth, Stone Lotus Island, affecting a segment of the River of Time for his own use. The Celestial Court had been searching for Stone Lotus Islands. Even though they had not found one, it was not without results. The time path immortal formation here was one of the results. The formation restrained Feng Yuan. He could not dodge or evade. The old man got closer. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He did not retreat. He charged at the old man. The old man was astonished for a moment, but he quickly reacted and waved his hand, sending blazing flames towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not fear him. He charged forward. Instead, the raging flames rolled back and attacked the old man. It was the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The old man was flustered. He blocked his killer move, but at this moment, Feng Yuan had already arrived in front of him. Feng Yuan was ruthless. He used his body to charge at the old man. Reverse Flow Protection Seal versus Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. At the next moment, Feng Yuan and the old man were both sent flying. In this competition, they were evenly matched. The old man was at a slight disadvantage, but soon his flame cloak started burning again. He recovered to his peak state. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was very effective against offensive killer moves. But Verdant Sun Flame Cloak was mainly used for defense. The power that was reflected was very little. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal? Hey, you discovered it so quickly. The old man's gaze was dark. It turned out that this time path immortal formation, other than forming an internal space and isolating the outside, it also had a core ability that was to create an environment that weakened time path. The Celestial Court's intention was to use this formation to deal with Red Lotus's true inheritance Stone Lotus Islands. These islands were man-made time path secluded domains of heaven and earth. After entering the formation, they would be weakened by the formation. Precisely so, Feng Yuan's 2 killer moves, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan, were so helpless against Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Verdant Sun Flame Cloak was very strong. This move was not just the peak of Fire Path, it extended from Fire Path, it involved the profundities of Human Path and Food Path. In terms of subtlety, the Reverse Flow Protection Seal was crude, superficial, and straightforward. Myriad Self-Killer Move, on the other hand, contained Enslavement Path and Strength Path. It was comparable to Verdant Sun Flame Cloak in terms of profundity. Spring Scissors and Summer Fan Killer moves were even more ordinary. They contained rank 8 Immortal Goo and were amplified by Time Path Dao marks. That was why they were so powerful. They could not break Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, but they could still cause a huge impact. It was not like the current battle. The effect was very weak. After Feng Yuan comprehended this, he immediately cancelled Winter Coat Killer move and used Reverse Flow Protection Seal instead. He managed to turn the situation around. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1646. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Dragon. Roar, roar, roar. At once, countless dragons danced with silver scales. They charged towards the old man from all directions. After understanding the time path formation's details, Fang Yuan had no choice but to give up on his strongest time path method, but he could still use other methods. In comparison, Fang Yuan's methods were much more plentiful. The old man snorted coldly, not showing any surprise on his face. Before coming here, he had already made ample battle preparations. He was familiar with Fang Yuan's myriad dragon killer move. "You mudskippers, what can you do to me?" The old man stood proudly in the sky. He did not dodge, he watched as the myriad dragons attacked him. The verdant sunflame cloak on his body burned intensely, wrapping around him like a huge fireball. When the myriad dragons reached the old man, they started to roar strangely. The sword dragons were filled with drunkenness. They flew around randomly, their ferocious attacks crumbled immediately. When each sword dragon reached a certain level of drunkenness, they started to spontaneously combust with a loud sound. The sword dragons turned into lumps of fire. After burning intensely, they dissipated rapidly. From the looks of it, the ferocious old man was able to burn the 10,000 dragons into ashes without even moving. The sword dragons were huge, but when they got close to the old man, they perished immediately. They could not even harm a hair on the old man. Immortal killer move, verdant sun flame cloak. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He witnessed the power of this move. It had both offense and defense. It was the bane of Fang Yuan's myriad dragon killer move. "Then have a taste of my Luo Pasil." Fang Yuan roared internally. He had already used familiar face to disguise as a sword dragon. He followed the dragon army and got close to the old man. Then he pretended to be drunk, closed the distance, and suddenly performed the Luo Pasil. The moment the killer move was activated, Fang Yuan was exposed. Luo Pasil had a grand aura. It could not be concealed. The old man's gaze shined like lightning. He did not fear Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil. He charged towards Fang Yuan. Boom boom boom. The old man bombarded Fang Yuan indiscriminately, but they were all blocked by Fang Yuan's countercurrent protection seal. Fang Yuan did not make a sound as he withstood the old man's attacks. After much effort, he finally succeeded in brewing the Luo Pasil. The old man was already on guard, but for Fang Yuan, it was even more difficult to grasp the opportunity. Finally, he barely managed to shoot out the Luo Pasil. The strange light brushed past the old man's shoulder and only hit a small part of it. The old man suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart. At the same time, the flame cloak on Verdant Sun's back was weakened by 40% as if it had encountered a gale. This move is powerful, but it still can't break through this old man's Verdant Sun flaming cloak. The mighty old man laughed loudly, and as he retreated, he activated a method to heal himself. His speed was faster than Fang Yuan's, and it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to continuously attack him. The old man had a chance to catch his breath. He was at a disadvantage for the moment, but after a while, most of his injuries healed, his aura returned to its peak. Verdant Sun flaming cloak also started burning again. Luo Pasil had terrifying power, but the old man was very vigilant. He did not give Fang Yuan any more chances. His Verdant Sun flaming cloak had outstanding defense. Fang Yuan finally felt how his former opponent felt when facing countercurrent protection seal. This old man's soul is not his weakness. Even though it was just a graze, Fang Yuan still obtained valuable information. Luo Pasil targeted the enemy's soul, but the old man was an experienced rank 8 Gu immortal. He had a deep foundation and no weaknesses. His soul's defense was very tight. Fang Yuan estimated that even if Luo Pasil hit him, it would not be able to kill the old man. There was no way he could kill him in one move. Luo Pasil often needed to be used with lead soul into dream to deal with Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu immortals. But at the start of the battle, the old man destroyed Fang Yuan's incomplete immortal Gu house. Ying Wu Xie and the rest were still trapped in the dream realm. If the incomplete immortal Gu house was still intact, with the help of Ying Wu Xie's lead soul into dream, Fang Yuan would definitely have the upper hand against the old man. But the old man ambushed and destroyed the incomplete immortal Gu house. Not only did Fang Yuan suffer heavy losses, he even lost the initiative and fell into a passive situation, unable to gain the upper hand. This situation was very dangerous for Fang Yuan. He had fallen into an ambush. He had to break out of it as soon as possible. Immortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan continued to activate Myriad Dragon. more sword dragons filled the entire formation space. Even though the old man had the upper hand, he did not relax for a moment. His pupils shrunk as Fang Yuan hid among the flood dragons again. At this time, should he use investigative methods to see through Fang Yuan's true body, or should he eliminate these sword dragons first? If Fang Yuan was not eliminated, the sword dragons would be endless. But the old man knew his limits. He thought to himself, I'm afraid my investigative methods cannot see through familiar face. Fang Yuan is crafty, his intentions are not pure. Although the fierce-looking old man had taken the initiative, and his words and demeanor were both brash and boorish, his heart had always been very cautious and calm. He knew that in a battle between experts of Fang Yuan's level, both sides had rich battle experience. Even though he was in the lead and had the initiative because he attacked first, if he made a mistake, Fang Yuan could turn the situation around. The old man roared. With him as the center, flames burned and spread rapidly, forming a sea of fire. The sword dragons melted like wax in the flames. The old man's decision made Fang Yuan feel uncomfortable. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and continuing with his tactic, controlling the myriad dragons to charge into the formation space. The ones controlling the formation were Central Continent Gu Immortals. Seeing the myriad dragons charge, they wanted to retaliate, but at the next moment, the old man transmitted, "Don't move." Fang Yuan has high time path and wisdom path attainment levels. The more the formation moves, the easier it is for him to see through it. I will deal with these loaches, don't be impatient. The old man did not want to give Fang Yuan any chance. The sea of fire burned the sword dragons with shocking power. Fang Yuan snickered as he suddenly appeared in front of the dream realm. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He quickly gathered the dream realm and turned it into a lump, turning it into a pure dream reality seeker physique body. Oh no, this demon is so crafty. The old man's expression changed. Fang Yuan's moves were both real and fake. He was flexible and had many changes. He could not grasp him. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly. He wanted to stuff his time path clone, Ingwu Xie's soul, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing inside. But at this moment, the old man's furious roar could be heard from behind him. Demon, don't even think about it. Boom. A killer move exploded, creating a loud sound that resembled a tsunami. Fang Yuan's scalp turned numb. Without even turning around, he knew that this was the old man's fiercest attack since the start of the battle. It's too late. Fang Yuan did not have much time. His heart sank to rock bottom. At the crucial moment, he used his full strength. The time path killer move exploded, causing the time around him to speed up. He pulled the immortals into his immortal aperture, but almost at the same time, his back felt like it was punched by a giant. He was sent flying like a cannonball. 15% of reverse flow river was lost. The impact made Fang Yuan's head spin. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He could only save most of the people. Fairy Miao Yin could not be saved. She was still in a comatose state and was instantly burned by the flames that filled the sky. Not even a trace of ash was left. Fang Yuan roared. He controlled myriad dragons to attack the surroundings while attacking the formation himself. The old man became nervous. He attacked Fang Yuan indiscriminately. Fang Yuan held on with reverse flow protection seal. He ignored the old man and attacked the formation. Fang Yuan, you are dreaming if you want to break this formation. The old man roared. Flames burned Fang Yuan's body. Ah, this is your final struggle before death. The old man pounced behind Fang Yuan. His palms slammed onto Fang Yuan and sent Fang Yuan flying. Fang Yuan bled from his 7 orifices. He was in a pathetic state, but his gaze was still as cold as ice. He continued to attack this time path formation. It is useless. You still want to break through such a powerful formation? Take a good look at your reverse flow river. It is about to dissipate. The old man mocked. His attacks became more frequent. His killing intent surged crazily. Even though reverse flow protection seal could reflect attacks, the old man also had Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. He forcefully endured the reflected attacks. He continued to whittle down reverse flow river. He was not wrong. Fang Yuan's reverse flow river had been through a huge battle. It had already expended a lot of energy. Right now, as he attacked, the river water fell. Fang Yuan's immortal robe became more and more blurry. Suddenly, Fang Yuan roared. He stopped attacking and prepared Luo Pasil. The old man's pupils shrunk, his attacks changed. He was on guard against Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan finished preparing. He waved his hand, but he did not attack the old man. He shot towards the edge of the formation. A scream was heard. A rank 7 Gu immortal controlling the formation was hit by Luo Pasil and died on the spot. How can this be? All of the central continent Gu immortals were shocked. Fang Yuan actually found one of the formation cores in such a short time. He killed the person inside. Luo Pasil had great power against rank 8 Gu immortals, not to mention these rank 7 Gu immortals. Quick, that formation core is gone. Quickly change the formation and fix it. The Gu immortal shouted. On the other side, the old man shouted as he attacked Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan continued to use the extremely weak reverse flow protection seal to block it. At the same time, he attacked the formation. All sorts of methods were used. The time path immortal formation that the Celestial Court spent a lot of effort to set up broke down. It could not stop Fang Yuan from unraveling it. How can this be? Fang Yuan's analysis of the formation shocked everyone. Quick, block that place. Someone shouted in shock. A hole finally appeared in the formation. It connected to the outside world. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Time to go. You can't leave. Flames howled as they turned into a ferocious old man. He used all his might to protect the loophole behind him. The other central continent Gu immortals saw this and let out sighs of relief. Fang Yuan shot out like an arrow towards the old man. He said indifferently with overflowing killing intent, "Get out of my way." The old man laughed sinisterly. "It is useless. You cannot do anything to my verdant sun flame cloak." The distance between the two shrunk rapidly. The central continent Gu immortals quickly changed the formation. Someone shouted, "Block Fang Yuan, we only need 5 breaths of time to change the formation." This is a huge change. It will be 10 times harder for him to deduce and unravel it now. The old man scoffed. Not to mention 5 breaths of time, even if His eyes suddenly widened, his expression froze as he looked at Fang Yuan's killer move in disbelief. Fang Yuan's aura was completely restrained, not a trace leaked out. He clasped his palms together in front of his chest. Next, his right hand's fingers touched his left palm, as if he was grabbing something precious. He clenched them into a fist. His left palm stopped at his chest, while his right fist was raised above his head. This move is... The old man no longer had a smile on his face. His eyes revealed nervousness and even a trace of fear. Indeed, it was the immortal killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. Time passed. The first breath. 1 finger. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he raised his right thumb. A sword light suddenly shot out from the center of his right fist, which was raised high above his head. Fast, fast, fast. The sword light was unimaginably fast. The moment it was shot out, it hit the old man's forehead. The old man shook fiercely. The verdant sun flame cloak's fire was weakened by half. The second breath. The second finger. The old man reacted and shouted. The verdant sun flame cloak started burning again. But the sword light hit again. The verdant sun flame cloak was weakened again. The third breath. The third finger. The old man's expression turned pale. He almost crushed his teeth. The verdant sun flame cloak expanded like a fireball. It was the size of a carriage earlier, but now it was the size of a house. The old man roared, "This is my verdant sun flame cloak's peak state. Come, you can't break me." The moment he finished speaking, the sword light hit. The verdant sun flame cloak burst like an inflated balloon, returning to its previous state. 5-finger fist heart sword became stronger the further it went. The fourth breath, the fourth finger. The old man resisted with all his might, blocking the fourth sword. His face was pale. He took a big step back. The verdant sun flame cloak was like a candle in the wind. Only a thin layer was left. The fifth breath. Fang Yuan sneered, "What flame cloak, what a joke. Li Huang, you are putting on mourning clothes for yourself, right? Let's end this." The fifth sword. The old man's body shook. His eyes filled with fear. "No, Bo Qing, Don't even think of killing me." The flames burned again, and he split into dozens of figures, shooting in all directions. Fang Yuan ignored them. He charged out of the hole and escaped into the river of time. He had just flown out when the time path formation changed completely. The hole from earlier disappeared. It became an inseparable entity once again, firmly sealing the space inside. But Fang Yuan had already escaped. The time path immortal formation was dead silent. The central continent Gu immortals controlling the formation were all dumbfounded. The fire clone quietly dissipated, only the old man's main body was left. Right now, his face was pale, anger, fear, shame, hatred, killing intent, and all sorts of other emotions filled his heart. It was like a mess. His expression was twisted into a sinister and terrifying appearance. Suddenly, the old man raised his head and roared. There is no fifth sword. Fang Yuan, you lied to me." Chapter 1647. After a bitter battle of wits and strength, Fang Yuan finally broke through the Celestial Court's ambush and escaped into the river of time. Once he got out of the formation, Fang Yuan felt that it was much harder to maintain reverse flow protection seal. He quickly stopped this move and used the time path killer move Winter Coat. Immortal killer move, Familiar Face. At the next moment, Fang Yuan turned into an immemorial year beast. Because he was transforming in the river of time, transformation path was also suppressed by the environment. Although he successfully activated this move, the immortal essence expenditure was dozens of times higher than normal. Thankfully, Familiar Face's core was attitude Gu. It only needed to expend mental energy. Thus, on the whole, Familiar Face did not expend much immortal essence. Fang Yuan could barely endure it. Fang Yuan turned into an immemorial year snake and dove into the river of time, swimming away quickly. "I finally broke out of the encirclement and broke through the time path formation." Fang Yuan rejoiced inwardly. The situation earlier was very dangerous. The longer it dragged on, the tighter the defenses of the Celestial Court, the lower the chances of Fang Yuan surviving. There were two important factors in breaking out of the encirclement this time. Firstly, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to break the time path formation with the help of the time path clone. Using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment far surpassed the imagination of the Celestial Court. He was able to catch them off guard. Secondly, it was Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Fang Yuan's cultivation level reached rank 8, and after obtaining his own white lychee immortal essence, he could use Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was one of the cores of Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Thus, Fang Yuan could use the fourth sword of Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This was the current limit. To use the fifth sword, Fang Yuan needed other core sword path immortal Gu. A lot of rank 8 immortal essence has been expended. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. The immortal essence storage was already close to the warning line. Even though Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had a fast time flow and the efficiency of accumulating white lychee immortal essence was very high. But after the consecutive battles, especially the battle just now, when he fought bitterly with the old man Li Huang and broke the Celestial Court's time path formation, he had expended a lot of energy. It's best to retreat first. Under such circumstances, this was the only thought in Fang Yuan's mind. This was the wisest choice. Continuing to fight to the death was absolutely foolish. "Fang Yuan, where do you think you're going?" A roar came from behind him. Fang Yuan turned around and his heart skipped a beat, only to see that 3 immortal Gu houses chased after him with fierce momentum. The one on the left was the Eternal Arkansas. It was tall and towering, braving the wind and waves. On the deck, rank 8 Gu Immortal Qingyi, rank 7 Gu Immortals 4 Xuanzi and others were united. They were filled with righteousness. The one in the middle was the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Terrace. Delicate and elegant, the orange eaves were like cranes spreading their wings. The immortal Gu house was shrouded in 3 layers of autumn sunlight. It was mystical and extraordinary. The one on the right was the Shark Flow Lever. The lever was snow-white like jade. A rank 8 Gu Immortal was standing on it. He wore blue star armor and had a rough appearance. There were 7 giant sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp white teeth. They were dragging the lever as they moved rapidly. 3 rank 7 immortal goo houses, at least 3 rank 8 goo immortals. The number of rank 7 experts is unknown. Feng Yuan's heart sank. At this moment, he could feel the determination of the celestial court to kill him. Even though Feng Yuan turned into the immemorial year snake, his speed was not fast enough. Now that the incomplete immortal goo house was destroyed, he could not hide anymore. The distance between the two continued to shrink. The 3 immortal goo houses attacked from afar. Feng Yuan activated Autumn Hair Killer move. It was like he had eyes on his back. He dodged agilely. If he could not dodge, he would use Winter Coat Killer move to block it. Winter Coat Killer move was amplified by the River of Time, as well as Feng Yuan's Time Path Dao marks. It displayed astonishing defensive power. Even though it could not compare to Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was comparable. This is not good. The situation continued to worsen. Feng Yuan thought of countermeasures. Luo Seal took a long time to activate. It would take even longer in the River of Time. Its power would also be reduced. Moreover, the Celestial Court's side was definitely on guard. There was little hope of Luo Seal changing the situation. Myriad Self, Myriad Dragon, Strength Path Giant Hand, Yama Emperor, and others were the same. Feng Yuan could only rely on time path methods like Spring Scissors and Summer Fan. But the 3 immortal goo houses chasing after Feng Yuan were all sturdy like fortresses. Spring Scissors and Summer Fan could not do anything to them. As they fought, Feng Yuan's immortal essence reserves fell rapidly. The situation was getting more dangerous. The Celestial Court's side chased after Feng Yuan all the way. Their morale was high. They were in high spirits. Suddenly, something strange happened on the river in front of them. Huge fountains appeared. Oh no, this is the Sudden Spring River segment. This demon is skilled in luck path. His luck is shocking. He is very hard to kill. As expected, an unforeseen event has occurred here. Follow him. We cannot let him escape. The people of the heavenly court roared, their faces filled with nervousness. Feng Yuan charged into the Sudden Spring River segment. The Sudden Springs were very dangerous. They had the power of time path. If they were larger, they could endanger a rank 8 goo immortal's life. Normally, Feng Yuan would avoid them, but now, the Sudden Spring River segment became his hope of escaping. The immemorial year snake slithered in the river. The Sudden Springs exploded around Feng Yuan again and again, but they did not cause much disturbance to him. Feng Yuan had Luck Inspection Immortal Goo. The Sovereign Immortal Body's Dao marks did not conflict. He could clearly sense that his luck was falling rapidly. Luck Path did not show its power normally, but now, it was showing its profundity. The 3 immortal goo houses on Celestial Court's side were having a hard time chasing. The moment they entered the Sudden Spring River segment, Eternal Yacht and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were hit at the same time. They were sent flying by the Sudden Springs. When they finally swooped down, Shark Flow Lever was hit as well. Feng Yuan encountered rank 6 or 7 small and medium-sized Sudden Springs, while the Celestial Court's side encountered rank 8 large Sudden Springs. Even though Feng Yuan was being disrupted by the Sudden Springs, the Celestial Court's side was like a weak patient climbing a mountain. The difference between the two formed a clear contrast. The Celestial Court's goo immortals had dark expressions. They felt stifled and were about to vomit blood from anger. It seems that this time, Feng Jioge is not among the pursuers. Feng Yuan gradually realized. During the Battle of Langya, Feng Yuan had seen Feng Jioge's luck. It was very strong, even he could not suppress him. If he was here, the Celestial Court's side would not be in such a pathetic state. Along the way, Feng Yuan charged out of the Sudden Spring River segment. Behind him, Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were already far behind. Only Eternal Yacht could barely keep up. It also charged out of the Sudden Spring River segment. Without any obstruction, Eternal Yacht's speed rose. It rapidly closed the distance between it and Feng Yuan. I cannot escape like this. Lightning flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. He made up his mind and suddenly stopped, turning around to fight. Seeing that Feng Yuan did not escape, the goo immortals on Eternal Yacht were overjoyed, but at the next moment, they showed vigilant expressions. Sun Guizi shouted, "Everyone, be careful. The demon is fighting without retreating, he must have some scheme up his sleeve. The moment she said that, Fang Yuan's killer move was activated. Immortal killer move, Time Cutting Edge. This move was only at rank 7 level, but with the amplification of Fang Yuan's time path Dao marks, its power was 100 times greater. At the same time, in the River of Time, it rose to near rank 8 level. At once, the rank 8 Gu immortal Qin Yi felt a fatal threat, his hair stood on end, his heart shrunk as he quickly dodged. But Time Cutting Edge's speed was even faster than Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Fang Yuan had just sent it out when the Time Cutting Edge had already reached Qin Yi. Eternal Yacht had defenses of course, but Time Cutting Edge was like paper, it easily pierced through. Wasn't this move lost long ago? Why does he know this move? Am I going to die here? At once, Qin Yi's face was filled with shock, he fell into deep despair. Let me. At the crucial moment, Sun Guizi stood up and stood in front of Qin Yi. Sun Guizi's body shook intensely, she was hit by Time Cutting Edge, her eyes were wide open as she fell on the deck. Huff huff huff. Qin Yi breathed roughly, his body was covered in cold sweat, he managed to survive. Sun Guizi? Qin Yi's face was pale, he showed a deeply moved expression. The other three Xuanzi looked at each other, they had calm expressions. They felt. Sun Guizi sacrificed herself for Qin Yi, in exchange for a huge favor from this rank 8 Gu immortal, it was definitely a huge gain. Lord Qin Yi, don't worry about it. We have unique methods to revive fourth sister. Shang Xuanzi smiled, purposely showing his sincerity. However, Qin Yi shook his head slowly and said with an extremely serious expression, I can more or less guess some of the profundities of your methods. I'm afraid your killer moves will be ineffective this time. The three Xuanzi were shocked, they asked, Lord, what do you mean? Please explain. This is Bao clan's killer move, the whole of Central Continent was terrified back then, it is called Time Cutting Edge. Qin Yi said with a complex expression, he could not conceal his lingering fear. What? It was this move. The three Xuanzi's expressions changed, their bodies shook as they panicked, they were no longer as calm as before. No, impossible, isn't this move already lost? Shang Xuanzi shook his head, he did not believe Qin Yi's words. But that is the truth, stop chasing. Qin Yi breathed in deeply, he had a pale expression. Lord. The other rank 7 Gu immortals shouted, Fang Yuan was right in front of them, this was a good chance, killing this demon would be a huge merit. On the contrary, if they let him go, the immortals would have to bear great responsibility. But Qin Yi had made up his mind. Among the three immortal Gu houses, Eternal Yacht is the fastest, but its defense is the weakest. You saw it, it cannot resist Fang Yuan's Time Cutting Edge. If we chase, Fang Yuan will only kill us bit by bit, we will be giving Eternal Yacht to him. Also, my immortal aperture is a void aperture, but you have your own accumulations, you cannot nourish this demon. If there were other immortal Gu houses besides Eternal Yacht, Qin Yi might continue to chase. However, given the current situation, there was no hope of victory at all if they gave chase. Chapter 1648. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air as he slowly opened his eyes. This was a small underground cave, the cave walls were burning with eerie fire, forming a natural formation. Even though the defense was not strong, it had a good warning effect. Fang Yuan was ambushed by the Celestial Court in the River of Time. He fought with all his strength and finally managed to carve out a path of blood. After getting rid of Qin Yi and the rest, Fang Yuan followed a tributary of the River of Time and arrived at the outside world, Southern Border. Southern Border was the headquarters of Shadow Sect. Zishan Makoto had once set up such eerie fire caves everywhere. Fang Yuan used Fixed Immortal Travel's killer move, choosing a random one to hide and recuperate. Even though he had reverse flow protection seal, it did not protect him the entire time, he still had to rely on Winter Coat to protect himself. Not mentioning the intense battle with Li Huang, even while escaping, Fang Yuan had to endure the bombardment of 3 immortal Gu houses. His injuries were not light. Fang Yuan inspected his sovereign immortal body and slowly stood up. After recuperating in the small cave for a few days, he had already recovered. The main reason was that the sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict with each other. This allowed Fang Yuan's healing effect to be astonishing. The rank 8 white lychee immortal essence in his immortal aperture had also increased, but it was still below the warning level. Fang Yuan placed his hands behind his back as he paced around in the small cave. He thought about the situation in front of him, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. This time, he had suffered a huge setback in the river of time. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as narrowly escaping death. Fang Yuan did not have any lingering fear or rejoice. On the contrary, this situation was within his expectations. The celestial court's strength was too great. Fang Yuan's rise was not even a fraction of the celestial court's history. With such a deep foundation, as long as they exerted a bit of effort, Fang Yuan would not be able to escape unscathed. The battle in the river of time a few days ago was the best proof. Previously, Fang Yuan had an advantage against the celestial court because he launched a surprise attack, catching the celestial court off guard. The celestial court had no idea where to start. Fang Yuan had been trying his best and seizing every second he had. His strength continued to advance by leaps and bounds, causing the celestial court to make mistakes every time they dealt with him. However, as the celestial court's investigation of Fang Yuan's background became clearer and clearer, it became more and more important. When the time came for a head-on confrontation, Fang Yuan's strength seemed weak. The strength of the heavenly court did not only lie in their own strength and foundation, but most importantly, their unified will. The strength of Southern Border's righteous path was actually very strong. However, the great families had a loose structure, so it was difficult for them to deal with Fang Yuan. The celestial court, however, had been chasing and beating Fang Yuan everywhere. If not for Fang Yuan's craftiness and foresight, any other demonic path Gu immortal would have been captured or killed by the celestial court. As time passed, the celestial court's defenses in the river of time would become stronger, and Fang Yuan's hopes of obtaining Red Lotus true inheritance would become slimmer and slimmer. Against such a colossus, what could Fang Yuan do? My white lychee immortal essence is almost used up. Reverse Flow River also only has a bit left. It was used up by Li Huang. It is hard to continue using it. Unlike Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, which had the rank 9 killer move Orderly Order, he could use Landscape as before Gu to recover quickly. Reverse Flow River was hard to deal with. Fang Yuan did not lack methods to recover it, but no matter what, it would be a huge and difficult project. It could be foreseen that for a long time in the future, Fang Yuan would not be able to rely on Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He lacked Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but Fang Yuan's cultivation level had advanced to rank 8, and with Xia Cha's methods, his strength had risen by quite a bit. It's just that this time, I've revealed too many of my methods. Immemorial Year Beast, Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, and other killer moves were all part of Fang Yuan's plan. But Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword and Time Cutting Edge were exposed, which made Fang Yuan feel pity. But there was no other way. In the battle to break out, Fang Yuan had to use all his methods. If he had hidden them, he would have died already. But it is not like I did not gain anything. The details of the Celestial Court were also probed by Fang Yuan. For example, the Celestial Court had a mysterious method that could cause Spring-Autumn Cicada to vibrate. This was out of Fang Yuan's imagination. But now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan understood. He also thought that the time path formation that ambushed him was not targeting him, but Red Lotus True Inheritance. And Spring-Autumn Cicada was the key to Red Lotus True Inheritance. How could the Celestial Court not research Red Lotus True Inheritance from Spring-Autumn Cicada? Although they could not refine Spring-Autumn Cicada, they could still mimic it. Li Huang Qingyi. New rank 8 Gu Immortals appeared. The Celestial Court ruled Central Continent. It could recruit rank 8 Gu Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects as new members. From time to time, 1 or 2 veteran experts would wake up from the immortal graveyard. It had been established since the immemorial antiquity era. No one could say for sure how deep the foundation of the Celestial Court was. Precisely because of this foundation, in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, The celestial court ruled Central Continent, fighting 1 against 4. For a long time, the other 4 regions could not even raise their heads. They even destroyed super clans one after another. Perhaps it was because of this that even after Spectral Soul succeeded in defying heaven, he did not dare to openly attack the celestial court. He continued to hide and infiltrate in the dark. And those 3 immortal goo houses? No, the one I destroyed earlier did not have many immortal goo destroyed. Even if it was destroyed, the celestial court could refine it. I am afraid I will have to face at least 4 of them in the future, or even more. Even the celestial court could not easily take out rank 8 Time Path goo immortals. But Time Path immortal goo houses could be dismantled from other immortal goo houses, or gathered from the goo immortals' inventory and assembled. After assembling, the celestial court could use a large number of goo immortals of other paths to guard the immortal goo house and seal the entire river of time. Schemes such as luring the tiger away from the mountain or attacking the besiegers by besieging the enemy would not work. The celestial court was the #1 grotto heaven in the 5 regions. It had no worries. If Feng Yuan attacked the celestial court, not only would he not be able to find the entrance, even if he managed to enter, he would incur the wrath of the celestial court and wake up 2 or 3 rank 8 great experts in the immortal graveyard. Feng Yuan's life would be forfeit. If Feng Yuan attacked the 10 great ancient sects, he would not be able to shake the celestial court's rule. There would be a huge risk. After all, the celestial court had the wisdom path great expert, Fairy Myrtle. Feng Yuan's gaze was as cold as ice. He knew clearly, if he wanted to find Red Lotus true inheritance, he would have to fight the celestial court head-on. The tighter the defense of the celestial court in the River of Time, the more it proved the importance of Red Lotus true inheritance. Feng Yuan's hope of destroying Fate Gu lay in this. I need to hurry. The celestial court had all sorts of methods. It was likely that they would obtain Red Lotus true inheritance before Feng Yuan. Thus, Feng Yuan had to break through the defenses of the celestial court and find the Stone Lotus Island, obtaining the most crucial item left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As for what it was, Feng Yuan had no idea. The celestial court probably did not know either. Guarding the River of Time was the celestial court's scheme. Because they had the advantage in battle, the celestial court did not have to worry about Feng Yuan not attacking. Fate Gu was about to be repaired. Feng Yuan had to break through the celestial court's defenses and obtain Red Lotus true inheritance to have a chance of destroying Fate. Even if he was injured, even if there was an ambush, even if there was a slim chance of survival, Feng Yuan had to do it. There is no ingenious method or shortcut. I can only let my strength continue to rise, until it surpasses the strength of the celestial court. I will break through all obstructions and obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. With this goal achieved, Feng Yuan would have the qualifications to continue contending with the celestial court. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1649. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Western Desert. Everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was snow-white. Feng Yuan's Time Path clone stepped into this place. He grabbed a handful of sand and inspected it carefully. These grains of sand were full and sparkling like ice, giving off a trace of coldness. It was a sunny day now. Mini Western Desert's temperature was not low, but it was cool and comfortable in this desert. Feng Yuan's clone picked up a handful of snowy white sand and placed it in his mouth. When the sand touched his saliva, it melted and gave off a faint salty taste. This was salt sand. In human history, salt sand had a story that had been passed down for a long time. 1,000,000 years ago, during the Olden Antiquity era, even though humans created the celestial court, the variant humans of the other 4 regions were still very powerful. They suppressed and enslaved humans. In Western Desert, there was a human city that was being oppressed and ostracized by the variant humans. The variant humans worked together and disguised themselves as bandits, robbing any caravan that was heading towards the human city. As time passed, the human city lacked resources and could not hold on any longer. For the safety of the entire city, the human city lord had to compromise with one of the variant human tribes, marrying off his beloved daughter in exchange for peace. The city lord's beloved daughter knew the big picture. She was willing to sacrifice herself for the safety of the entire city. The marriage was quickly gathered and set off from the city, escorted by the human city lord. When they were traveling in the desert, they met an old man who had fainted. The old man's injuries were severe. He was on the brink of death. His body was covered in abscesses and he stank. The city lord saw that he was a human. He sent his subordinates to save him and feed him water. The old man slowly woke up and thanked the city lord. "Oh city lord, since you saved me, why don't you save me again? Give me your robe and your mount, I can leave on my own." The city lord's subordinates mocked him. The city lord's robe was so precious, how could it be worn by an old beggar like him? The city lord waved his hand. No matter how precious the robe is, it cannot compare to a person's life. "I have a spare robe, I will give it to you now. But my mount can only be ridden by a strong Gu master. If I give it to you, it will only harm your life." After saying that, the city lord handed the robe, a large amount of clean water, and dry rations to the old man. Then, the city lord ordered someone to bring over a docile camel and gave it to the old man. The old man sighed with emotion. "City lord, I've heard of your benevolence. Now that I've seen you today, it's indeed true. Since you want to do a good deed, you might as well do it to the end. This abscess on my back has been bothering me for years. As long as a virgin girl born on a year, month, day, personally bites it open for me, it will be healed." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the city lord's subordinates started cursing him. They almost attacked and killed him. The city lord was also angry, because everyone knew that his daughter was a virgin girl born in the year, month, day. The city lord said, "Sir, please don't make fun of me. Although I am the city lord, I am also a pitiful father at this moment. I love my daughter, but I had no choice but to give her to the feathermen with ulterior motives and make her their slave concubine. Father, if my sacrifice can be exchanged for the survival of the entire city, I am willing to accept this fate." At this moment, the city lord's daughter walked over. It turned out that the commotion had attracted her attention. From the mouths of the bystanders, she understood what had happened. She walked in front of the old man and nodded. "Sir, please let me take a look at the abscess on your back." "You are willing to treat my injury?" The old man was puzzled. "Although I am the city lord's daughter and others say that my status is noble, how noble can it be?" The city lord's daughter smiled bitterly. "Only when the entire human race becomes noble will our status truly be noble. I already have no hope and will become a slave concubine of the mutants. If that's the case, why don't I come and treat you? Our human race is too weak, it's good to have one more person recover." When the city lord and the others heard this, they were very touched and did not stop her. The old man revealed the abscess on his back. It was extremely ugly, and the abscess flowed everywhere, giving off a pungent stench. Anyone who saw it would have the urge to vomit. The city lord's daughter was stunned, but in the end, she endured the discomfort and used her teeth to break the abscess on the old man's back. Once the wound was broken, what was left behind was a silver-colored liquid. The juices flowed into the desert, and a rich aroma immediately filled the air, causing the entire wedding procession to feel refreshed. The old man's figure vanished, only his voice was left behind, resounding in everyone's ears. "O city lord, only a person like you is worthy of me saving you. Humans cannot just have Gu immortals, they need Gu masters like you to have hope. I will leave this desert to you, manage it well." The city lord and the others realized that the old man was a human Gu immortal. They quickly knelt down and paid their respects. And this desert, after being contaminated by the silver-colored liquid, turned into snow-white salt sand. The city lord controlled such a huge desert and sold the salt sand as table salt. He did not have to worry about sales. The city was revived and grew stronger day by day. By now, salt sand was no longer a product of Western Desert. It had already spread to the other 4 regions. The salt sand in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was obtained after annexing the immortal apertures of southern border Gu immortals. After inspecting the area, Fang Yuan's clone had a deep understanding of this desert. He returned in satisfaction. Right now, in jewel yellow skies, Celestial Court has already started to sell silver dragonfish. It seems that they must have obtained the method to raise dragonfish from spectral soul. In time, the golden dragonfish will also enter the market. Fang Yuan's dragonfish business suffered a huge blow. In the short term, because he had already occupied the market share, his dragonfish business had a lot of profits. But in the future, he would definitely be pushed aside by Celestial Court. But it did not matter. After Fang Yuan annexed the deities of Southern Frontier, his sovereign immortal aperture gained more than 10 blessed lands and even a grotto heaven. Forget about the salt sand, it was only an ordinary goo material. But there were many immortal materials. 5 to 6 of them could rival the dragonfish business. For example, Xia Cha Grotto Heaven's Year Essence Pool was one of them. Thus, Fang Yuan was still making huge profits. His accumulation of immortal Yuan stone was several times faster than before. Earlier, he had been working hard. There was almost no shortage in the feeding of immortal goo. Even though he gained some immortal goo as spoils of war, Fang Yuan also obtained the immortal apertures of goo immortals. He could perfectly relocate all the resource points. There are some flaws in the feeding of immortal goo, but it is not a problem. The Time Path clone took one last look at the salt sand before activating fixed immortal travel. This salt sand desert was the second last resource point that he inspected. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's clone arrived at City Well. Inside City Well, there was already a large group of hairy men gathered. These hairy men were mostly captured by Fang Yuan from the immortal apertures of Southern Border Goo Immortals. Southern Border Goo Immortals all raised hairy men to refine mortal goo. Hairy man slaves were the most popular type in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan gathered these hairy men from the immortal apertures and placed them in City Well. Currently, raising hairy men was the greatest help to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan imparted some dream path goo recipes and cultivation methods to these hairy men. These hairy men's main task was to enter their own dream realms and search for dream path goo materials, then refine dream path mortal goo for Fang Yuan to use. Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move expended a lot of dream path mortal goo. Earlier, when Fang Yuan explored dream realms, he had already used up all of the dream path mortal goo that he had. If not for these hairy men refining dream path mortal goo to replenish them, Fang Yuan might not have been able to explore all of the dream realms that he had. When Fang Yuan's clone arrived at City Well, the sky was turning dark. Even though there was no sun or moon, it felt like dusk. Ever since Fang Yuan became rank 8, the sovereign blessed land became a grotto heaven. It had astronomical changes. And because the sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources, this astronomical change was very detailed. It was almost the same as the outside world of the 5 regions. Fang Yuan's clone was about to go down to observe the hairy men when his body froze. A bright light flashed in his eyes. My main body has already found the location of the 5 Xiang seal. Fang Yuan rested in the eerie fire cave for a while before leaving and entering White Heaven. His immortal aperture was in good condition. He did not need to rest. His immortal essence storage was rising slowly. He did not want to waste time. He went to White Heaven. This was the time for the 5 Xiang seal to open. The 1,000 years bet would begin again. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, visit Chapter 1650. Immemorial White Heaven. In the sky that was originally empty, there was now a tall gate tower. The gatehouse had tall eaves. There were 2 brick carvings on the door. There was a huge plaque on the door with the words 5 Xiang's Gambling Door written on it. The entire gatehouse seemed to be made of brass. It gave off a majestic aura. Initially, it was only a phantom image, but as time passed, it became more solid and clear. Qi clan had a total of 6 Gu immortals. They were all standing outside the gatehouse, waiting for it to turn solid. The leader was an old Gu immortal. He was thin but energetic. His eyes were shining brightly. His hands were behind his back. His back was straight like a spear. It was Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Fa. On his left was the second supreme elder of the Qi clan, Qi Kai. He stroked his beard and said, "I've experienced the opening of the seal a few times, but this is the only time I'm impatient. I can't wait any longer. Third Supreme Elder, Qi Jin, smiled. This bet has been going on for thousands of years. It will finally come to an end today. As Qi clan's descendants, we can proudly worship our ancestors. The final victor of this bet is our Qi clan. As they spoke, the gatehouse turned solid. A large area of clouds gathered, supporting the gatehouse. 5 colored lights flashed on the doorframe, each representing the strength of the 5 Xiang. First, red light shined down, causing the clouds to turn red. But Shui Xiang Shui clan, because they cultivated blood path, was completely extinct. No one survived. Thus, after the red light shined for a while, it dissipated. Next, yellow light replaced it. On the other hand, Qi Xiang's Qi clan had descendants, but they were all living in their ancestors' immortal apertures. They did not think about improving themselves. They were like pigs and dogs in a pen. They naturally did not have any Gu immortals. Next, there was a brown light. Ni Xiang and I clan had Gu immortals in the past. Even though there were not many, they were all elites. Especially Ni Ren. Some people speculated that his refinement path attainment level might have reached quasi-supreme grandmaster. He was the one who fused many immortal Gu with Ni clan's bloodline. This was to leave a legacy for future generations, but now, Ni clan's villages were all controlled by Qi clan. They could not make a comeback. After the brown light was a plain white light. It's our turn. Qi Kai's spirit was suddenly lifted, and he became even more impatient. Let's go. Qi Fa's tone was firm. He led the 4 Gu immortals behind him and landed in front of the gatehouse, bathing in white light. The white light shook slightly as it strengthened rapidly, sweeping through the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals before returning to its previous state and continuing to shine. But Qi clan's Gu immortals were all here. The descendant of the Qi phase did not increase anymore, and the white light also dissipated. As for the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals, there was a white cyclone on their foreheads. They had passed the test of Bai Xiang's seal. They were qualified to enter the 5 Xiang's gambling door. The last one is the Bai family, Qi Jin said, unable to hide the nervousness in his voice. Qi clan's Gu immortals landed on the clouds. Before they entered the gambling door, they were on high alert as they looked around. They knew of Bai Ningbing's existence. Bai Ningbing had inherited Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, and even cultivated the immortal killer move Bai Xiang. She had a stunning performance in many battles. When Celestial Court exposed Fang Yuan's information, they also took into consideration the Shadow Sect members around Fang Yuan. Even though Bai Ningbing did not truly join the Shadow Sect, her information was still leaked. Even though Qi clan was a secluded clan that did not participate in worldly conflicts, they still paid attention to the outside world's information. The blue light shined for a while, but no one appeared. It weakened and was about to dissipate. Qi Kai let out a breath of air. All right, Bai Ningbing did not appear after all. This time, my Qi clan will definitely win, huh? He had just said that when he saw 2 figures flying over. They were extremely fast, landing in front of the gatehouse in the blink of an eye. Qi clan's Gu immortals looked over. They saw a man and a woman. The woman's silver hair was sparkling like tassels. It reached her waist. She had a pair of light blue vertical dragon pupils that emitted a cold aura. Her skin was white as snow. She had a cold expression. Her beauty was breathtaking. What was even more eye-catching was that this female immortal had a pair of small red coral-like dragon horns on her forehead. Seeing this female immortal, Qi clan's Gu immortals thought of a name, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing came after all. This is bad. Then who is the person beside her? Qi Jin first noticed Bai Ningbing. He then turned his gaze to the other Gu immortal. This Gu immortal was a young man with long hair that reached his waist, but it was black like a waterfall. He had a tall nose bridge and a handsome face. His eyes were dark and deep. They were like the darkness that existed since time immemorial, able to drown the world. Seeing this young Gu immortal, Qi Jin felt like he was struck by lightning. His body shook fiercely as his heart turned cold, his throat moved, his voice became hoarse as he said with difficulty, Fang Yuan. His performance was quite good. The Qi clan Gu immortal beside him was already shaking, his legs were shaking and his body was covered in cold sweat. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's relationship was widely acknowledged by the Gu immortals of the 5 regions. If Bai Ningbing appeared to participate in the 5 xiangs bet, then it was possible that Fang Yuan would come as well. They had already discussed this before the Qi family took action, so everyone was mentally prepared for it. But when Fang Yuan appeared in front of them, they realized that their mental preparations were useless. Fear, panic, hesitation, and other emotions filled their bodies and minds. They felt like they had fallen into an icy cave. This was Fang Yuan. He had spring-autumn cicada. He had been reborn. He refined immortal Gu on 3 Kings Mountain as a mortal. He seized Hu immortal blessed land of central continent's 10 great ancient sections. He went to northern plains and destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. Nobody knew how many benefits he obtained. He inherited Thieving Heaven's true inheritance and cooperated with Langya blessed land's variant humans. He was a traitor. He disguised as Wu Yihai and deceived Wu Yong. He toyed with the whole of Southern Border's righteous path in the Battle of the Dream Realm. He became the sect leader of Shadow Sect. Southern Border's righteous path chased after him. Celestial Court put him on the wanted list, but he was still at large, getting stronger as he fought. In the regional wall, he used rank 7 cultivation level to beat up rank 8 Gu Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch, causing Celestial Court to lose its reputation. Langya blessed land was invaded by Celestial Court. He snatched fixed immortal travel and left. Several months ago, he ambushed the whole of Southern Border's righteous path. He kidnapped countless Southern Border Gu immortal experts and extorted them from the super forces. Not long ago, Celestial Court released information in Jewel Yellow Skies. Even the battle in the River of Time that no one knew about was exposed. The whole of the 5 regions Gu immortal world was shaken. Fang Yuan became a rank 8 Gu immortal without anyone knowing. He had killer moves like Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword, and the most bizarre thing was, he even learned the long-lost time cutting edge. And Fang Yuan saw that his own information was exposed. He directly exposed the methods of Celestial Court. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. The Gu immortal world was in an uproar. Celestial Court's foundation and methods shocked everyone. But what was even more terrifying was that Fang Yuan still escaped. Celestial Court set up a super time path formation in the River of Time. They had several rank 8s and many immortal Gu houses, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan lost, to put it bluntly, he was like a pathetic dog when escaping for his life. After this battle was exposed, his reputation soared. It was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Not only because of his craftiness and ferocity, but also because his opponent was Celestial Court. Celestial Court was established since the remote antiquity era. It had 3 million years of history. It had suffered multiple invasions by demon venerables but was still standing strong. It had deep foundation. It had been the #1 force of humanity since its establishment, Celestial Court. After such a long time, Celestial Court still could not do anything to a demonic path Gu immortal. This situation was extremely rare. Looking at the entire history of Celestial Court, there were only a handful of such cases. Countless Gu immortals and super forces were watching. They wanted to see when Celestial Court would capture Fang Yuan. How long could Fang Yuan last? Under such a spectating mood, Fang Yuan's reputation soared like the sun in the sky. Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 cultivation level, could resist rank 8. Rank 8 Fang Yuan had already become the king of demonic immortals that shocked the world. He rose up like a comet. His speed was shocking and otherworldly. Right now, this comet had already turned into a blazing sun. It was so bright that many people could not raise their heads to look at it. Demon King Fang Yuan. Qi clan's Gu immortals were shaking even more intensely. Fang Yuan's appearance alone was enough to intimidate these people. Chapter 1651. Everyone, don't panic. Qi spoke. His voice was hoarse and hoarse. His normally straight body was like a bamboo pole in the wind. He was shaking lightly. No one laughed at him. Qi clan had 3 rank 7 Gu immortals and 2 rank 6 Gu immortals. They were not Fang Yuan's match even if they worked together. In front of Fang Yuan, they were like fish on a chopping board. They could do whatever they wanted to him. After Qi Fa spoke, He mustered his courage and continued. We are now in front of the gambling door, we have obtained the gatehouse's approval and can explore that grotto heaven. We are also protected by the gatehouse. If Feng Yuan wants to kill us, he will have to get past the gatehouse first. But if he wants to destroy the gatehouse, he will destroy the bet and cannot enter the world on the other side. Chi Fei's words calmed everyone's heart. Feng Yuan could not help but look at Chi Fei. He smiled and praised. He is quite scheming. Chi Fei's words were directed at Chi Clan's Gu immortals. They were also advice to Feng Yuan. It was not without reason that Chi Clan was able to become the final victor of the 5 Xiangs bet. After so many years, Chi Clan had developed to their current state. They suppressed and enslaved the other 4 clans. They did not have much of a reputation. They were very well hidden. Even Southern Border's righteous path did not notice them. At least, they did not try to touch the 5 Xiangs' supreme treasures. This showed Chi Clan's ability. But no matter how capable they were against Feng Yuan, they were in a difficult situation. Feng Yuan's smile was even more terrifying in their eyes. He bared his white teeth, like sharp swords and spears that emitted a cold light. Feng Yuan took a look at Chi Clan's Gu immortals before turning his gaze to Bai Ningbing. The two had already discussed this beforehand. Bai Ningbing nodded at Feng Yuan and flew into the gatehouse. Chi Clan's Gu immortals were stirred, but they could only watch. As soon as Bai Ningbing entered the light blue icy light, it caused the icy light to waver for a moment before stabilizing. Feng Yuan nodded to himself. He was a little worried about Bai Ningbing's identity as a dragonoid. After all, dragonoids were mutants and not considered orthodox humans. However, from the looks of it, the gatehouse only recognized Bai Ningbing's bloodline and identity. It didn't care whether she was a mutant or a human. After a few deep breaths, Bai Ningbing officially received the approval of the gatehouse. Following an invisible gentle force, she landed on the clouds. Chi Clan's Gu immortals' gazes flickered with regret. Looks like Bai Ningbing hasn't been enslaved by Feng Yuan. Otherwise, the gatehouse wouldn't have acknowledged her. What a pity. Damn it, Bai Ningbing obtained the recognition and can enter the world on the other side of the gatehouse. Ever since Bai Ningbing was under the control of Elder Inkstone, the latter had never tried to enslave her. All their cooperation was in the nature of a transaction. After Bai Ningbing submitted to Feng Yuan, although Feng Yuan had ways to control her, he had never done it. It was precisely because of this gatehouse that he had taken into consideration. Bai Ningbing landed on the clouds. After inspecting it carefully, she turned around and said to Feng Yuan, "As long as I land on this cloud, I will have obtained the gatehouse's approval. Moreover, Gu immortals cannot attack each other for now." A bright light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. His next action caused the Chi Clan Gu immortals to gasp in shock. Feng Yuan also flew into the light blue light. The light blue light flickered for a moment before stabilizing. Even though Feng Yuan was in his original appearance, he had already activated the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face. He had modified this move and added in Blood Path Immortal Gu, allowing him to disguise as a descendant. Back then he had deceived Wu Clan like this, disguising as Wu Yihai and infiltrating Southern Border's righteous path. But before Feng Yuan could feel happy, the other 4 lights flashed on the gatehouse's surface. These 4 lights represented the strength of the other 4 Xiangs. Feng Yuan was slightly stunned. Earlier, he had asked Bai Ningbing to go first because he wanted to trick the light blue light. He flew into the light and deceived the light blue light, but to think that the other 4 Xiangs' strength would burst out. Boom! The gatehouse shook. A formless force pushed Feng Yuan out of the light. Even Familiar Face can't deceive him? Feng Yuan's heart sank slightly. Heaven surveying 5 Xiangs. This was a group that had once led Southern Border's Gu immortal world. They displayed their might and strength at this moment. Chi Clan's 5 Gu immortals let out a sigh of relief. Joy and joy appeared on their faces. Feng Yuan's actions gave them a huge fright, but the final result made them feel gratified. So close, Feng Yuan could not get in. We have hope. This way, Feng Yuan will be left outside, while we only have to deal with Bai Ningbing. Her Bai Xiang killer move is troublesome, but our Qi Xiang true inheritance is not to be trifled with. Feng Yuan looked at this gatehouse with rapt attention. Undeniably, he had underestimated this gatehouse. Or more accurately speaking, Shadow Sect's information and Bai Ningbing's information did not have much information on this gatehouse. To deceive this gatehouse, it was impossible to rely on familiar face alone. Fang Yuan did not want Bai Ningbing to explore alone. Bai Ningbing was not reliable. Even if she was, she could not deal with so many Qi Clan Gu immortals alone. Even though Fang Yuan suffered a setback, his determination to sneak in did not waver. Qi Xiang, Bai Xiang, Blood Xiang, Mud Xiang and Food Xiang, these are the heaven-surveying 5 Xiangs. This gatehouse was clearly created by them together. It has the strength of all 5 of them. Fang Yuan fell into rapid thought. Qi Xiang, Bai Xiang, Blood Xiang, Mud Xiang, and Food Xiang corresponded to Qi Path, Ice Path, Blood Path, Earth Path, and Food Path. Blood Path and Earth Path, Fang Yuan had high attainment levels in them. He was very confident. In Food Path, even though his attainment level was not high, Fang Yuan had Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It contained the most authentic Food Path inheritance in the world. With such a foundation, Fang Yuan could be said to be in a strategic position. He had a deep foundation. His Qi Path and Ice Path attainment levels were very low. But his Ice Path cultivation was not a problem. Because Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiang true inheritance had great reference value, Fang Yuan was able to deceive the light blue ice light. So the only obstacle is the power of Qi Xiang. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a bright light. Fang Yuan's Qi Path attainment level was not high enough. Fang Yuan had little knowledge of Qi Path inheritances. After all, Qi Path had been declining for a long time. But it does not matter, I still have the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan decided to use the light of wisdom to forcefully break through. Qi Clan's Gu immortals conversed secretly. What is he doing? He seems to be deducing. Didn't the Celestial Court announce that this demon's wisdom path methods are extraordinary? It is useless. How can he deduce the arrangements of the 5 Xiangs in such a short time? Qi Clan's Gu immortals were very confident in this. They had already tried to unravel the power of the 5 Xiangs, but there were no results. Not only did 1 or 2 Gu immortals fail, generations of Gu immortals had tried but to no avail. They had failed too many times against the power of the 5 Xiang seal. How could Fang Yuan be able to do it? Maybe Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods are far above us. But if he wants to deduce it now, he is too naive. This is like trying to deduce an unknown immortal killer move for the first time in a battle, trying to deduce and unravel it. He is too naive. Qi Fa shook his head incessantly. It seemed that with his words, the courage in his heart resurfaced, and his timidity gradually dissipated. Boom! At the next moment, Fang Yuan attacked fiercely, attacking the gatehouse. The gatehouse shook intensely. Qi Clan's Gu immortals' expressions changed. The demon attacked. He actually attacked the gatehouse. After destroying this teleportation door, does he not want to go to the other side? Did he fly into a rage out of humiliation after failing to divine? Bam bam bam. As Fang Yuan attacked fiercely, the entire gatehouse shook intensely. Qi Clan's Gu immortals also shook intensely. They could not stand steadily. They were like candles in the wind. Their faces were also filled with shock and fear, and some of them even began to tremble. Once the gatehouse was destroyed, they would have no protection. They would be captured by Fang Yuan. It would depend on Fang Yuan's mood. You must persevere. Qi Clan's Gu immortals prayed madly in their hearts. Fang Yuan's attacks gradually stopped. Qi Clan's Gu immortals breathed roughly. Their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. The feeling of their lives hanging by a thread was too terrible. They had never been so nervous before. But in the end, the gatehouse did not fall. The demon did not succeed. This is great. Qi Jin cheered. The other Qi Clan Gu immortals were overjoyed. They had excited expressions. Fang Yuan looked at them as he showed a mocking smile. Oh, why do you think I stopped? Saying so, he activated an indescribable immortal killer move. There was no light or shadow, it was plain and plain, but his aura suddenly underwent an extremely profound change. Next, Fang Yuan slowly descended, bathed in the blue light. He easily obtained the gatehouse's acknowledgement and landed beside Bai Ningbing. Qi Clan's Gu immortals were all dumbfounded, some even had their mouths wide open, they were motionless like statues. Their faces were filled with shock, some unbreakable beliefs in their hearts were crumbling with Fang Yuan's success. This demon actually did it. This must be a dream. How can this be? How did he succeed in such a short time? Qi Clan's Gu immortals were extremely puzzled, a deep chill swept through their bodies and minds. Fang Yuan's battle strength was already ridiculous, now that he displayed wisdom path attainment, it was beyond the limits of Qi Clan's Gu immortals' knowledge. No wonder the celestial court could not do anything to such a monster. And how could they deal with him? Gatehouse. Oh ancestor. This Fang Yuan is an outsider, he cheated. Qi Kai shouted angrily, his expression was filled with fear as well as sadness and anger. But the gatehouse was silent, the power of the five Xiong's seal had stopped. Soon, an intense aura rose from the gatehouse, 5 colored lights shined brightly again. Qi Clan's Gu immortals saw this and showed expressions of despair. Because they knew that the gatehouse's change was not because it had exposed Fang Yuan's identity, it was about to teleport away. If you like this novel, you are welcome to vote for it at Start Point. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please go to M. For the fastest novel reading, please visit. Chapter 1652. The dazzling radiance gradually dissipated. Fang Yuan took a look, his surroundings had changed, he was teleported to a small world by the gatehouse. Bai Ningbing was beside him, maintaining the distance from Fang Yuan before the teleportation. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing's expression changed, a mysterious message was transmitted to her mind. She looked at Fang Yuan, seeing that he was unmoved, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is a public grotto heaven. The heaven-surveying 5 Xiong's had once donated a portion of their immortal apertures to create it. The entire grotto heaven is split into 5 parts. The regions cannot be moved between, only the central mountain range is the same. That treasure of the bed is at the center of the grotto heaven. As long as the gatehouse acknowledges it, the Gu immortals who are teleported here can try to get it. Along the way, there are some resources that the heaven-surveying 5 Xiong's left here. If you have enough strength, you can take them for yourself, but I suggest you not to dig up the roots and kill the goose that lays the golden eggs." Bai Ningbing received this mysterious message, but Fang Yuan did not. It seems that even though I used the light of wisdom to deduce a killer move and disguise myself, it is still too crude. But it is still too crude. Fang Yuan had a deep gaze as he looked afar. This means that we are very far from Qi Clan's Gu immortals, and we cannot move between the regions. Even if I disguise as Bai Xiong's descendant, I can only move around in this Bai Xiong grotto heaven? Fang Yuan wanted to test fixed immortal travel, but he did not know what Qi Xiong's region looked like. He had once killed Qi Clan's Gu immortal Qi Zai, but this person was one of the Gu immortals who advanced in the last 1,000 years. He had never been here, so he did not have any memories of this place. According to my experience of undoing the seals on the gatehouse, there should be a strong and tight defense here, there should be no space path or other methods. Even if I use fixed immortal travel, there is little chance of me getting out. Fang Yuan assessed the situation. Soon, he made a decision. Let's go to the center. The entire public grotto heaven's 5 regions all led to the central mountain range, and the treasure of the bet was hidden in the mountain range. Since that was the case, Fang Yuan went straight for it. He did not need to search for Qi Clan's Gu immortals. Putting aside the fact that it was a waste of time and energy, they might not even be able to find it. As long as he reached the mountain range, he would be able to see Qi Clan's Gu immortals. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing flew together, crossing mountains and ridges along the way. Bai Xiong cultivated the ice and snow Dao. This place was a part of Bai Xiong grotto heaven, so even though there were tall mountains and precipitous ridges, they were all covered in thick white snow. "Look over there," Bai Ningbing suddenly said. Her gaze was fixed on a mountain peak. This mountain peak was extremely steep, and at the peak of the mountain, there were hundreds of ice mirror snow lotuses. This was a rank 6 immortal material that contained ice path and wood path Dao marks. There were many snow monsters around the snow lotus. There were many desolate level snow monsters. Once someone barged into this place and had designs on the ice-mirroring snow lotus, these snow monsters would step in to stop them. In fact, Fang Yuan had already noticed it. He glanced at it indifferently before flying past with Bai Ningbing. Even though these desolate-level snow monsters were not Fang Yuan's match, Fang Yuan did not want to waste time here. He went straight to the center of the public grotto heaven. Ice-mirroring snow lotus, 100-year profound ice, 1,000-year profound ice, wide frost water, heaven-craft divine jade. Along the way, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing saw many resource points. Even though they were small to mid-sized resource points, they were very abundant. The deeper they went, the more resources there were in the grotto heaven, the more valuable they were. Of course, the beasts and trees guarding the resource points were also getting stronger. This was clearly the arrangement of the 5 Xiang. They wanted to test their descendants. Even though Fang Yuan could sweep through everything with his strength, he ignored these benefits. He only wanted to go to the central mountain range. Howl! A beast group roared as they flew out of the valley, charging towards Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. These were jade frost antelopes. Some were as big as palaces, some were as small as 2 or 3 houses. The antelope's eyes were jade green. They had no pupils. The antelope's horns were curved upwards, one segment at a time. Even though the antelopes had no wings, they could move forward by jumping in the air. Every time they jumped, their hooves would emit a trace of white frost chi, producing the sound of wind chimes. This group of jade frost antelopes was very strange. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's expressions changed slightly. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand. A fan appeared out of thin air and was grabbed by him. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Boom! Summer Fan whipped up a tornado. The tornado was only the surface. It was the true power of Time Path. The aggressive antelope group was immediately engulfed by the intense wind. They were instantly cleared. Corpses fell from the sky like dumplings, crashing on the ground with loud sounds. In an instant, this large group of jade frost antelopes died. Not just that, the snowy peak below was also destroyed by Fang Yuan's fan, forming a huge pile of rocks over 100 li. Fang Yuan, however, shot down like lightning with a loud sound. Rocks flew everywhere. He looked at a huge rock wall. Sensing the aura on it, his expression was colder than ice. This was a goo formation that Fang Yuan had already destroyed. It had a clear chi path style. It seems that the rule of not moving between the 5 regions cannot restrict Qi Clan's Gu immortals. Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, who was flying down. Bai Ningbing nodded. This is understandable. After so many years, Qi Clan has entered this place many times. They have a deeper understanding of this place. Many of the 5 Xiang's arrangements cannot restrict them anymore. From the looks of it, the rest of our journey won't be smooth sailing. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Qi Clan's Gu immortals are trying to stop us. They are definitely stalling for time so that they can snatch the treasure. In that case, we should not stay any longer. Let's set off. The 2 of them continued to fly, and as Bai Ningbing had expected, they were intercepted by many beasts along the way. But these beast groups crumbled under Fang Yuan's attacks. They were barely able to stall for time. Fang Yuan's methods are so terrifying. The small beast tide that we caused is like paper. No, it's as easy as blowing off dust for him to get rid of them. It's really too terrifying. They are here. They are close to the central mountain range. Don't panic. There is still a defensive line in the mountain range. There is an immemorial desolate beast there. The defensive line is broken. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing are already here. Qi Clan's Gu immortals conversed. The atmosphere was getting tenser. When Fang Yuan arrived, the Qi Clan Gu immortals' hair stood on end. The atmosphere was so intense that it was almost solid. The location of the treasure was very obvious. When Fang Yuan flew into the central mountain range, he saw it from afar. At the highest peak, there was a palace. It had the same style as the gatehouse. This was an immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan successfully entered the immortal Gu house. He saw that at the center of the hall, Qi Clan's 5 Gu immortals were sitting around the treasure. Then, his eyes were firmly glued to the treasure of the bet. This mysterious treasure was actually a white crane. This white crane only had one leg, its feathers were pure white like snow, it was untainted by even a speck of dust. Its beak was red, its wings were folded and its eyes were tightly shut. Fang Yuan's brows quickly furrowed, he discovered the peculiarity of the white crane. It was not a true life form, it was not an immortal goo, but it was giving off rank 9 aura. Amazing! Fang Yuan laughed heartily. So the treasure of the 1,000 years bet is a rank 9 killer move. Fang Yuan's laughter made the Qi clan Gu immortals' bodies shake. While they were fearful, they also felt anger. The 5 xiangs bet, Qi clan's treasure that they had painstakingly hidden, was actually coveted by an outsider. He was trying to get his hands on it. The Qi family had already regarded the treasure as their own. Fang Yuan wanted it. This was a huge grudge. Qi clan's Gu immortals and Fang Yuan were irreconcilable enemies. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, he did not say anything, he pointed with his finger as a sword light shot out, attacking the Qi clan Gu immortals. The 5 Qi clan Gu immortals were instilling their wills into the white crane immortal killer move. They did not move, allowing the sword light to attack them. At the critical moment, a 5-colored radiance suddenly rose in the hall and quietly melted the sword light. As expected, Fang Yuan was not surprised. This hall could gather the strength of the entire public grotto heaven. It was also the strongest part of the heaven surveying 5 xiang seal. With such a force supervising it, Fang Yuan and Qi clan's Gu immortals could not attack each other for now. Of course, Fang Yuan could attack them forcefully, but he would need to suppress the heaven surveying 5 xiangs. He would also cause huge damage to the entire public grotto heaven. No wonder Qi clan's Gu immortals are not moving. But since they have the qualifications to refine this killer move treasure, so can I. Bai Ningbing thought to herself as she got closer to the killer move. Next, she imitated the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals and instilled her will into it. The 5 Qi clan Gu immortals showed anxious expressions. Bai Ningbing's body shook, her expression changed, she quickly called out to Fang Yuan, "Come quickly." Even without her reminder, Fang Yuan had already arrived beside her. He instilled his will into the immortal killer move and understood the situation. At the same time, a message from thieving heaven demon Venerable entered his mind. "Oh later, I am Ben Jie's son, you call me thieving heaven demon Venerable. When I was exploring immemorial white heaven, I found a mystical existence by chance. It was like the heavenly spirit of a grotto heaven. It was extremely sensitive. I spent a lot of effort to capture it alive. After researching it, I found it to be even more mystical. It seems to be related to the deepest secret of this world. It resonates with the second half of the Legends of Rinzuk. I called it the natural heavenly spirit for now. It could not be brought out of immemorial white heaven, nor could it be kept in my grotto heaven. It is filled with providence, it can be replenished at any time. Even I cannot refine it with my own will. I thought about it and found a way to forcefully refine it into an immortal killer move. I named it Heaven Form. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it or vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please read it at M. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1653. Heaven Form. Fang Yuan was shocked, but also realized. He understood everything now. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He was skilled in Space Path and created Theft Path. He also had great talent in Refinement Path. He spent his entire life trying to leave the Gu Master World and return to his homeland. He was the wealthiest Venerable. He collected immortal materials from all over the world and refined immortal Gu. He traveled to many places. His footprints were all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens. One time, when he was traveling in White Heaven, he accidentally found a mystical existence. After researching it, he named it the Natural Heavenly Spirit. Even though he had the strength of a demon venerable, he could not refine this natural heavenly spirit. This was not hard to understand. According to the information left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, this natural heavenly spirit could not be brought out of White Heaven, and in White Heaven, it was constantly being replenished by providence. When Gu immortals refined immortal Gu, the essence was to use their own will to get rid of the wild will in the immortal Gu and refine the immortal Gu into their own tools. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable wanted to refine the natural heavenly spirit. Even though the method was complicated, the essence was the same. Even though the Demon Venerable's will was strong, against the natural heavenly spirit's providence, which was constantly being replenished by providence, he could not win. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable suffered a setback, but he was not discouraged. Man was the spirit of all living beings. He thought of a way to combine the natural heavenly spirit with other Gu worms to form a rank 9 immortal killer move. This made Feng Yuan think of his ghostly concealment killer move. It was also a rank 9 killer move. It was paired with divine concealment. Even though a long time had passed since Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used it, these two moves still existed. This seemed to be Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable style. The problem was, even if Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable thought of a way to turn the natural heavenly spirit into a rank 9 immortal killer move heaven form, he could not manipulate or use it. Because he had not truly refined the natural heavenly spirit yet. But this was all within Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's plan. He knew that he could not refine the natural heavenly spirit in a short period of time, so he thought of this method to turn the natural heavenly spirit into the immortal killer move heaven form. This way, the natural heavenly spirit would receive less replenishment from providence. After Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created heaven form, he did not use it anymore. Before he mysteriously disappeared, he left behind many Thieving Heaven true inheritances. He did not forget heaven form. Heaven form has not been truly refined yet. I can't do it alone. It needs a long time and generations of wills to cleanse it. One day, it would be truly refined by a Gu immortal. At that time, it will be used by one person. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's message also said that even though this killer move was left behind by him, because he could not control it, it was not counted as part of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. It needed the efforts of future generations. It was at most half a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Feng Yuan could completely speculate what would happen after that. One day, when the Heaven Surveying 5 Xiangs explored immemorial White Heaven, they unexpectedly found this half of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's message was very clear. This was a rank 9 killer move that could only be used by one person. All of the 5 Xiangs wanted it. They could not agree to it. Internal strife ensued. The 5 Xiangs only existed in name. The 5 Xiangs took action. They found that they could not refine this killer move with just the 5 of them. Thus, the 5 Xiangs made a 1,000-year bet. They decided to use a dual method to compete for the ownership of the immortal killer move. The river of time was turbulent. The wind and rain of time had destroyed many of its currents. Amidst the vicissitudes of time, the 5 Xiangs died. Generations of Gu immortals from the 5 clans appeared and disappeared. But now, Qi clan obtained a decisive advantage. After countless generations of hard work, the immortal killer move was finally about to succeed. Feng Yuan interfered. One could imagine how angry and hateful Qi clan's Gu immortals were. Since our ancestors, so many generations of hard work, we poured our blood and sweat into it, it was about to bear fruit, but you came to take it. How shameless! Too shameless, too despicable. It was these emotions that caused Qi clan's Gu immortals to oppose Feng Yuan to a large extent. Feng Yuan was only a rank 8 Gu immortal. They believed that as long as they obtained the rank 9 killer move, they would be able to defeat Feng Yuan. At the very least, they would have the strength to make Feng Yuan wary. They would have the right to negotiate. Feng Yuan came to Bai Ningbing's side. He instilled his will into Bai Xiang killer move. Bai Xiang killer move also had a will of providence. It was stubborn and unyielding. It was like an extremely sturdy fortress that occupied the high ground. And below Providence Fortress, there were countless wills. This was a sea of wills. The 1,000-year bet had been carried out again and again. A large number of Gu immortals had left their wills here. The experts were like the 5 Xiangs. They were all rank 8 Gu immortals. There were also rank 7 elites, like Ni clan's Gu immortal and Iron. It was not strange to have such an accumulation. But what made Feng Yuan surprised was that these wills were unmoved. They were silent like rocks, they did not move at all. Only these wills that had just entered were like swimming dragons or rivers. They fought and fought against each other above the sea of wills. 3 of Qi Clan's 5 Gu Immortals' wills were fighting by Ning Bing's will. The remaining 2 were attacking Providence Fortress at the highest point. That is the core of Heaven Form. As long as anyone refines that place, they will become the owner of Heaven Form. Demon Feng Yuan's will has also entered. Persevere, we cannot relax, we are about to succeed. This is the result of our Qi Clan's years of hard work. For this moment, we have sacrificed too much. We cannot let this outsider Feng Yuan succeed. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals conversed and encouraged each other. Their morale reached its peak. Actually, they had no choice. Feng Yuan's ruthless nature was well known. If they did not refine this rank 9 killer move, their outcome would be terrible. Without any hesitation, Feng Yuan's will charged forward. His will condensed into one. It was like a soaring dragon or a surging river. The 3 Qi Clan Gu Immortals' wills worked well together, but they could not resist Feng Yuan's fierce attacks. They were forced to retreat. They were only Qi Path Gu Immortals after all, while Feng Yuan had a huge advantage in this aspect. Persevere, no matter what price we have to pay, we need to stall for time. Quickly attack and take down the core. As long as we obtain this move, we might be able to kill this Demon King and destroy him. Maybe we can even obtain a large number of Gu Venerable True Inheritances. Even if we can't stop him, we have to exhaust his willpower so that he can't take down the Fortress of Heaven's will at the top. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read it at M. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1654. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were united. They were anxious and fearful, but they mustered their courage and fought desperately against Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan frowned. He found that his will could not be poured in endlessly. Once it reached a certain limit, it could not be poured in anymore. Furthermore, after his will was poured in, the main body could only watch from the side. The will could fight independently. Thus, a vast number of wisdom path methods were useless here. Heaven Form was rank 9, Feng Yuan's wisdom path methods were rank 8 at most. Even if Heaven Form posed a threat, Feng Yuan did not want to use it. Because if Heaven Form's counterattack was triggered, it would be terrible. Even if it did not counterattack, if Heaven Form was destroyed, his greatest gain would be gone. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals needed Heaven Form to deal with Feng Yuan and protect themselves. Feng Yuan also wanted Heaven Form, because he needed a huge increase in strength to overcome the obstacle of Celestial Court in the River of Time. Thus, the two sides could only fight using the most basic method of wills. In this aspect, Feng Yuan had a solid foundation. Long ago, after he suffered a huge loss from Mo Yao's fake will, he trained hard. Not only did he make up for this weakness, it became his advantage now. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were not Feng Yuan's match, but they had the advantage in numbers. They had more wills, while Feng Yuan only had Bai Ning Bing to help him. As time passed, Feng Yuan's advantage grew, but he could not turn it into a victory. The Qi Clan Gu Immortals who obstructed him attacked relentlessly. They were putting in a lot of effort. In fact, Feng Yuan had another worry, that was Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing had betrayed him once. She was an uncertain factor. But thankfully, the highest layer of Providence Fortress was very sturdy. It did not shake no matter how Qi Clan's Gu Immortals attacked it. Feng Yuan's thoughts became heavy. At this rate, even if he broke through the obstruction and destroyed Qi Clan's will here, he would be at the end of his rope. He would not be able to deal with Heaven's will at the center. After another clash, Qi Clan's wills were pushed back. Feng Yuan's will was like a dragon. It coiled and wrapped around Qi Clan's wills. Qi Clan's wills were shocked. If Feng Yuan destroyed their wills, their situation would worsen. They would not be able to stop Feng Yuan from breaking through. Thus, the scattered wills gathered again and charged at Feng Yuan. Bai Ning Bing, stop them. Feng Yuan ordered. Bai Ning Bing's will was like a wall made of ice. It pierced in diagonally, but in order to block Qi Clan's will, it suddenly turned around and attacked Feng Yuan. Qi Clan wills were shocked. At the crucial moment, Bai Ningbing actually betrayed them. Fang Yuan's will was caught off guard by Bai Ningbing's attack. He was furious. Qi Clan's wills observed and became happy. They attacked Fang Yuan from one direction. Fang Yuan's will weakened rapidly. He had to spit out Qi Clan's wills that he had devoured. Bai Ningbing, you traitor, I will not forgive you. Fang Yuan's will roared, but he was already defeated. He could only lead his troops and escape downwards. Fang Yuan, with your personality, after obtaining heaven form, do you think you will not target me? I am Bai Xiang's descendant. Heaven form is my fortuitous encounter. Ha! Bai Ningbing's will laughed wildly. This is such a good chance. If I defeat you here, I will shine brightly for the rest of my life. Bai Ningbing's will did not want to let Fang Yuan's will go. She chased after it. Fang Yuan's will had no choice but to escape. What are you looking at? Come and help. Bai Ningbing's will shouted at Qi Clan's will. Qi Clan's wills were also very weak. Qi Fa's will thought for a while before shouting, don't move, it might be a trap, let them fight each other. Fang Yuan's will was counterattacked by Bai Ningbing. It was too pitiful. The scale was far smaller than Bai Ningbing's will. In the end, he was surrounded by her will. He could not escape. The more he fought, the lesser he was until he was completely destroyed. To think that this time, the demon Fang Yuan would be the first to lose. Guarding day and night, it is hard to guard against a thief in one's own home. This is the time for our Qi Clan to rise up. It is a heaven-sent chance. Let's go. We cannot leave Bai Ningbing's will alive. Qi Clan's wills attacked again. Bai Ningbing's will resisted tenaciously, but she was outnumbered. She was completely destroyed in the end. We succeeded. Heaven form is ours. Qi Clan's wills were immersed in joy. With no enemies around, their wills gathered together and attacked Providence Fortress. Boom! Suddenly, the fortress of Heavenly Will exploded, and a large amount of Heavenly Will surged out like a wild beast released from its shackles, pouncing on the Qi Clan's will. All along, this final Providence had been defending passively. Qi Clan's wills were numb. They forgot that it could move freely. Providence Fortress retaliated. Qi Clan's wills were caught off guard. They suffered huge losses. How can there be so much Providence Fortress? This is impossible. Providence Fortress is too crafty. It actually showed weakness to the enemy. I cannot accept this. Quickly hold on, we cannot lose. Qi Clan's Gu immortals were united. They went all out. From resisting with difficulty, they gradually stabilized their footing and turned the situation around. Eventually, they gained the upper hand. Heaven's will was almost exhausted. The core was exposed. It was waiting for a new owner. We finally won. A moment later, Qi Clan's wills almost cried tears of joy. Only a small portion of them were left, while Providence Fortress was almost completely wiped out. That might not be the case. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's will surged in again. Qi Clan's wills were stunned. They started to scream. Weren't you destroyed? This is impossible. You have already used up your portion. Normally, you can only use your will again after 1,000 years. Did you unravel this rank 9 killer move? No, impossible. This is a rank 9 killer move. It originates from thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan's will smiled mockingly. He did not explain, he pounced on it. Qi Clan's wills were like rabbits. Fang Yuan's will pounced on them like a hungry tiger. They could not resist and were easily destroyed. Next, Fang Yuan's will replaced Providence Fortress, occupying the core. He had become the final victor. Opening his eyes, Fang Yuan saw the 5 Qi Clan Gu immortals fleeing in panic. Fang Yuan did not stop them. This immortal Gu house and the public blessed land were arrangements left behind by the 5 Xiangs. If he attacked, the 5 Xiangs seal would stop him. Bai Ningbing stood beside Fang Yuan. She did not move. She did not have any intention of escaping. It turned out that everything earlier was Fang Yuan's scheme. He purposely arranged for Bai Ningbing to betray them, to put on a show. He did not want to deceive Qi Clan's Gu immortals. He wanted to deceive Providence. Fang Yuan's experience in dealing with Providence was far greater than Qi Clan's Gu immortals. He deduced that Providence's battle strength was very strong. Even if he defeated the Qi Clan Gu immortals' wills, He would not be Providence's match. Thus, he purposely retreated, secretly withdrawing a portion of his will. Of course, Bai Ningbing's will was truly destroyed. The advantage of this was that other than deceiving Qi clan's wills, at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could get rid of this unstable factor. Qi clan's Gu Immortals' wills were already weakened by Fang Yuan. They were in a weakened state. They also had huge pressure. They could not see through Fang Yuan's scheme. This was very difficult, because if the wills thought on their own, they would expend themselves. The less wills they had, the less ability they could think. At the same time, Qi clan's Gu Immortals' wills had to preserve themselves to deal with Providence. The final result was as Fang Yuan expected. He became the final winner. Heaven form was under Fang Yuan's control, but at this moment he did not go forward to inspect it. He looked at Bai Ningbing with deep meaning. Bai Ningbing, are you really not going to escape? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with killing intent. Bai Ningbing's value had been squeezed dry. She was not like the other Shadow Sect members. She was not under Fang Yuan's control. Since Fang Yuan obtained heaven form, it was time to deal with this problem. The atmosphere became tense. Fang Yuan's killing intent became stronger. The battle between the two sides was about to begin. Evidently, the current Fang Yuan was not someone Bai Ningbing could resist. Even though the killer move by Xiang was extraordinary and had once terrorized the whole of Southern Border's Gu Immortal world, Bai Ningbing's cultivation level was too low. Her foundation was far from Fang Yuan's. If they fought, Bai Ningbing would die for sure. Chapter 1655. Facing Fang Yuan's solid killing intent, Bai Ningbing smiled. She looked at Fang Yuan calmly, asking, "Why should I escape?" After pausing for a while, she said, "Qi clan's Gu Immortals escaped because they do not know you well. We are both from Qing Mao Mountain. With my understanding of you, how can they escape? Since I cannot escape, why should I escape? Not only will I not run, on the contrary, I will join Shadow Sect." Fang Yuan frowned. "I had thought of that too, but your Bai Xiang killer move is too profound. It can break almost all alliance agreements." Bai Xiang's specialty was that it could turn Gu Immortals into a special existence. Any fragment could be reborn. The essence of alliance agreements were faith path Dao marks. Bai Ningbing used Bai Xiang's self-mutilation to get rid of the corresponding faith path Dao marks and get rid of the alliance agreement. Thus, Bai Xiang killer move could also be used to heal injuries and get rid of the remaining Dao marks on the body. Indeed. Facing Fang Yuan's wariness, Bai Ningbing laughed heartily. She was not worried about her own safety, but because of this, isn't it even more exciting? Fang Yuan snorted coldly, saying in displeasure, "Don't treat me like you, Bai Ningbing." Bai Ningbing nodded. She stopped smiling as her dragon eyes shined with bright light. "That's right, I have always been pursuing excitement. That is why I envy you, Fang Yuan. The life you lead is really too exciting, too wonderful. Every time you plot, every time you succeed, and even every time you fail, it is extremely exciting. Especially the most recent time, you were ambushed by the Celestial Court and escaped like a dog. It was the most exciting time. The other members of Shadow Sect cannot understand my feelings. Some of them want to save Spectral Soul, some are afraid, some are depressed due to pressure. But my feelings are excitement and joy. The more turbulent it is, the more exciting it is, isn't that so? Others might not understand me, but I know you do, don't you?" Bai Ningbing stared into Fang Yuan's eyes, and her eyes lit up. Fang Yuan remained silent. Back on Qing Mao Mountain, he had already determined that Bai Ningbing was a true demon. His judgment was not wrong. Bai Ningbing was exactly like that. In order to pursue a wonderful life, she could give up everything, even her own life. The values of the public, the complicated love and hatred, had nothing to do with her. She was different from the masses. She did not fit in with the world. She only followed her own path, indulging the feelings in one's heart, disregarding the life and death of all living things. To put it bluntly, Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were very similar. They were the same type of people, but they pursued different things. In pursuit of immortality, Fang Yuan was willing to sacrifice anything, including himself. Even if he didn't succeed in the end and died halfway, he would still be happy and gratified. because this kind of goal and this kind of way of living made him feel that his life was full of exuberant interest and vitality. Bai Ningbing said that Fang Yuan understood her. This was definitely not wrong, just like how she understood Fang Yuan. As the saying goes, heroes appreciate each other. Demons naturally had the same feeling. The killing intent in Fang Yuan's eyes slowly dissipated. This layer of killing intent was purposely condensed by him. In truth, he did not have much killing intent in his heart. Why did he want to kill Bai Ningbing? The current Fang Yuan's strength far surpassed Bai Ningbing. The latter was no longer a threat to Fang Yuan. Sometimes, when he saw Bai Ningbing, Fang Yuan felt like he was seeing his own shadow. True demons like them were too rare. Meeting one was actually a kind of fortune, a kind of gratification to witness oneself. Because they were the most similar to each other, this was a kind of similarity, or rather, recognition. So that year, when Bai Ningbing sacrificed her life to save Fang Yuan, she said those words, to let Fang Yuan live on for her, to witness the wonders of life. In essence, Bai Ningbing felt that Fang Yuan could replace her to a certain extent. Sometimes, Fang Yuan also thought, if he and Bai Ningbing exchanged identities, would he make the same choice as Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing suddenly raised her head and laughed. I can give you all the resources in Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. But I want to keep the goo worms in Bai Xiang's true inheritance with me. The reason I was willing to join Shadow Sect is because the battle with the Celestial Court was indeed exciting. This was originally your excitement, but it will also be my excitement. In this case, there are 3 possibilities. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes. Excitement and even a trace of madness could be seen in her eyes. First possibility, you will be killed by the Celestial Court. With your strength, even if you are killed, it will be a wonderful death. You will shine with unprecedented brilliance during your final struggle. I will witness your death. It will be an extremely rare and wonderful experience in my life. Second possibility, Celestial Court will be defeated by you, or even destroyed. That will also be very exciting. The fall of Celestial Court, the #1 force of humanity, such a giant will be like a meteor falling to the ground. The dazzling sparks will stun the world. I look forward to the third possibility the most, because this situation is the most exciting. That is, the Celestial Court and you will be in a deadlock. Both sides will suffer heavy losses. This way, I will be guarding by your side. I will have a great opportunity to reap the benefits. Maybe, I will be the final victor, and both of you will be my stepping stones. Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing calmly. His expression was cold as he said plainly, if I kill you now, these 3 possibilities will be impossible. Bai Ningbing frowned. Her expression became somewhat dejected. Her gaze flickered with uncertainty. Her tone also became gloomy. It is like this. If I die in your hands now, although I will do my best to counterattack, the gap between me and you is too big. The excitement is simply not worth mentioning. However, if this is your choice, I will also accept it. She smiled and shrugged. Because my strength is too weak, I have to accept it. This kind of cruelty is also very exciting, isn't it? Death was not scary to Bai Ningbing at all. She was a madwoman, but also had reason and calmness. Such a person was undoubtedly very scary. And the person who was even scarier than her was standing in front of her. That was the person who made Providence helpless and the Celestial Court helpless, the Devil Path giant Fang Yuan. The corner of Fang Yuan's mouth slightly curled up. He also laughed. Very interesting. Bai Ningbing was a very interesting person. Now that Bai Ningbing was weak, she was at the mercy of Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing's persuasion did not absolve herself at all. She even said the opposite. She might be a threat to Fang Yuan in the future. This was because she understood Fang Yuan. A person like Fang Yuan's mind was as clear as snow. He had already clearly analyzed the pros and cons of killing or not killing. And once Fang Yuan made up his mind, it did not matter what Bai Ningbing said, it was useless. Even without Bai Ningbing's words, Fang Yuan knew that in order to overcome the obstacles of the Celestial Court and find the true inheritance of Red Lotus, he had to cherish every bit of power. Bai Ningbing was obviously such a precious power. If she was given a chance, she would definitely betray Fang Yuan, but so what? A sharp blade, of course there was the danger of cutting oneself. But if he abandoned the blade and fought barehanded because of this, wouldn't that be stupid? How to use this blade well, not giving her the chance to betray, this was a test of Fang Yuan's ability. If I am not capable enough, and Bai Ningbing succeeds in betraying, I can only blame myself, right? Chapter 1656. Inside Rank 9 Killer Move Heaven Form. Fang Yuan's will flew like a dragon, spiraling in the sky before charging down fiercely. Rumble. Fang Yuan's will fell like a meteor, crashing into the sea of wills below. A large amount of wills were destroyed. However, this sea of wills was too vast and deep. Fang Yuan's attack only destroyed a small portion of it. Even though I snatched it and occupied the killer move's core, this place is filled with the wills of the 5 Xiangs and their descendants. Only after I get rid of these wills can I truly activate this rank 9 killer move. This sea of wills was truly huge. Even more troublesome was that these wills were affected by the rank 9 killer move. They were as firm as rocks. If Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of them, many of his methods were useless. Under the influence of the rank 9 killer move, Fang Yuan could not use any of his methods. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as a brand new will surged in. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The will condensed into swords. Countless will swords rained down like a storm, landing on the sea of wills and creating countless holes. In a short while, this sea of wills was weakened by a layer. Compared to the results of the previous will flood dragon, this will sword rain was simply amazing. Fang Yuan saw this and sighed to himself, as expected of rank 8 Immortal Gu Wisdom Sword. He had rank 8 cultivation level now. He could activate this Gu. Even though this Gu was a sword path Immortal Gu, it was closely related to Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan used it as the core to deduce a simple immortal method that could unleash a large amount of sword will. The effect of using these sword wills to cleanse the sea of wills was the best that Fang Yuan had tried. But this way, Fang Yuan's investment had increased by many times. After all, Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu was rank 8, activating it required White Lychee Immortal Essence. And Immortal Killer moves required even more Immortal Essence expenditure. But this expenditure was still acceptable to Fang Yuan after some deductions. After all, his logistics were very strong, his immortal aperture management was flourishing. During the battle to break out of the River of Time, although Fang Yuan managed to escape and thwart the Celestial Court's plan to kill him, he also suffered great losses. Especially the destruction of the incomplete Immortal Gu House, he still felt heartache over it. This incomplete Immortal Gu House was created after Fang Yuan captured many southern border Gu immortals and obtained their Immortal Gu. He then went through many negotiations, transactions, and extortions with Southern Border's righteous path before finally obtaining the Immortal Gu and assembling it. Fang Yuan had put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this, but now it was all for naught. I hope this Heaven Form killer move can help me. Fang Yuan had high expectations for Heaven Form. If it were an ordinary killer move, Fang Yuan might be able to investigate it and deduce its power. But this killer move was rank 9, its level was too high, Fang Yuan could not understand it. This was the work of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. He was proficient in Space Path and Theft Path. Even if this move was not used offensively, it would definitely have great effects. Even though Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not say what this move's power was, Fang Yuan could deduce it from other aspects. For example, Shadow Sect's attitude. Shadow Sect's Inkstone purposely helped by Ningbing. His main motive was to obtain Heaven Form. Old Man Inkstone is also a Wisdom Path great expert. He must have deduced something. This Heaven Form killer move will definitely be of great help to Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was the current leader of Shadow Sect. This Heaven Form killer move would naturally be of great help to him. Other than destroying the Sea of Wills in the killer move, Fang Yuan also started to unravel the 5 Xiang seal. He controlled the Immortal Gu House on the mountain peak as well as this 5 Xiang's public grotto heaven. This grotto heaven only opened once every 1,000 years. It was quite rich in resources. Qi Clan's Gu immortals were busy escaping. They did not have time to loot them. These would all become Fang Yuan's cultivation resources. Boom! A huge explosion occurred. Bai Ningbing was blasted to pieces. But at the next moment, her Bai Xiang form gathered again, charging at Qi Clan's Gu Immortals. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals had ugly expressions. They experienced the terror of Bai Xiang. With this move, Bai Ningbing was almost unkillable. Of course, she was not fighting alone. Ying Wu Xie and He Lulan were helping her from behind the scenes. Even though Fang Yuan ordered Bai Ningbing to chase after Qi Clan's Gu Immortals, he knew her limits. Ignoring everything else, she did not even have the most crucial immortal battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan had already set up an immortal formation and set up an ambush. Ever since he captured Southern Border's righteous path, he had been very fond of this method. After Qi Clan's Gu Immortals entered, they were immediately restrained by the immortal formation. They could not leave, they could only fight against Bai Ningbing. Ah! With a painful cry, the Qi Clan Gu Immortal who had recently become an immortal was dealt a fatal blow by Bai Ningbing. He died on the spot. It is my turn. Ying Wu Xie was already prepared. He immediately took action, capturing the Qi Clan Gu Immortal's soul into the formation. The remaining Qi Clan Gu Immortals roared in anger. They retaliated intensely. Bai Ningbing was smashed to pieces again. After a few breaths of time, she revived, becoming a complete Bai Xiang. Even though Qi Clan had many Gu Immortals and had great battle strength, they showed expressions of despair now. Because they knew that Bai Ningbing could not kill them, she was trapped in the ambush. If this continued, they would die from exhaustion. What do we do? Bai Ningbing is too troublesome, and most importantly, Fang Yuan is too insidious. He actually buried this formation near our headquarters, Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were very vigilant along the way, but when they returned to their headquarters, they were all captured. What they did not know was that Fang Yuan had already killed Qi Zai. Even though Qi Zai had not entered the Five Xiang's Grotto Heaven, he knew about Qi Si Grotto Heaven's situation. This Qi Si Grotto Heaven was Qi Xiang's immortal aperture. After it fell into White Heaven, it could not be teleported away. It had to stay at the same spot. Fang Yuan relied on this information to set up the immortal formation secretly, eventually tricking Qi Clan's group. At this rate, we will lose for sure. Stall. I don't believe that her Bai Xiang killer move is so powerful. There will be no consequences or repercussions. Don't forget about Fang Yuan. If he comes here, this is not the Immortal Gu House's hall. The Five Xiang seal will not be able to restrict him. We cannot break this immortal formation for now. We can only let Qi Ping Su come out and coordinate with us. That will be the fastest way to break this formation. That's not right. Qi Ping Su is the only person left in our headquarters. If he comes out, he will open the entrance. That will give Shadow Sect a chance. Who knows? Fang Yuan might be lurking at the side, waiting for the Grotto Heaven entrance to open so that he can break in. Fang Yuan did not come at all. But his terror and craftiness were deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Qi Clan's Gu Immortals were feeling great pressure now. They were panicking. At the same time, in a certain corner of Central Continent, a young man stood quietly, looking at the immortal Gu in front of him. This young man had a mature and experienced expression. It showed that he had gone through many hardships in his life. It was none other than Guyue Fangjing. Guyue Fangjing was originally going to be executed by Crane Gate, but Fang Yuan left him alive and faked his death, allowing him to live in Langya Blessed Land. Guyue Fangjing lived in an environment filled with hairy men. He was ostracized. He had been through wars for a long time. He was in a precarious situation. There were times when he was on the brink of death. Because of all these factors, he was no longer the same as before. He had truly matured. Later on, Celestial Court invaded Langya Blessed Land. Because of his special identity, Guyue Fangjing was saved by Feng Jioge. After saving Guyue Fangjing, he returned to Central Continent. If I am not wrong, this is a Blood Path Immortal Gu? Guyue Fangjing looked at the Gu Immortal in front of him as he showed a mocking smile. You want me to advance to Blood Path and become a Demonic Path Gu Immortal to deal with Guyue Fang Yuan? Is this the righteous path of your Crane Gate? Crane Gate's rank 6 Gu Immortal fan Shi Lu frowned slightly as he smiled. Any strength can be used righteously or maliciously. Don't you understand this? Just like how I cultivate Poison Path, I can bring blessings to the world. You cultivate blood path, you can do the same. Gue Fangjing shook his head. I cultivate blood path only because it is more beneficial to deal with Fang Yuan. After all, we are blood relatives. Even though Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his time path clone still had a bloodline connection with Gue Fangjing. Fan Shilu nodded. That is indeed the reason. But don't you want revenge? After all, he slaughtered all of Gue village's clansmen. Gue Fangjing let out a long sigh, his youthful face showing a desolate look of vicissitudes. So many years have passed, to speak the truth, even though I still hate him, I understand him now. I have thought about it when I was young, I was very naive and ignorant, Fang Yuan took care of me a lot. On the other hand, my uncle and aunt were using me as a chess piece. Do you want me to take revenge for them? I am not willing to do so. Of course, the tribe leader and Gue Qing Shu took care of me and nurtured me, I am willing to take revenge for them. But I am tired. Sai, you kill me, I kill you, it is always like this? I don't want revenge anymore. Fan Shilu's expression did not change. It seems that you have been through a lot these years. Gue Fangjing looked at him, the mocking smile on his face intensified. The irony is, when I wanted revenge, my sect did not support me, they even wanted to get rid of me. When I did not want revenge, they saved me and supported me to take revenge. Saying this, Gue Fangjing looked at the blood path immortal Gu with a dark gaze. And I know that I have no choice but to accept it. Fan Shilu sized up Gue Fangjing again. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he smiled lightly. Is it really okay for you to speak the truth like this? There is no such thing as okay or not. I know, with your methods, how can I hide my thoughts from you? Saying this, Gue Fangjing stretched out his hand and held that blood path immortal Gu, asking, what is this Gu called? Chapter 1657. By Ning Bing, don't go too far. Qi Clan's Gu immortal leader, Qi Fa, shouted angrily. Bai Ningbing smiled coldly internally. Bai Xiang tore through the sky, appearing in front of Qi Fa in an instant, leaving behind Qi Jin's corpse, frozen in ice. The horrified expression on Qi Jin's face before his death was preserved, vivid and lifelike in the thick block of ice. Boom boom boom. Qi Path killer moves exploded one after another. Bai Xiang dodged half of them, the other half was blocked by the immortal formation, while the rest destroyed Bai Xiang. But soon, Bai Xiang returned to normal. This made the remaining Qi clan Gu immortals feel like they had fallen into an icy abyss. After a battle of life and death, 3 of the 5 Qi clan Gu immortals died. Only Qi Fa and Qi Kai were left. Damn it, Bai Xiang is too powerful, we cannot deal with it in a hurry. Qi Fa gritted his teeth. The most important thing is this super immortal formation. If not for it, we would have escaped long ago. Qi Kai looked at Qi Fa with bloodshot eyes, pointing at him. Qi Fa was silent. Qi Kai was right, even though Bai Xiang was powerful, they could escape even if they could not beat it. In the outside world, they would not need to fight Bai Ningbing to the death. But it would be hard to break this immortal formation and escape. At least, Qi Fa and Qi Kai had been trying since the start of the battle, but they had no results. Qi Fa sighed. You are right, let's ask Qi Ping Su to help. Qi Ping Su only had rank 6 cultivation level. He was guarding Qi Clan's headquarters, Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Right now, as long as he came out and attacked with the 2 Qi Clan immortals, they would be able to destroy a corner of the immortal formation and save the 2 of them. But this way, they would fall into Fang Yuan's trap. Fang Yuan had purposely set it up. The immortal formation did not restrict communication. He wanted to lure people like Qi Ping Su, who were guarding the Grotto Heaven. It was precisely because Qi Fa knew this that he was unwilling to use Qi Ping Su, an external force, even after fighting for so long. But now that the situation had reached a point where he had no other choice, if he didn't use it, he would lose his life. Qi Ping Su was already prepared. He got the order and opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Bai Ningbing was overjoyed. I've been waiting for this moment. Saying so, she was teleported by the formation into the immortal aperture's entrance. Not good. Just as Qi Ping Su was about to go out, he saw Bai Ningbing rushing towards him. He had no choice but to retreat. The Qi Sea Grotto heaven was extremely vast, with white clouds everywhere and strong winds blowing. Once Bai Ningbing entered, she felt pressured. Her strength was severely suppressed by the abundant Qi path Dao marks here. But Bai Xiang Killer Move's profundity was still present. Bai Ningbing fought against Qi Ping Su. The latter soon fell into a disadvantage. Qi Ping Su only had rank 6 cultivation level, his legs were crippled and he had injuries on his body. He couldn't defeat Bai Ningbing, so he immediately retreated. He had the geographical advantage here, so he quickly hid in the depths of the clouds and disappeared. Bai Ningbing could not help but frown. The situation had become troublesome. If she didn't kill Qi Ping Su immediately, how was she going to find him in this huge Qi High Grotto heaven? Even if they found him, what if he ran away to hide? Suddenly, Bai Ningbing raised her head and saw that an extremely thick sea of clouds had gathered above her head. An intense sense of danger rose in her heart. Fatal danger. Instantly, Bai Ningbing realized the severity of the situation. She hurriedly shot down, like a meteor chasing after the moon, descending rapidly. In her vision, a round pancake-like yellow continent was rapidly expanding. Bai Ningbing's expression became increasingly grim, because the sense of danger in her heart was growing. Intense winds blew by her ears. She looked at the sky and saw that the sea of clouds was growing larger and larger. They covered the sky and land, waves were rising and falling, a powerful killer move was being prepared. At the same time, Qi Ping Su was at the center of the sea of clouds. Seeing Qi High Heavenly Spirit appear, he was overjoyed. Qi High Heavenly Spirit, you actually woke up. This is too timely. Qi High Heavenly Spirit was snow white. It had the appearance of a young deer. Its eyes were shining with golden light. It was extremely dazzling. I was startled awake. Ever since I was heavily injured, I had to seal myself and stabilize my injuries. But this time, I sensed an extremely evil and powerful existence spying on this grotto heaven. Thus, I had to wake up, but I found that the person who barged in was not the existence I expected. Qi Ping Su was stunned. I know who it is. It must be that Feng Yuan. Heavenly Spirit, you have sealed yourself for countless years. You do not know that a terrifying demonic path Gu immortal has risen up recently. He is called Feng Yuan. Even the celestial court cannot do anything to him. Qi High Heavenly Spirit was shocked. Even the celestial court cannot do anything to him? Then it must be him. Qi Ping Su pointed at Bai Ningbing, saying furiously, this person is Feng Yuan's subordinate. She has already taken the lives of 3 of our clan's Gu immortals. Qi High Heavenly Spirit was furious. Its golden eyes were filled with killing intent. A life for a life, not to mention that she is of Qi clan's bloodline. I will not let her live. As he spoke, there was a loud rumble, and a huge white pillar of Qi shot out from the sea of clouds towards Bai Ningbing with incomparable speed. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was shocked to find that a terrifying formless force was immobilizing her from all directions. Thoughts flashed in her mind, but her body did not move. She was like a bug in amber. So powerful. Even if I try my best, I can't move an inch. Bai Ningbing raised her head, only to see that the white Qi pillar was huge. It was like a mountain pressing down on her. This attack was clearly at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ningbing had Bai Xiang, she would not be able to escape. She would die for sure. But right at this moment, a jade-like speck of light appeared. The speck of light exploded. The dazzling green light was like hundreds of thousands of fireflies flying everywhere. Within the green light, Feng Yuan's figure appeared. It's him. At once, Qi High Heavenly Spirit's body shook. It cried out in shock. That's right, he is Feng Yuan. Qi Ping Su's throat moved as he swallowed his saliva. He had a nervous expression. Facing the white Qi pillar, Feng Yuan's expression did not change. He pointed with a finger. Swoosh. Amidst the sharp whistling sound, an extremely sharp and powerful sword intent rushed up and directly pierced through the white pillar of Qi, splitting it in half. The white Qi pillar's power vanished. Qi Ping Su opened his mouth. He was extremely shocked. I'm saved. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Her lips curled up as she flew up, standing beside Fang Yuan. What move is this? Bai Ningbing looked up, she had a hesitant expression. Don't tell me, it should be Qi Xiang's signature killer move, Unlimited Qi Si. This move is grand, it is also complex and ever-changing, it can be used for both offense and defense, it was the method that made Qi Xiang famous in the past. Fang Yuan answered, his expression was solemn. Unlimited Qi Si was a rank 8 killer move. It used many Qi Path immortal goo as the core and tens of thousands of supplementary goo worms. It could absorb all the Qi in the world to increase its power. This killer move was quite unique, it had the nature of growth. After Qi Xiang created this move, he absorbed all sorts of Qi and stored them in his immortal aperture, increasing the power of this move. Thankfully, Qi Xiang had died many years ago, even though Unlimited Qi Si was left in Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Because of its high level, Qi Clan did not have any rank 8 goo immortals, it allowed all the Qi to dissipate. Until now, when Fang Yuan coveted Qi Xiang's Grotto Heaven, he awakened Qi Si Heavenly Spirit and forced it to activate Unlimited Qi Si. After so many years, this move had finally reappeared. Even though this move is powerful, Qi Xiang is gone, how much power can it have by using the Heavenly Spirit? Fang Yuan snickered, he suddenly flew into the sky, charging into Qi Si. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, she had an urge to fight alongside Fang Yuan, but she soon wisely stopped, a trace of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. She was too weak, she did not have the qualifications to interfere in a battle of this level. Rumble. Bai Ningbing looked at the sky, she saw that Qi Si was rumbling. After Fang Yuan charged in, the waves became more intense, it was like a white tsunami. At the same time, thunderous explosions resounded endlessly. Life Qi, Death Qi, Sword Qi, Blade Qi, Dusk Qi, Vitality Qi. Bai Ningbing was dazzled, all sorts of Qi gathered into countless forms, like flowers, grass, blades, spears, swords, halberds, beasts and birds. They were like a hodgepodge outside Qi Si. They charged into Qi Si and fought with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt huge pressure at first, he could barely move, but after a while, he understood some of the profundities of this killer move. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, his time path clone was sitting in front of Wisdom Goo, bathing in the light of wisdom as he rapidly deduced Unlimited Qi Si. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan's brows relaxed as he laughed heartily, he started to charge. Everywhere he went, no matter what kind of obstacles he faced, they were all destroyed by him. He was unstoppable, he rampaged all the way until he reached the Heavenly Spirit. Qi Si Heavenly Spirit's ownership requirement was very strict, Fang Yuan could not fulfill it in a short period of time. This was the information he obtained from Qi Zai's soul. And Fang Yuan's blood-light spirit suppression method could not suppress a rank 8 Heavenly Spirit. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to kill it, killing Qi Si Heavenly Spirit. Once Qi Si Heavenly Spirit was gone, the killer move Unlimited Qi Si also stopped being used. I surrender. Qi Ping Su's body trembled, he was subdued by Fang Yuan's overwhelming demonic might. Fang Yuan looked at him coldly, you are quite sensible, forget it, if you want to live, go and convince Qi Fa and Qi Zai to surrender. Otherwise, you can die with them. Yes. Qi Ping Su was filled with pressure as he was sent into the formation. After Qi Fa and Qi Zai learned that Qi Si Grotto Heaven was taken, their mental fortitude collapsed. After hesitating for a while, they surrendered with pale expressions, giving up on resisting. Chapter 1658. Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Puff! Fang Yuan's main body shouted as he stretched out his right hand, grabbing at the unlimited Qi Si in front of him. Immediately, an orange-yellow Qi current flew out of unlimited Qi Si. This Qi current was very peculiar, it was dazzling and had a long trail behind it as it tore through the sky. There were naturally auspicious clouds at the top of the Qi current. This was luck. It was a type of immortal material. Unlimited Qi Si included all sorts of auras. Luck was one of the rarer ones. Because even in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, luck of this scale was very rare. If a Gu immortal could encounter it, it was a publicly acknowledged blessing. Fang Yuan was currently splitting unlimited Qi Si. This killer move was Qi Xiang's greatest trump card. It was similar to Fang Yuan's Luo Pa seal and reverse flow protection seal. Unlimited Qi Si also used immortal materials. They were all sorts of Qi. The more types and scale of the Qi stored, the greater the power of unlimited Qi Si. Of course, activating this move would not only expend immortal essence, it would also expend the stored Qi. Even if he did not use it as time passed, the Qi would be depleted. Thus, when Fang Yuan faced unlimited Qi Si in battle earlier, it was not at its peak state. It was the 5th day now. Ever since he succeeded in attacking Qi Si Grotto Heaven, he had been resting here. 2 days ago, he had calculated all of his gains. He had also placed slave contracts on the 3 Qi clan Gu immortals, Qi Fa, Qi Kai, and Qi Ping Su. Some resources could be moved into the sovereign immortal aperture. He had ordered Ying Wu Xie and the rest to do it. Meanwhile, he placed his focus on unlimited Qi Si. This killer move was Qi Path. It was not practical for Fang Yuan. Instead, after splitting it, he could obtain a vast amount of Qi currents. It was a huge fortune. And most importantly, only after splitting the killer move could Fang Yuan do something to these Gu worms. Otherwise, if he refined these Gu worms, he might trigger a backlash from the killer move. After all, this move was a complete entity. It was not ordinary. According to the current speed, I will need 3 days to completely extract these Qi. After that, I will have to refine these immortal Gu. Fang Yuan planned in his heart. There were many mortal Gu that formed the killer move unlimited Qi Si, but Fang Yuan was not interested in any of them. His main focus was on the immortal Gu. There were 6 immortal Gu that made up this move, but only one of them was a rank 8 immortal Gu called Great Qi. It was the core of the killer move. Other than that, there were some rank 7 and rank 6 Gu worms. Among them, the one that attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most was a rank 7 immortal Gu called Big Family Qi. This Qi Path Gu worm could store all kinds of Qi, including Tribulation Qi. The last point was crucial. Fang Yuan had once used many small family Qi Gu to store Tribulation Qi and help him pass tribulations. Big Family Qi was an immortal Gu. Its ability in this aspect was even stronger. With this immortal Gu, I can store and release Tribulation Qi. This is a great method for me to undergo tribulation. If the calamities and tribulations are strong, I can use this Gu to absorb the Tribulation Qi and weaken the power of the calamities and tribulations. If the calamities and tribulations are weak, I will release tribulation energy, allowing me to obtain more Dao marks in the end. Using this Gu, I can also absorb the outside world's heaven and earth Qi and store it. If the sovereign immortal aperture needs it, I can release it. I will not have to place my aperture and absorb heaven and earth Qi to stabilize the sovereign grotto heaven. The specific situation was analyzed in detail. It was not that the higher the rank of the immortal Gu, the more helpful it was to the Gu immortal. For example, for Fang Yuan, the rank 7 Big Family Qi immortal Gu was far more helpful than rank 8 Great Qi Gu. Refining these Qi Path immortal Gu also required Fang Yuan to spend some time and effort. There was no difficulty. Fang Yuan had Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Level, Theft Path Great Grandmaster Attainment Level. He even had Great Thief Ghost Hand and other methods. Like Fang Yuan expected, he extracted all the Qi a few days later. These Qi currents had their own storage methods. Fang Yuan could not satisfy all of them, so he kept some while selling some to Jewel Yellow Skies. Not just these Qi currents, some of the resources in the 5 Xiang's Public Grotto Heaven and Qi Si Grotto Heaven were also sold by Fang Yuan, exchanging for his own resources. Normally, he bartered with other items. Immortal Yuan Stone was rarely purchased. Because Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, he had White Lychee Immortal Essence. To a certain extent, 1 bead of White Lychee Immortal Essence could be converted into 100 Red Date Immortal Essence beads, which could be converted into 10,000 Green Grape Immortal Essence beads. That was to say, 10,000 Immortal Yuan Stones could condense into 1 bead of White Lychee Immortal Essence. This conversion rate was too low. Thus, Normally speaking, the immortal essence of a rank 8 Gu immortal was produced, stored and accumulated in their immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources. It produced white lychee immortal essence with high efficiency. He did not need immortal Yuan stones to replenish it, especially when this replenishment was too strenuous and inefficient. Fang Yuan's cultivation resources were basically all exchanged for other immortal materials. He was going to refine Gu on a large scale. While Fang Yuan was concentrating on refining Qi Path immortal Gu, Ying Wu Xie secretly came to speak to him. Right now, he was no longer a woman. He had changed into the body of a southern border Yang clan Gu immortal. His soul path Dao marks complemented his body. And during battle, Fang Yuan would even condense some pure dream reality seeker physique bodies for him to use. Ying Wu Xie spoke. Lord Sect Leader, you have already refined the immortal Gu of the 3 Qi clan Gu immortals and returned them to be rented out. This is a very good method to control them. But why didn't you use it on Bai Ning Bing? Although Ice and Snow Path is very useful to Lord, this is only temporary. Your Ice and Snow Path attainment level will definitely rise in the future. At the same time, Bai Ning Bing has the killer move Bai Xiang. It is very powerful and makes people wary. Even if she joined Shadow Sect and is restricted by the alliance agreement, Bai Xiang killer move can easily bypass this restriction. To be honest, you seem to be indulging Bai Ning Bing a little. Fang Yuan smiled, shaking his head. That is because you don't understand her. A person like her is never afraid of her own death. If I treat her like this, she would rather die than submit. Even though I have methods to keep most of her immortal Gu, what use is that? You saw it in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Sometimes, I need some people to restrain Celestial Court's people. With your current strength, you cannot execute such a tactic. Bai Ning Bing, who has Bai Xiang, is very useful. With her current identity and environment, it is very difficult for her to join Celestial Court. At the same time, she needs me to refine yin-yang rotation immortal Gu to help her regain her male body. Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level. Bai Ning Bing did not have the confidence to refine immortal Gu herself. We are too useless. Ying Wu Xie lowered his head. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I understand your other meaning. Next, I will take care of you and raise your battle strength. In the past, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. He naturally prioritized himself. But now, it was different. Fang Yuan was rank 8, Ying Wu Xie, He Lulan, and the rest could raise their strength. This was the icing on the cake for Fang Yuan. There was also another reason. Fang Yuan did not have the time and energy before, but now that he was rank 8, even though he was still weak against Celestial Court, ordinary people could no longer find trouble with Fang Yuan. Instead, they had to avoid him. Adding on Fang Yuan's powerful methods to guard against deductions, as long as he did not go into the river of time, he would be safe. With such an environment, Fang Yuan could easily raise the ranks of his subordinates. He had a premonition that these people would be useful in the future. Furthermore, raising their cultivation level was simple. The most important thing was to use time path methods to accelerate the flow of time in their immortal apertures. Even if they attracted too many calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan could help them. After getting Fang Yuan's promise, Ying Wu Xie left happily. Next, Fang Yuan used his free time to summon He Lulan. Let me show you someone. Fang Yuan took out the Gu immortal He Cheng, who he had captured long ago. He Lulan stared with wide eyes. She was furious. She wanted to tear He Cheng apart. Even though He Cheng was her father, there was a deep hatred between them. He Lulan did not act rashly in the end. She watched as Fang Yuan imprisoned He Cheng in his immortal aperture. She breathed roughly. Her eyes were red as she said through gritted teeth. So He Cheng had fallen into Lord Sect Leader's hands long ago. Does Lord Sect Leader want to recruit him? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Don't worry, compared to him, I value you more. As long as you cultivate hard and work hard, I believe you will take revenge one day. Chapter 1659. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Gu refinement was at its most crucial moment. The huge cicada pupa quietly floated in the air, about 5 feet above the ground. The surface of the cicada pupa was not smooth, it was rough and had a metallic texture. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, activating the killer move that he had prepared. In an instant, cold winds blew around the cicada pupa, dark clouds gathered in the sky, forming a huge lump as the surrounding light dimmed. Howl, 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 waves of ghostly cries resounded, the ground turned gray-white, pitch-black ghostly hands stretched out from the ground, they were thick and sinister, grabbing towards the cicada pupa. The ghostly hands grabbed the cicada pupa, but they were illusory. The ghostly hands rippled as if they were grabbing something from the cicada pupa, the huge hands clenched into fists before shrinking back into the ground. Hundreds or thousands of pitch-black ghostly hands stretched out from the ground, grabbing the cicada pupa again and again, pulling out the impurities inside. The cicada pupa was only a half-finished product. It was not stable, but as the ghostly hands grabbed it, it shrunk, the rough surface became smooth, the metallic texture became more obvious and beautiful. Fang Yuan had been observing with full concentration, and seeing this scene, he was inwardly satisfied. This method was his own creation. The core immortal goo used was rank 8 Soul Beast token. In the previous refinements of Spring-Autumn Cicada, there was a flaw here. The immortal materials were not processed thoroughly. Now that I am using this method, it is definitely done thoroughly, but there are some repercussions. The cold winds stopped at some point, the number of pitch-black ghostly hands decreased until none remained. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker and heavier. The cicada pupa had already shrunk to half its original size. It was emitting a metallic eerie light, emitting waves of coldness. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He took out a large lump of fire. This was the rank 8 immortal material Phoenix Cry fire. The flame was orange-yellow and had 2 layers. The outer layer was light yellow, while the inner layer was orange-red. The inner layer of fire was shaped like a phoenix. It continued to flap its wings and sing loudly. As the flame continued to burn, it let out a clear and pleasant phoenix cry. Puff! Fang Yuan shouted as he raised his hand. The basin-sized phoenix cry fire accurately landed on the surface of the cicada pupa. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the flames quickly spread and covered the entire cicada pupa, burning fiercely. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the clouds. Then the voice faded, but the flames became more and more wild, ruthlessly burning the cicada pupa. Fang Yuan held his breath and fixed his gaze on the cicada pupa. Soon, wisps of ghost chi appeared on the surface of the chrysalis, but they were burned away by the flames. This step of goo refinement was very difficult. It was hard to grasp the intricacies involved. However, Fang Yuan remained patient until all the ghost chi in the cicada pupa had been burned away, and the surface of the cicada pupa had even begun to melt. Only then did he unhurriedly use another method. The dragon's roar suddenly exploded, and a huge dragon-shaped ice and snow whizzed over, fiercely colliding with the cicada pupa. The flames on the surface of the cicada pupa immediately resisted, but the dragon-shaped ice and snow was huge, and with the full support of Fang Yuan, it quickly gained the upper hand and suppressed the cicada pupa in the center of its body. The phoenix cry fire on the surface of the cicada pupa was extremely stubborn. It lasted for several hours before it completely dissipated. Meanwhile, the dragon-shaped ice and snow changed its fierce style, condensing into a block of ice and sealing the cicada pupa. The cicada pupa had already shrunk to the size of a palm. When the wind and snow stopped, Fang Yuan carefully took the ice block of cicada pupa into his hand. Next, he lightly let out a breath of warm air, and the ice block rapidly melted, revealing the cicada pupa inside. The cicada pupa seemed to be a bronze work of art. It was very exquisite. Fang Yuan stretched out his thumb and index finger, lightly pinching the cicada pupa. Crack, crack. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the cicada pupa. Next, a rank 7 spring-autumn cicada woke up and flapped its wings. Joy flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes for a moment. It was not easy. After many failures, I have finally raised spring-autumn cicada to rank 7. At this step, Fang Yuan had modified almost all the refinement methods he had used earlier. The Ghost Hand purification method earlier was a combination of Great Thief Ghost Hand Killer Move and Soul Beast token. But even though this method had excellent purification effect, it could easily leave behind ghostly chi. Thus, Fang Yuan carefully chose the rank 8 Immortal Material Phoenix Cry Fire to get rid of the ghostly chi and also to refine the cicada pupa. The dragon-shaped ice and snow that he summoned was also extraordinary. It was Fang Yuan's modified Slumbering Lightning Python killer move. In Refinement Path, one of the 4 publicly recognized killer moves to deal with immortal materials was Slumbering Lightning Python. After Fang Yuan modified it into a dragon-shaped ice and snow, it was more suitable for him and also for Spring-Autumn Cicada's refinement. Because of all these reasons, Fang Yuan finally succeeded in the Gu refinement and obtained the rank 7 Spring-Autumn Cicada. With rank 7 Spring-Autumn Cicada, with my Time Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, I can use Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core to deduce an immortal killer move and avoid being tempted by Celestial Court again. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Last time, when he entered the River of Time, he was ambushed by Celestial Court because Celestial Court used a method to confuse Spring-Autumn Cicada. Back then, Spring-Autumn Cicada was only rank 6, but now that Spring-Autumn Cicada was at rank 7, if he had the corresponding immortal killer move, even if Celestial Court used a rank 8 level method to confuse him, he would have the ability to resist it. The best situation is to use rank 7 Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core and add rank 8 Spring Gu to form an immortal killer move of rank 8 level. When I enter the River of Time again, other than not being afraid of Celestial Court's confusion, I can also expand the range of my search. Of course, the more convenient method was to directly raise Spring-Autumn Cicada to rank 8. But this was too difficult. Currently, Fang Yuan did not have the ability to refine rank 8 Immortal Gu. On one hand, even though his refinement path attainment level was high, his foundation was not firm and his refinement path methods needed to be tempered. On the other hand, he did not have sufficient wealth. Back then, old ancestor Shui, who had used up all of his wealth and even snowy mountain blessed lands foundation before he dared to refine rank 8 Immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven. Of course, Fang Yuan's foundation was already very strong. Not to mention his previous fortuitous encounters, after extorting the southern border Gu immortal experts, he even obtained the resources left behind by the 5 Xiangs. One could say, his foundation was already on par with some super forces. He had many immortal Gu. Even though he lost the incomplete immortal Gu house, he still had dozens of them. He also had a lot of cultivation resources of various types. He was not limited to a single path. The only flaw was that his subordinates had low cultivation level. When He Lulan, Ing Wu Xie, and the rest advanced to rank 7, along with the 3 Qi clan slave Gu immortals, Fang Yuan's side could be called a super force. Even though it could not compare to Southern Borders Wu clan or Western Deserts Fang clan, it was first-rate, surpassing ordinary super forces and even leaving Chu Du's Chu clan in the dust. I can give some rank 6 and 7 resources to Ing Wu Xie and the rest. Other than nurturing them, I need to refine Immortal Gu next. Many of the Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan relied on were still rank 6. For example, Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, Pulling Water Immortal Gu, Strength Chi Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, Dog Shit Luck, Chi Luck, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, Time Luck Immortal Gu. Currently, the most important ones were Landscape as Before, Man as Before, and Day Immortal Gu. If these 3 Time Path Immortal Gu could be raised in rank, Fang Yuan's Time Path strength would rise greatly. His current cultivation focus was still on Time Path. Even though Sword Path, Soul Path, Wisdom Path, and others had huge potential and room for improvement. But if he wanted to fight in the River of Time, he would have to rely on Time Path. It is a pity that Langya sect joined Longevity Heaven. My refinement path methods still need to be tempered. If those hairy man Gu immortals could refine them for me, it would save me a lot of time and effort. Fang Yuan was very regretful about this. Previously, he had used Langya sect too easily. It was too easy. Now that he lacked their help, he had to work hard. It was fine if it was difficult. Fang Yuan could endure it. But the problem was that his hands and feet were tied, a lot of his time was taken up, he could not be as free as before. There is another problem with Gu refinement, that is the success rate. The success rate of immortal Gu refinement was not high. The higher the rank of the immortal Gu, the higher the failure rate. It was much harder for Feng Yuan to refine rank 7 than rank 6. Chapter 1660. Central Continent. The sky was dark, there was no wind. Gue Fangjing stood on a mountain peak, looking at the sky, thinking about the immortal ascension tribulation. He felt a trace of nervousness. Upon sensing her emotions, Fangjing could not help but laugh. He thought to himself, what's there to be nervous about? The ones who should be nervous are the people from Crane Gate, or rather, the celestial court behind the scenes. On the surface, I only have a rank 6 Gu immortal protecting me during this tribulation, but there should be many people watching me secretly. With these people around, what do I have to worry about? Even though Fangjing did not know why these people in Central Continent wanted to help him, he was certain that he had value. A long time ago, he was not willing to be used. On Qingmao Mountain, Feng Yuan had vaguely pointed out that he was being used by his aunt and uncle to fight for the inheritance. This made Fangjing very angry at that time. But now, Fangjing was no longer angry. In the last 10 years, Fangjing had been through the wars of Langya Blessed Land's 3 continents. In order to nurture powerful hairy man Gu immortals, the black-haired land spirit spared no expense, causing the hairy men of the 3 continents to fight each other. Fangjing was also involved. In the midst of all the conspiracies and bloody battles, Fangjing had made use of others, but he had also been used by others. He gradually understood, sometimes becoming someone's tool and being used was not a bad thing. At least it proved his worth. If a person did not even have the value of being a tool, they would be in danger, they would often be abandoned. Of course, even with Fangjing's rank 5 Gu master strength, he had been abandoned and betrayed before. After all, he was a pure human living in Langya small world, which was filled with hairy men. It was normal for him to be ostracized and discriminated against. We can begin. At this time, Fan Shilu's voice resounded in Fangjing's ears. Fan Shilu had rank 6 cultivation level. He was sent by Crane Gate to help Fangjing undergo tribulation. Fangjing nodded. He calmed himself down and immediately looked into his body. His aperture soon appeared. It was filled with primeval essence, showing that he had a grade aptitude. However, there were many cracks on the inner walls, giving people a fearful feeling. The aperture was the foundation of a Gu master's cultivation. For so many cracks to appear in the aperture, it was definitely a big matter. Fangjing's heart became relatively calm, and the nervousness from before also disappeared without a trace. In fact, in a battle in Langya Blessed Land, he was forced to use a forbidden method in a desperate situation. Even though he narrowly escaped death, his aperture was severely damaged and filled with cracks, causing his grade aptitude to drop to B grade. Fangjing was rescued by Feng Jioge. After returning to Central Continent, the injuries in his aperture were healed and his aptitude returned to a grade. But the cracks on the inner walls were still there. It was not that the Celestial Court did not have methods to heal them, but these cracks would help Fangjing in his immortal ascension tribulation. Fangjing looked at his aperture. He had once been extremely proud of his grade aptitude, but after this life experience, he no longer cared about his aptitude. Right now, his gaze was on the cracks on the inner walls of his aperture. To him, this was a form of merit. It was the glory he gained from fighting with blood fire and spears. Farewell, my aperture. Fangjing muttered in his heart. As he willed, the primeval essence in his aperture surged like waves, crashing against the surrounding inner walls. The inner walls had cracks to begin with. They were not sturdy. Soon, they broke apart and formed a hole. His originally flawless aperture was finally connected to the outside world. An extremely mystical power was formed. This force attracted the heaven and earth chi of the outside world. At once, dark clouds gathered in the sky, the ground shook and dust clouds rose. At the same time, a formless heavenly power lifted Fangjing, His feet left the ground as he rose into the sky. Providence. Fan Shilu, who was hiding at the side, had a change of expression. He sensed the intense aura of Providence. Fang Jing's tribulation attracted much attention from Providence. The tribulation started to form. A large amount of blood qi was converted from the heaven and earth qi. The dark clouds in the sky were soon dyed blood red. The scale was huge, everyone could see it from 10,000 li away. Blood path tribulation? Fan Shilu's eyes flashed with joy. The blood path tribulation was the intention of the higher-ups. Fang Jing's body also started to emit aura. This was his human qi. Everyone had their own human qi. The amount of human qi depended on the Gu Master's foundation, talent, and so on. Fan Shilu paid close attention to Fang Jing. Soon, a strange expression appeared on his face. Fang Jing's human qi was very dense. It showed his rich experience and foundation. Heaven qi descended, earth qi surged up. They converged in the sky and intertwined with the human qi. Fang Jing had a solemn expression. He tried to control the three qi, allowing them to fuse peacefully. The three qi had just come into contact. It was the best time to familiarize and control them. Fang Jing had already received Fan Shilu's guidance. He was very familiar with this. But at this time, the tribulation had already been prepared. A large amount of rain fell. This rain was actually blood. The smell of blood was very dense. As the blood rain fell, white fog started to form in the air. The white fog was soon dyed by the blood rain, turning into an ominous blood fog that covered the entire mountain. Fang Jing started to undergo tribulation. He activated his defenses and Gu worms, trying to resist the surrounding blood rain. At this time, if he used any kind of Gu worm, he would suffer from backlash. Soon, the Gu worms in his hands were destroyed due to the backlash. This was also the reason why after a Gu master underwent tribulation, their Gu worms would be completely destroyed. But Fang Jing had the support of the celestial court. He had made ample preparations. He did not lack Gu worms. He defended calmly. He was steady and did not panic. In the battle in Langya Blessed Land, he had been through much more dangerous situations than this. His mental state had been tempered long ago. Fan Shilu was much more nervous than Fang Jing. He stared at Fang Jing without blinking. For rank 5 Gu masters, it was very difficult to undergo immortal ascension. Not only did they have to face the tribulation, they also had to control the three qi and maintain the balance of the three qi. I can block this blood rain tribulation for you. But the balance of the three qi will depend on you, Fang Jing. Before the tribulation, I had already given you a lot of training. You cannot make any mistakes at this crucial moment. Fan Shilu thought to himself. At the same time, he interfered with the blood clouds and affected the scale of the blood rain. Even though this blood rain tribulation was huge, it was not intense. Providence seemed to be doing this on purpose. Fang Jing underwent tribulation, be it internally or externally. It was very calm. There was no danger. The three qi fused smoothly. Scenes of the past flashed in his mind. His physique was also cleansed. Next, heaven and earth resonated with him. He entered the golden period of the immortal ascension tribulation. During this period, he could communicate with heaven and earth. This kind of interaction was extremely beneficial to any Gu master. Fang Jing suddenly realized that this blood path was quite suitable for him. As time passed, the three qi condensed into a lump of qi. Fang Jing suddenly opened his eyes. He breathed in deeply as he placed a rank 5 blood path Gu worm into the qi lump. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the qi lump exploded. An immortal aperture appeared. At once, Fang Jing's mind went blank. He was at his weakest and most defenseless state. A moment later, he regained his senses. He started to place his core Gu and crucial Gu into his immortal aperture. He first placed Blood Vengeance Immortal Gu, followed by a large number of Blood Path Mortal Gu. Within the immortal aperture, the three qi were sorted out, yin and yang were harmonized, heaven and earth stabilized. He obtained a high-grade blessed land, of course. Furthermore, there were remnants of heaven and earth qi. Fang Jing was overjoyed. With these heaven and earth qi, he could raise his vital blood path mortal Gu to immortal Gu. This was dangerous. There would be calamities and tribulations along the way. But Fangjing had the courage to choose this path. Fangjing, let me in, I will protect you during your tribulation. Fan Shilu transmitted again at this time. Fangjing frowned. He showed an unhappy expression. The immortal aperture was the most private place of a Gu immortal. Fan Shilu wanted to enter. Fangjing felt offended and angry. But soon, Fangjing's frown eased. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and said plainly, "All right, Fan Shilu, please come in." Fan Shilu was surprised. After Fangjing ascended to an immortal, he had yet to enter the palace. But he immediately changed the way he addressed him. His attitude was so natural. However, the celestial court wants to deal with Fang Yuan. It seems like they are going to nurture Fangjing. In this aspect, I am really envious of him. Several hours later, Fangjing's tribulation was over. Fan Shilu's envy doubled. Because Fangjing successfully refined his vital Gu, becoming his second blood path immortal Gu. Cold blood immortal Gu. Several days later, Crane Gate announced to the Gu immortal world that Fangjing had succeeded in his immortal ascension. He had once been tortured by the demon Fang Yuan. He was luckily saved. He would become a core member in the fight against the demon Fang Yuan. Celestial Court purposely spread this news throughout the 5 regions. It dealt a blow to Fang Yuan's reputation. He was alone and isolated. At the same time, it showed his magnanimity and magnanimity. Several days later, Spirit Affinity Fairy, forgive me for not sending you off. Above the clouds, Fan Shilu smiled as he said to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun smiled. I will have to trouble you. She came this time because she heard that Fangjing had succeeded in his tribulation. She came to visit Fangjing. It was a pity that Fangjing did not want to see her. He was hidden by Crane Gate. Fan Shilu did not dare to offend Zhao Lianyun, because she was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Even though she only had rank 6 cultivation level, she had rank 9 love Gu. Fan Shilu guaranteed, I will definitely hand fairy's gift to fellow immortal Fangjing personally. Zhao Lianyun nodded, expressing her gratitude as she left on a cloud. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1661. Fangjing's Blessed Land. Space path and time path resources were beyond the norm. This was a high-grade blessed land. The Blessed Land's terrain was mainly plains, but every once in a while, there would be several towering mountains. Fangjing's attention was on a valley now. The valley was covered in jagged rocks. It was blood red in color. If one went deeper, they would find that there were large numbers of blood flower trees planted in the valley. There were tens of thousands of these trees. They were different from ordinary trees. They bore fruit first before blooming. The fruits were the size of a baby's fist. They were round and plump. It only took a moment for the fruit to bloom. The entire shell would suddenly burst open, bursting out a huge red and white flower. The flower was white in color, but at the center of the flower, it would have the color of blood splattering. Each blood flower had a different color and shape. In Central Continent, there was once a period of time when a large number of Gu masters raised these blood flower trees. Every time they bloomed, it would be a grand sight. Back then, there were even large-scale celebrations that attracted Gu masters from far away. But later on, Blood Path was created and ravaged the world. Blood flower trees were the basic Gu materials of Blood Path. They were gradually banned from being planted. These blood flower trees that Fangjing had were naturally provided by Crane Gate. More accurately speaking, they were provided by Fan Shilu personally. This was a trick of the righteous path. Fangjing was already used to it. In the current 5 regions, Blood Path was banned by the righteous path, but ironically, the ones who were secretly researching Blood Path were the righteous path sections. These blood flower trees are mortal Gu materials, but as long as there is a certain amount, they can be stacked and used like immortal materials. This is the most unique advantage of Blood Path. These blood flower trees that I have can also be seen as an immortal material. But now, I already have rank 6 Blood Path Immortal Gu Cold Blood and Blood Feud. I need Mortal Blood Gu to use them to form immortal killer moves. Fangjing knew that his focus now was to refine Blood Path Mortal Gu, and then use Fan Shilu's teachings to practice Blood Path immortal killer moves. Furthermore, he had just ascended to an immortal. There was a huge difference between the aperture and the immortal aperture. He needed time to adapt. After browsing for a while, Fang Jing withdrew his attention and returned to reality. The faint sense of accomplishment and gratification he felt when browsing his immortal aperture disappeared. What he felt was an indistinct pressure. Fang Yuan? As soon as he returned to reality, Fang Jing could not help but think of his brother. Over the past few days, not only did he ascend as an immortal, he also obtained information about Fang Yuan from Fan Shilu. This information was much more detailed than the outside world, and it came from the Celestial Court. From this, Fang Jing learned about Fang Yuan's recent situation. As for the fact that Fang Yuan was not dead, he had learned it as soon as he was rescued and brought back to Zhongzhou State. Strangely enough, when he found out about this fact, he didn't feel the slightest bit of anger for being deceived. On the contrary, as he learned more and more recently, his heart grew sadder and sadder. As it turns out, I've never truly understood you. Fang Yuan. Otherworldly demon. Spring-autumn cicada, rank 8 cultivation level. The more he understood, the more Fang Jing felt his own insignificance. He truly felt the terror and strength of Fang Yuan. Thinking about how he would have to face such an enemy in the future, he felt great pressure and even a trace of despair. He faced the despair deep in his heart. He never denied it, nor did he avoid it. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. When one is young, they are fearless and have a sense of motivation. But when a person experiences enough, they will discover their own fear. It turns out that tigers can eat humans, their claws can easily tear through cowhide. It turns out that his own strength and horns are not as strong as he thought. Imagination was beautiful. Only after a full collision with reality could one feel the pain and clearly understand the world and oneself from the pain. When I was a rank 5 Gu master, I was in Langya Blessed Land. I was caught in the conflict between the 3 countries of hairy men. I was homeless. Now that I have become a Gu immortal, I am stuck between Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court. I have become a pawn of the Celestial Court. My strength has far surpassed what it was before, but unfortunately, the situation is even more out of my control, and the danger is even greater. If anything goes wrong, I'm afraid I'll die. Thinking of this, Fang Jing could not help but smile bitterly. Even now, he did not know what value he had that the Celestial Court placed so much importance on him. Soon he thought of Zhao Lianyun. After his immortal ascension, he received some congratulatory gifts. This was a custom of the 5 regions. Every time a Gu master succeeds in immortal ascension, his or her friends and family, as well as their forces, would send congratulatory gifts. Fang Jing's gifts mostly came from Crane Gate, so Zhao Lianyun's gift was quite unique. From Crane Gate's information channel, Fang Jing had a comprehensive understanding of Zhao Lianyun. You are also an otherworldly demon, but you are not complete. You took the initiative to contact me. Are you trying to ally with me to deal with Fang Yuan? Zhao Lianyun's gift contained a letter. The letter expressed Zhao Lianyun's goodwill, but did not say anything else. Fang Jing, however, understood Zhao Lianyun's intention. Zhao Lianyun's gift was a blood crystal nurturing method. It was extremely suitable for Fang Jing. In the letter, she even described her understanding of Gu immortal cultivation. There was a paragraph that made Fang Jing pay attention to it. In Gu immortal cultivation, fighting is the dominant path, while managing the immortal aperture is the king path. The two complement each other and cannot be lacking. Without sufficient battle strength and dominance, no matter how well the immortal aperture is managed, you will only be bullied by others. Your hard-earned gains will become someone else's spoils of war. On the other hand, if your battle strength is strong but your immortal aperture foundation is insufficient, you will be like a burning bonfire. You can only be strong for a while. When the wood burns out, you will be nothing more than a firework. Fang Jing nodded slightly, thinking to himself, other than this paragraph, there is also the description of the calamities and tribulations. They are all insightful. This shows that Zhao Lianyun is truly sincere. It is a pity. I wanted to meet him once, but Crane Gate did not allow it. It is such a pity. Don't you think so, Fang Yuan? Saying this, Fang Jing's gaze froze. In his early days of cultivation, he had his master Tenchiru as his companion. In Langya Blessed Land, he pretended to be with Fang Yuan. Only when he was rescued and brought back to Central Continent did he become alone. Unknowingly, Fang Jing had already gotten used to having people accompanying him. Without you, I am indeed not used to it. Fang Jing shook his head and smiled bitterly. An indescribable loneliness filled his heart. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle smiled in relief. Fang Jing has already become a Gu immortal, but he still needs to raise his cultivation level to be able to restrain Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was aware of Zhao Lianyun's intentions. After all, even though Ma Hongyun was dead, his soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly. The true problem is Fang Yuan himself. Ever since Fang Yuan broke out of the encirclement in the River of Time, he had vanished without a trace, never appearing in public again. Fairy Myrtle would rather he plunder resources. This way, the more clues Fang Yuan left behind, the more valuable things she could deduce. She could even break through Fang Yuan's wisdom path defenses. In Fairy Myrtle's opinion, Fang Yuan had great battle strength, but what was more terrifying was his management skills. Every time he endured for a period of time, the strength he displayed would increase by leaps and bounds. The rate of improvement was often shocking. This was the effect of his management skills. Only a sturdy foundation could support his terrifying combat strength. Right now, Spectral Soul is gradually losing control. The information obtained from soul searching is becoming more and more important. In the River of Time, the Time Path Immortal Gu houses have been repaired. There are 4 of them now. The Time Path formation needs to be modified. At the same time, I cannot let Fang Yuan have a good time. I need to contact Wu Yong. Several days later, intense winds blew. Fang Yuan pushed his palm. A powerful killer move entered the open door and entered Lulan Blessed Land. The tribulation that He Lulan was facing crumbled and dissipated. He Lulan's eyelids twitched slightly before her expression calmed down. She stood in her immortal aperture, cupping her fists towards Fang Yuan who was outside the door. No need to be polite. Fang Yuan took a glance at Lulan Blessed Land. Lulan Blessed Land was barren and could not compare to the sovereign immortal aperture. Even though He Lulan had high aptitude, she had never managed her immortal aperture properly. But this was what Fang Yuan wanted. He could provide cultivation resources to He Lulan. He Lulan would rely on him in this aspect. It was a form of control over He Lulan. In fact, Ing Wu Xie, Bai Ning Bing, and the rest were in the same situation. Let's leave this place. My wisdom path methods can only defend for a while. Every tribulation will greatly affect my methods. Fang Yuan urged. He Lulan nodded. She did not dare to be careless. She quickly stored the blessed land and entered the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to retreat. Wu Yong and the rest who were rushing over could not find him. Damn it! He escaped again. This remnant aura. Someone is undergoing tribulation again. Southern Borders Gu immortals had ugly expressions. Some were furious, some were silent, and some showed a trace of fear. This is the 4th. It is clear that Fang Yuan is helping his lackeys undergo tribulation to raise their cultivation level. If he continues like this, it will not be good. Wu Yong's expression was grim. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said slowly, Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel. He can escape very quickly. We can only set up beacon towers and work together in jewel yellow skies to restrict his business and weaken his profits. Over time, we will gain an advantage. Jade light flashed in Qi Si Grotto heaven. Fang Yuan appeared out of nowhere. We are safe for now. They are starting to restrict my business in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He felt pressure indeed, but he had recently annexed the 5 Xiang's public grotto heaven and Qi Si Grotto heaven. He obtained a lot of resources. Even if he was suppressed, it did not affect the overall situation. But this was clearly the result of the cooperation between the Celestial Court and the Southern Border Alliance. If this continued, as time passed, even Fang Yuan would not be able to endure it. He obtained a lot of cultivation resources from the Southern Border Gu immortal captives, but Southern Border's righteous path knew this. most of his transactions were blocked. I need to think of a way. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a contemplative light. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1662. Eastern Sea. Swish, swish, swish. Waves surged, hitting the rocks on the island and causing them to explode into white foam. Winds howled, the weather was gloomy. This uninhabited island was very inconspicuous in the huge Eastern Sea, but there were 4 Gu immortals hiding here. Ren Xiaoping, you are too much. Miao Mingshen growled, his eyes were red, he had injuries on his body, he showed intense anger and hatred. He was a famous lone cultivator in Eastern Sea, he had rank 7 cultivation level and cultivated space path, he had methods to expand immortal aperture space. He made a living out of this, he helped many Eastern Sea Gu immortals expand their immortal aperture space, he was very popular. Miao Mingshen was neither tall nor short, he was neither fat nor skinny, his appearance was above average, his facial features were ordinary, only his wide nose left a deep impression. In terms of appearance, this person was not outstanding. But he had great ambitions, he was skilled at treating others with humility, he had quite the charisma. Eastern Sea's 3 lone immortals, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and Gui Qiyi, followed Miao Mingshen's lead, the 4 of them formed a strong group. But at this moment, Gui Qiyi was unconscious, his skin was emitting a poisonous purple color, he was in danger. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai, who were standing beside Miao Mingshen, were also in a sorry state, they had clearly gone through a huge battle, they were injured. Lord Miao Mingshen, what do we do now? Gui Qiyi was hit by the ice poison starfish's stinger, we cannot detoxify this poison. Immortal Hua Dai was worried. Not long ago, the 4 of them had fallen for Ren Xiaoping's trap. Ren Xiaoping had rank 7 peak cultivation level, he was an enslavement path Gu immortal, he enslaved the ice poison starfish to assassinate Miao Mingshen. But at the crucial moment, Gui Qiyi blocked this fatal attack for Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen reacted, he quickly brought the unconscious Gui Qiyi, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai out of the encirclement. Feng Jiang's expression was cold. Even though the ice poison starfish's stinger is troublesome, I heard that Su Chen and Fairy Jiu you can save it. Su Chen was a member of a super force, Su clan, he was skilled in healing, he was famous in Eastern Sea, he was a kind person. On the other hand, Fairy Jiu was a loose cultivator with a cold temperament. If one wanted to ask her to save Gui Qiyi, the price would be much higher. Miao Mingshen shook his head, I do not intend to invite either of them. Su Chen is a member of the Su family, and Fairy Jiu has a secret relationship with Ren Xiaoping. Ordinary people don't know this, but I do. I suspect that Fairy Jiu might be a trap set up by that old thief Ren Xiaoping. Immortal Hua Dai hesitated. Miao Mingshen squeezed out a smile, have you forgotten? The poison of the ice poison starfish can be washed away by the yellow hell water. Feng Jiang stared with wide eyes. Underworld yellow water is a rank 8 immortal material. It is rare even in Eastern Sea. Lord, you have it? Miao Mingshen shook his head. Of course not. I plan to exchange the universe extreme route at Jewel Yellow Skies. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai immediately understood. Extreme Time Root was a time path rank 8 immortal material. It landed in Miao Mingshen's hands a long time ago. He had been keeping it and not willing to sell it. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai knew about this. Immortal Hua Dai's expression changed, she said reluctantly, Extreme Time Root is a rare item even among rank 8 immortal materials. Lord, why don't you exchange it for other rank 8 immortal materials and exchange for the yellow hell water? Miao Mingshen shook his head again. Rank 8 immortal materials are basically traded with other items. If I use other immortal materials to exchange for the yellow hell water, there might not be anyone who wants my rank 8 immortal material, and even if someone wants my rank 8 immortal material, they might not have the yellow hell water. But now, you know that Celestial Court, Southern Border's Righteous Path, and other forces are working together to restrain Feng Yuan. Not only are they suppressing his businesses, they are also buying Time Path immortal materials with all their might. Time Path immortal materials are in high demand, their prices are rising rapidly. Celestial Court is a huge force, they will definitely have the yellow hell water. I can use the Universe Extreme route to exchange for the yellow hell water. Feng Zhang's tone was hoarse. He knew that Miao Mingshen almost died in order to obtain this Universe Extreme route. He paid a huge price. Miao Mingshen laughed heartily, patting Feng Zhang's shoulder. How can I let this old man die in front of me? What does a mere Extreme Universe route count for? Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai were very moved. They did not follow the wrong person. Sure enough, the following situation was as Miao Mingshen expected. The moment his Universe Extreme route appeared, Celestial Court noticed it. Soon, both sides completed the transaction. Miao Mingshen obtained a large amount of yellow hell water. He used the yellow hell water to cleanse Gui Qi Ye's body. He carefully controlled the amount. After all, this yellow hell water could corrode the body of an unguarded Gu immortal. After careful cleansing, the ice poison starfish's poison was completely dispelled. Not long after, Gui Qi slowly opened his eyes. He woke up. When he learned that Miao Mingshen paid such a huge price to save him, he could not help but feel emotional. However, he rarely showed his emotions. He kept his gratitude to himself and said to Miao Mingshen, "Lord, that old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping suddenly attacked us. It is most likely because of that blue dragon whale." Miao Mingshen sighed. "I think so too. That old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping has always wanted to cooperate with me to enter the blue dragon whale and dig out the Paradise Earth true inheritance. However, the price he offered had never been sincere. This time, he actually attacked me. I was caught off guard. Old scoundrel, just tell me what you think." Gui Qi nodded. "Lord, outsiders already know that you know the location of the blue dragon whale. It was too difficult to keep this secret any longer. Why don't we invite others to explore the blue dragon whale together? After we obtain some gains and get stronger, we can deal with Ren Xiaoping. Otherwise, with our current strength, it will be hard to determine who has the upper hand against Ren Xiaoping. That old scoundrel Ren Xiaoping has a group of lone immortals with him. He is a crafty old fox. If he finds himself in a bad situation, he will spread the news and attract even more attention." Miao Mingshen's eyes shined with divine light. "Rather than that and let Ren Xiaoping attract even more outsiders, why don't we get reinforcements now and attack directly? This is a good idea. It is the only way now. It is a pity. If I had rank 8 cultivation level, I would be able to explore it myself." Gui Qi added, "Lord, we need to select the people we want to invite carefully." Miao Mingshen nodded. He looked at the 3 immortals and asked, "I understand this. Do you have any recommendations?" The 3 immortals reported their names. Miao Mingshen nodded and shook his head at times. He chose a group of people, but for safety's sake, he eliminated another group of people from the group. Reliability was the most important thing. But this way, there were fewer people. Even if the immortals worked together, they could not overcome the first obstacle. They could not enter the blue dragon whale's inner world. At this time, Immortal Hua Dai exclaimed, "I have a candidate. Do you remember Chuing?" "Chuing." Miao Mingshen's eyes brightened. "Amazing. This person has rank 7 cultivation level. He cultivates transformation path, and most importantly, he has enmity with Ren Xiaoping. But this person is too secretive. Even now, I have not been able to find out more about him." Saying so, he showed a hesitant expression. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit Chapter 1663. Paradise Earth's True Inheritance? Within the 5 Xiang's public grotto heaven, Feng Yuan received a letter from Miao Mingshen, inviting him to participate in the blue dragon whale's exploration. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a contemplative light. Miao Mingshen actually had a conflict with Ren Xiaoping and started exploring the blue dragon whale ahead of time. This was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. In his 500 years of memories, this was already ahead of time. Maybe my rebirth caused all kinds of changes to spread, causing the conflict between Miao Mingshen and Ren Xiaoping to happen ahead of time. Or maybe there is something wrong with my 500 years of memories from my previous life. After all, providence was hidden in the spring-autumn cicada. It was very convenient for it to do something. There is another possibility, that is, the Celestial Court secretly deduced my relationship with Miao Mingshun and wanted to use this opportunity to scheme against me again. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan calmed down and slowly closed his eyes, starting to deduce. After a long time, he opened his eyes and concluded, according to the current clues, the possibility of the Celestial Court scheming against me is not high. It seems I have to make a trip to Eastern Sea. Among the 5 regions, Central Continent and Northern Plains were extremely dangerous to Fang Yuan because of the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. As for the remaining 3 regions, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Southern Border, Fang Yuan was most familiar with Southern Border. Especially when Fang Yuan had been hiding in Wu Clan for some time, he had captured many Southern Border experts, thus he knew a lot of information about the various clans. Another reason was that the Shadow Sect's headquarters was set up in Southern Border. The Shadow Sect had the most operations in Southern Border. They also secretly had many natural immortal formations and other places. These were all hidden in the dark and were not exposed. All kinds of reasons made Fang Yuan choose to stay in Southern Border. Even when He Lulan and the others underwent tribulation, they were in Southern Border. Although there were differences in heaven and earth chi in the 5 regions, forcefully undergoing tribulation in a foreign land would damage the immortal aperture. However, Fang Yuan himself did not want them to manage their immortal apertures well. Fang Yuan was in charge of their cultivation resources, which meant that he had strong control over them. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had already refined all of the immortal goo in Qi Si Grotto Heaven for his own use. The resources in the Qi Si Grotto Heaven and the 5 Xiang's public Grotto Heaven were also being digested. The remaining rank 9 immortal killer move heaven form was rather stubborn. It resisted Fang Yuan's refinement. However, there was still a lot of progress. In time, it would definitely be useful to Fang Yuan. What troubled Fang Yuan was that his family's many trades in the Jewel Yellow Skies were jointly suppressed by the Celestial Court of Zhongzhou State and the Alliance of the Decent Sects in Nanjiang, which formed a huge economic blockade. Fang Yuan had thought of many ways to compete with them in a battle of wits and strength, but the results were not good. Be it Central Continent's Celestial Court or Southern Border's Alliance of the Decent Sects, they were both wealthy and had deep foundations. Fang Yuan's capital could not compare to these 2 behemoths. The most direct way to solve this problem was to monopolize the business of guts goo. However, this method required a huge amount of guts goo. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan lacked soul cores. Even though Dang Hun Mountain was repaired, its output could not increase. His plan to take over Green Ghost Desert had already failed. If he had succeeded, Fang Yuan would not have any difficulty facing the joint blockade of Central Continent and Southern Border. Qin Chao's whereabouts were still unknown, while Fang Clan was also being targeted by Western Desert's super forces. It would not be easy for Fang Clan to raise their status. It was not that Fang Yuan had not thought of making use of Fang Clan, but he had some misgivings about this. Because his identity as Xuanbu Jin was already known by the Celestial Court. Looking at it now, it was the right decision to take in Green Ghost Desert back then. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Many things in life were contrary to one's wishes. As a result, Fang Yuan's income continued to shrink. What made him even more upset was that Central Continent's Celestial Court was increasing its efforts to plunder the Time Path immortal materials in Jewel Yellow Skies. Even so, as long as it was a Time Path immortal material, the Celestial Court would give the seller what they wanted. Thus, during this period, the price of Time Path immortal materials in Jewel Yellow Skies was unprecedentedly high. This made things difficult for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's income was already decreasing. He wanted to refine Time Path immortal goo to increase his strength in this aspect so that he could enter the River of Time again, but the Celestial Court overbearingly pushed him away. The Celestial Court had been established since the remote antiquity era. After countless years of accumulation, how could Fang Yuan compare to it? Fang Yuan's progress in Time Path was minimal. In contrast, the Celestial Court was plundering large amounts of Time Path immortal materials. They might even be able to refine a 5th immortal goo house. In this situation, Fang Yuan's hope of finding Red Lotus true inheritance was getting slimmer and slimmer. I need a large amount of time path immortal materials to refine time path immortal goo. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became venerable through Earth Path. There might not be many time path immortal materials in the Paradise Earth true inheritance in the Blue Dragon Whale. But even so, I have to go. In this uncertain future, nobody could say what they would obtain. Even if they did not obtain time path immortal materials, the things in the Paradise Earth true inheritance would definitely be good stuff. Southern Borders Rank 8 Gu Immortal Lu Wei-in is the current generation Paradise Earth's inheritor. If I can obtain this Paradise Earth true inheritance, I might have a way to deal with him. More importantly, according to my memories in the 500 years of my previous life, the Blue Dragon Whale seems to contain Rank 8 Immortal Gu Regret. In my previous life, Miao Mingshen explored it many times. Even though he did not obtain the Paradise Earth true inheritance, he made many gains each time. Because many Gu immortals participated in it and entered it many times, rumors of Immortal Gu Regret spread. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable used Immortal Gu Regret as the core to create a famous immortal killer move, Repent and Start Anew. He used this move to cause many demonic path Gu immortals to change sides. They realized their mistake and turned from evil to good. Repent and Start Anew was a killer move with great battle results. Immortal Gu Regret was naturally a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. Wisdom Path had 3 elements. They were thought, will, and emotion. Immortal Gu Regret belonged to emotion. Later on, Gu immortals created Emotion Path from Wisdom Path. Thus, Immortal Gu Regret also belonged to Emotion Path. In the long history records, Immortal Gu Regret appeared many times, sometimes rank 6, sometimes rank 7. It was in the hands of Gu immortals of the 5 regions. In Red Lotus Demon Venerable's hands, Immortal Gu Regret seemed to have been refined to rank 8 for the first time. Later on, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable obtained rank 8 Immortal Gu Regret from an unknown source. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of Immortal Gu Regret, because he wanted to recreate Regret Pool. Speaking of which, other than the tributary of the River of Time, the core of the Immortal Gu House Regret Pool was Immortal Gu Regret. Unfortunately, back then, the Regret Pool left behind in Eastern Sea was only a half-finished product. It lacked Immortal Gu Regret. If this Paradise Earth true inheritance really has rank 8 Immortal Gu Regret, with this Gu, I can replicate a portion of Regret Pool's effect. It will be very useful for my Gu refinement in the future. This was the reason why Fang Yuan was most moved. In fact, Regret Pool was also part of Fang Yuan's plan. He extorted Southern Borders' righteous path and painstakingly built the incomplete Immortal Gu House. It fulfilled his expectations in this aspect. Regrettably, the incomplete Immortal Gu House was completely destroyed in the River of Time. Fang Yuan did not have time to retrieve any Gu worms. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Eastern Sea. Miao Mingshen looked around. There were 8 Gu immortals standing around him. Among them, there was naturally Fang Yuan. Everyone, Miao Mingshen said solemnly, regarding this operation, I have already explained it to everyone in detail. I have also given everyone a day to consider it. This is the first time I am doing this. The risks are hard to assess. There is a chance of death. If any of you choose to give up, please leave now. I, Miao Mingshen, will not stop you. I truly understand. Sea winds blew, brushing past their ears. Miao Mingshen looked around again. No one moved. Paradise Earth's true inheritance was too high grade, even though there were few Earth Path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. Among the Gu immortals present, only one cultivated Earth Path. No one wanted to give up. Humans die for wealth. Birds die for food. Furthermore, since ancient times, among Gu venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most benevolent. He had never harmed anyone. The immortal inheritances he set up were also known to be gentle. Such a fortuitous encounter. Anyone who did not grab it would be a fool. Alright, since everyone wants to participate, let's form an alliance agreement first. Miao Mingshen was excited. He was naturally fully prepared for this trip. Zheng Luozi, please help. Miao Mingshen cupped his fists and invited. Zheng Luozi stepped forward. He wore a green and white robe, his face was thin, his cheekbones were high, his eye sockets were deep, his eyes were shining with bright light. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He cultivated information path. Miao Mingshen had already communicated with him. He immediately said, "This is the alliance agreement we are about to form, please take a look at it." Zheng Luozi had just said that when many of the Gu immortals present shook, they showed a trace of shock. It turned out that the contents of the alliance agreement had appeared in their minds at the same time. Zheng Luozi did this to show off his strength. He wanted to confirm his position in the group. This exploration of Paradise Earth's true inheritance had just started, but the Gu immortals were already competing openly and secretly. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1664. Miao Mingshen's expression did not change, but he was observing carefully. Zheng Luozi's move was part of his plan. It allowed him to gather more valuable information. Zheng Luozi's information path attainment was something that even Miao Mingshen admired. Now that Zheng Luozi showed his move, Miao Mingshen observed his expression and made many discoveries. There are 8 people in this trip. Other than me, Gui Qiyi, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai, there is also Zheng Luozi, Tu Tu Tua, Tong Hua, and Chu Ying. Other than Zheng Luozi and Miao Mingshen, there was also Tong Hua and Tu Tu Tua. The rest of the people were more or less moved. Miao Mingshen trusted Gui Qiyi, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai the most, but he did not tell them about this arrangement. They were acting as they were. Miao Mingshen interacted with Zheng Luozi, Tu Tu Tua, and Tong Hua. He knew them very well. They were rare rank 7 Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. In Eastern Sea, there were the most lone immortals. They were also a level higher than the other 4 regions, because Eastern Sea had the most resources. Miao Mingshen was slightly worried about Chu Ying. This person was a hidden immortal. He had interacted with him once or twice. He left a deep impression on Miao Mingshen. The truth was, Miao Mingshen did not intend to invite Chu Ying. But because Chu Ying and Ren Xiaoping had conflicts long ago, he saved Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai, and most importantly, he seemed to have a lot of lifespan Gu in his possession. With all these factors, Miao Mingshen decided to invite Chu Ying to join this trip. He was the only one who knew the exact location of the blue dragon whale. This way, any invitation from him would be a favor. Miao Mingshen wanted to cooperate more deeply with Feng Yuan. Ignoring everything else, just the lifespan Gu in Feng Yuan's hands was enough to move Miao Mingshen. Zheng Luozi's move made Chu Ying's expression change as well. As for Tu Tu Tua and Tong Hua, it was unknown if they were really immune to it or if they were pretending to be calm. Immortal Miao Ming saw the immortal's expressions and laughed. "Immortal Zheng Luozi, you have a good plan." Tu Tu Tua snorted coldly while Tong Hua glanced coldly at Zheng Luozi. Feng Yuan looked at Zheng Luozi in shock, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. Zheng Luozi's gaze swept past Chu Ying. Before meeting Tu Tu Tua and Tong Hua's gazes, he laughed heartily and threw out an information path Mortal Gu. The information path Mortal Gu also recorded the details of the alliance agreement. After the immortals inspected it, some nodded in acceptance, while others suggested to modify some of the contents. Of course, the content was not a big deal. Miao Mingshen was the leader. He led the immortals, and after the discussion, Zheng Luozi acted and formed an alliance. Once the alliance was formed, the immortals looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere immediately became much more relaxed. "There is no time to lose, let's set off now." Miao Mingshen moved quickly with the immortals behind him. Miao Mingshen flew in the air for a while before falling into the sea. It's not easy to hide in the air, and it's extremely easy to be discovered. If Ren Xiaoping received news of this operation, he would definitely not sit still and wait for death. Thus, entering the sea is to use the undercurrent. Feng Yuan guessed. A moment later, as he expected, Miao Mingshen led the immortals to the bottom of the sea. They saw a huge undercurrent that was like a giant python. Miao Mingshen gradually slowed down and stopped in front of the undercurrent. Miao Mingshen looked at Zheng Luozi. Before entering the undercurrent, for safety's sake, To ensure that we are not separated, I hope Zheng Luozi can make a move. I know you have an immortal killer move that can mark all of us and allow us to sense each other's location. This was another method to control the situation. But Miao Mingxin did not say it when they formed the alliance agreement. He said it when facing the undercurrent. It was natural and could not be refuted. Miao Mingxin, do you really want to do this? Zheng Luozi pretended to hesitate. Miao Mingxin laughed heartily. We have already formed an alliance agreement. We will work together sincerely in the future to explore Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Can we not trust each other? His words were deep, Tong Hua, Tu Tu Tua, and the rest's gazes flashed as they nodded in agreement. Zheng Luozi looked around. Then don't be nervous. Don't defend. My move has no offensive power. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes secretly as he said, Please do it. Let me do it first. Feng Jiang stood up first. Zheng Luozi used his immortal killer move on Feng Jiang first, while the rest took turns. After a while, the immortals were all hit by the information path killer move. They could sense each other's location. That's good. Please follow me. The undercurrent is very fast. If we are slightly slower, we will be very far away. Miao Mingxin said before diving into the undercurrent. Fang Yuan and the rest followed closely behind. The undercurrents at the bottom of the Eastern Sea had different directions and lengths. They came and went, and they were the mighty forces of nature. Moving along the undercurrent, the immortal's speed was faster than some ordinary immortal killer moves. Most importantly, they only needed to defend themselves. It was very easy. If a water path Gu immortal had methods, they could use the undercurrent to move faster, or even defend themselves against enemies. Fang Yuan was at the back of the group. He found that this group's arrangement was very particular. For example, Immortal Hua Dai was beside him. She transmitted to him from time to time. Fang Yuan answered her while secretly inspecting the information path Dao marks on his body. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan relaxed. It was not hard to get rid of these information path Dao marks. Fang Yuan had many ways to do so. At the same time, he had the immortal killer move self-cleansing that countered the restrictions of information path. But now was not a good time. Everyone, we are about to leave, follow me. Ahead, Miao Mingxin transmitted. After a few breaths, he got out of the undercurrent. The rest followed closely behind. After leaving the undercurrent, Fang Yuan found that he was in an ordinary nameless sea area. In the following journey, the immortals used several undercurrents to travel. If there were no undercurrents, they would hide in the sea and move forward quietly, keeping a low profile. Even if they encountered desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they would avoid them. If they encountered any natural resources, they would not take them. They traveled like this for several days. As they conversed, the group's atmosphere became more harmonious. Miao Mingxin had great interpersonal skills. He firmly secured his position as the leader. While they were chatting, he suddenly paused, saying, "We are getting close." The immortals were energized. Fang Yuan was puzzled. He had already used several investigative killer moves but did not find anything. He could not see what method Miao Mingxin used to be so sure. The blue dragon whale's existence was known to everyone. But its exact location had always been mysterious. Miao Mingxin definitely had a unique method to obtain it. Fang Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level. He had great battle strength. It was possible for him to kill Miao Mingxin and plunder his soul. But there were risks. Gu Immortal's methods were mysterious and unfathomable. If they encountered a strange one, they might fail miserably. Thus, Fang Yuan did not make a move. He remained hidden. It would not be too late to strike when they reached the blue dragon whale. As they got closer, the immortals started to notice something strange. The seawater ahead became more turbulent. It was like a gentle breeze earlier, but now, it became a violent storm. The resistance of moving forward increased. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts increased in numbers. They could not control themselves in the violent currents. Fang Yuan and the rest had to move forward while resisting. They killed a large number of desolate beasts, carving out a path of blood. At this time, everyone's strength started to show. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai had the weakest battle strength. They were soon protected. Miao Mingxin was still moving forward. He was the vanguard, enduring the greatest pressure. Behind him were Tong Hua and Zheng Luozi. 222A was an earth path cultivator. In this environment, his battle strength was greatly suppressed. Next was Fang Yuan. He had turned into a miniature seahorse. He was only the size of a palm. He moved at lightning speed. The strength he displayed was only above average in the group. It was not strong at all. They moved forward with difficulty. The path ahead was getting worse. When immemorial desolate beast figures appeared among the countless fish figures, the immortals knew that they could not continue like this. The strongest, Miao Mingshen, only had rank 7 cultivation level. Following Miao Mingshen, they flew out of the seawater and into the sky. Rumble. In the sky, tornadoes raged, lightning flashed like a forest, thunder rumbled, dark clouds gathered like a city. There were huge waves on the surface of the sea. They were hundreds of meters tall. The situation was dangerous. It was not inferior to the bottom of the sea. Large numbers of birds and eagles flew around amidst the thunder and lightning, fighting and killing each other. In the dark clouds, the blue charm lightning shadow flickered. It was being chased by the immemorial desolate beast Thunder Phoenix. Seeing that the tail of the Thunder Phoenix flashed in the dark clouds, Miao Mingshen and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. "Quick, follow me," Miao Mingshen transmitted. His hair stood on end as he flew forward. Gu immortals had their own methods to hide, but in this situation, it was very chaotic. No method was safe. The wisest choice was to leave as soon as possible. The Thunder Phoenix screeched. It discovered Fang Yuan and the rest as it flew down. The seawater exploded. An immemorial octopus that was as large as a mountain moved its countless tentacles. It also targeted Miao Mingshen and the rest as prey. Damn it, damn it. Miao Mingshen's expression was distorted. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Before even seeing the blue dragon whale, they were already in a desperate situation. The aura of death was assaulting them. Split up and escape. After hesitating for a moment, Miao Mingshen shouted. The Gu immortals quickly split up and escaped. The Thunder Phoenix was extremely fast. It arrived in front of Fang Yuan in the blink of an eye. Chu Ying. Immortal Hua Dai was brought along by Gui Qiyi. Seeing this, she cried out in shock. "Save me!" Fang Yuan shouted with a look of despair. At the next moment, he was struck by the Thunder Phoenix. His entire body was burnt to a crisp. He died on the spot. Chewing. Seeing this, the remaining 7 immortals' hearts jumped. They fled in panic. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 1665. Boom. A lightning ball the size of a millstone exploded on Miao Mingshen's back. Miao Mingshen's body shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His pale face turned even more sickly. He quickly focused and activated an immortal killer move. At the next moment, he vanished on the spot and appeared thousands of steps away. But even here, there was thunder and lightning, fierce beasts were flying. The situation was already at its worst. To think that I, Miao Mingshen, am going to die here. Miao Mingshen had a look of despair. Wasn't Paradise Earth's true inheritance supposed to be gentle? Why was it so dangerous? These questions were no longer important. Miao Mingshen's immortal aperture's immortal essence was already dried up. Even though most of his immortal goo were still around, he was already at the end of his rope. That attack earlier was his final struggle. The beast's roar almost pierced his eardrums. The immemorial Thunder Phoenix pounced at him again. Looking around, only Miao Mingshen was left of the 8 Gu immortals. He was the one who lasted the longest. The others had all died. If I had known this, I would not have come to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. I have not even seen the blue dragon whale and I am about to die. Ren Xiaoping will laugh his head off if he finds out. Miao Mingshen felt regret, but he was also helpless. In one's life, the road ahead was dark. Who could predict it all? Even the Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable Star Constellation couldn't deduce everything? Miao Mingshen sighed as he puffed out his chest, facing the Thunder Phoenix's claws calmly. There was a sharp pain, followed by the deepest darkness. Am I already dead? Miao Mingshen was dazed. At this time, a voice could be heard. Lord Miao Mingshen, wake up, quickly wake up. Miao Mingshen opened his eyes. Next, he saw a mortal Huadai's concerned expression. Standing in front of him were Gui Qiyi, Feng Jiang, Tu Tua, and the rest. Even Chu Ying, who died first, was here. They were all smiling. You guys, what is going on? Miao Mingshen's eyes suddenly shined. Wait, is this a test? Celestial friend Miao is wise. The result of our discussion is the same. Tu Tua laughed and replied, I didn't expect the first trial to arrive before I even see the blue dragon whale. However, this trial is a little too dangerous. Miao Mingshen shook his head as fear lingered in his heart. As he spoke, he inspected his injuries. In the next moment, he was completely stunned. He found that the injuries on his body had all disappeared. The damage to his goo worms had also completely disappeared. Even his dried-up immortal essence reserves were restored to their original state. This. Miao Mingshen looked up. Was everything just an illusion? That's right. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method was truly amazing. We did not sense anything even though we were in the situation. Only when we died did we realize it. Thinking about it, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was able to create reincarnation battlefield. It was not difficult for him to design this test. In the historical records, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created this type of immortal killer move to subdue the rank 8 expert battle demon of that time. Reincarnation Battlefield was the pinnacle of this move. After so many years, Reincarnation Battlefield had nurtured countless goo immortal experts for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Miao Mingshen breathed heavily as his mind became clearer. I think this was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's advice. After all, once one experiences death, they can accept everything. Lord is right, the moment of death is truly unforgettable. Feng Jiang sighed. At the same time, this can also test a person's battle strength. Miao Mingshen, I can't help but admire you. We all saw your performance in the illusion realm. You are the one who lasted the longest among us. Tong Hua smiled. Miao Mingshen was both happy and worried. He was happy that his performance this time had greatly increased his prestige in the team, but he was worried that most of his own methods had been completely exposed. After all, at the moment of life and death, who could hold back? Miao Mingshen suddenly thought of Feng Yuan. His gaze turned. Chu Ying, to think that I was so sad and angry, to think that you are the one who saved the most effort among us. His words had a deeper meaning. Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh, showing a bitter smile in shame. To speak the truth, at the moment of death, I felt extremely uncomfortable. I cursed in my heart. Why was I so unlucky to be targeted by the immemorial Thunder Phoenix? But when I woke up, I was dazed for a long time before I could recover. With attitude immortal goo, his performance was very sincere. Miao Mingshen stared at Feng Yuan deeply. Seeing his sincere expression, the suspicions that had just risen in his mind dissipated. Then where is this place? Miao Mingshen looked around and saw that they were on an uninhabited island. The island was surrounded by a vast expanse of blue seawater. It was boundless. Groups of fish could be seen in the seawater. Waves were splashing on the surface of the sea. The sea breeze was gentle. White seabirds were chirping. Some were flying in the sky while others were close to the sea surface. We were about to ask you. When we woke up, we were already here. I wonder where we should go now. Tong Hua said. Miao Mingshen nodded. Everyone, please wait a moment. Saying so, he closed his eyes and activated a mysterious immortal killer move. This was his unique method to locate the blue dragon whale. But it was hard to comprehend the true meaning of this method from the surface. Miao Mingshen closed his eyes before opening them again. His eyes were filled with shock and joy. Everyone, if I am not wrong, this should be the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture world. Miao Mingshen said something shocking. What? The immortals were shocked. They more or less knew about the situation of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had subdued the blue dragon whale and opened a grotto heaven for it. In this grotto heaven, he left behind a Paradise Earth true inheritance. For countless years, many goo immortals tried to find the blue dragon whale, but they could not find anything. This time, The Gu immortals wanted to see the blue dragon whale's glory, but to think that they would stumble into its grotto heaven. Paradise Earth immortal venerables arrangements are truly not something we can understand. This means that there is no difficulty in entering this place? Then why didn't anyone come here before us? Is it because the blue dragon whale is too hard to find? Then, what should we do next? Tonghuast. The immortals' gazes gathered on Miao Mingshen again. Miao Mingshen was very satisfied with this situation. The Gu immortals arrived at their destination but did not split up. They still wanted to stay by his side. His efforts to stabilize his position were not in vain. To speak the truth, I am not sure. However, since we've entered this grotto heaven world, we've almost succeeded in half of it. Next, we need to find the Paradise Earth true inheritance that is hidden here. This is an unfamiliar place after all. Who knows what has been living here for countless years? To be safe, let's travel together. Even if something unexpected happens, we can take care of each other. Miao Mingshen's words made the immortals nod in agreement. Fang Yuan spoke at this time. I have a humble opinion. Since we are here because of Paradise Earth immortal venerables arrangements, this island is not simple either. Since that's the case, it's clear that the island we're on isn't simple. We might as well search this island thoroughly first. You are not going to explore it first? Miao Mingshen asked. The immortals shook their heads. Some looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Even though I was the first to enter, after realizing that the outside world was an illusion, I was afraid of the dangers here. Thus, I have been waiting here. Alright, then let's split up and search this island. Miao Mingshen started to assign missions. This island was not big. Fang Yuan had many people on his side. Soon, someone found some clues and called out, "Come to the center of the island, there is a rank 8 immortal Gu house here." A moment later, 8 Gu immortals stood in front of the immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house had a peculiar appearance. From the outside, it looked like a steel made of gold. Many words appeared on the surface of the steel. Feng Jiang took a few glances at the content before shouting in shock. So this is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Immortal Hua Dai, who was beside him, frowned. But it will be much more troublesome to inherit this true inheritance. According to the steel's records, this immortal Gu house was a rank 8 merit board. It looked after the grotto heaven of the immortal aperture. For external Gu immortals to obtain Paradise Earth's true inheritance, they had to accept the missions on the steel and obtain merit points after completing them. The more merit points they had, the more valuable the items they could exchange for. If they did not accept this, the Gu immortals could only stay on this island. They could not leave and go to other places in the grotto heaven. According to the inscription, we can only stay here for 300 days. Tong Hua said in a regretful tone. 300 days was calculated according to the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven's time flow. What kind of missions can we complete in 300 days? Zheng Luozi's eyes shined with bright light. There were only 10 missions on the steel, each one was different. This meant that there would be more competition between Gu immortals. The others were not stupid. They soon realized this problem. The atmosphere became heavy. Miao Mingshen acutely sensed the change in the atmosphere. He said, "Everyone, even though the steel says it clearly, this is the first time we are here, we cannot rule out other possibilities. In my opinion, we should test it and see if we can leave this island. At the same time, I would like to ask everyone to research this immortal Gu house. If we can find a way to break it and take it for ourselves, that would be a great thing." The immortals were moved. This was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. If they could break it and split it among themselves, the gains would be immense. Miao Mingshen continued, "When we searched, we found that this island has a lot of cultivation resources. There is a huge amount of them. Let's not talk about other things first. Let's split these resources first. What do you think?" The immortals had benefits to gain. Why would they be unwilling? They all agreed. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 1666. Even though the island was small, there were a lot of cultivation resources inside. This density and amount of resources were clearly planted by humans. The 8 Gu immortals, including Fang Yuan, looted the resources and distributed them. Fang Yuan was acting as Chu Ying, a transformation path Gu immortal. He obtained a lot of transformation path immortal materials. But because transformation path reflected countless paths, there were many types of immortal materials. For example, the soul core of a soul beast was a soul path immortal material, but if a transformation path Gu immortal transformed into a soul beast, the soul core could also be considered a transformation path cultivation resource. Fang Yuan used transformation path as a cover to collect a lot of time path immortal materials. Zheng Luozi said casually, "Chu Ying, do you have a time path transformation path? Why didn't you use it in the outside world?" Fang Yuan smiled. "I was just taking advantage of the situation. I'm sure you all know about that demon Fang Yuan. These time path immortal materials can be exchanged for many good things in jewel yellow skies. After all, if I compete with you all, it would hurt our relationship." "Ha! Chu Ying, why didn't I think of that?" Tu Tua laughed loudly. Zheng Luozi's eyes shined with bright light. He did not speak anymore. After the shock of the outside world's illusion realm, the Gu immortals' moods became better. After all, their gains were quite good. Especially when Miao Mingxin did not side with them, he distributed the resources evenly. The atmosphere in the group was quite harmonious. Half a day later, the immortals gathered in front of the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Merit Obelisk again. According to the records on the Merit Obelisk, these resources were arranged by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the past. It was to ensure that Gu immortals who did not want to accept the mission did not come in vain. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is truly kind. Tong Hua sighed. Gui Qi pondered and said, "Now that all of us have made our moves, we have tested the island one by one. It is true that we cannot force our way out. And this merit obelisk is not something we can decipher." Feng Jiang added. The immortals were silent. How could Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables' arrangements be so easy to decipher? Especially these Gu immortals. Other than Fang Yuan, they only had rank 7 cultivation level. Even though some of them were elite rank 7s, against an immortal venerable's methods, they were too weak. "I wonder if fellow immortal Miao Ming has any insights?" Tong Hua asked. Miao Mingxin shook his head. "I know nothing about Paradise Earth True Inheritance. I am no different from all of you. In my opinion, since we cannot forcefully break Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, we only have 2 choices. The first was to not accept the mission from the Steel and stay on this island for 300 days. Once the time limit was up, he should be teleported out. The second is to follow the instructions on the tablet." The immortals looked at each other. Without a doubt, the resources on the island had already been divided up. Who would want to foolishly stay here for 300 days? Because of this, the immortals tasted the sweetness and became even more interested in Paradise Earth's true inheritance. In their opinion, the cultivation resources on the island were just appetizers before the main course. Thus, the value of Paradise Earth's true inheritance could be seen even more clearly. But to accept the mission, we need to be acknowledged by the Merit Obelisk. This process is similar to the Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu of the superclans, but it is much more restrictive. If this is a trap, in this world there are always benefits and risks. We came here to explore Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Didn't we come here to take risks? I have decided to accept the mission. Since this was arranged by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, there should be no problem. The true inheritance is right in front of us. If we stop here, we will regret it in the future. After a round of discussion, none of the 8 Gu immortals retreated. Thus, according to the instructions on the tablet, the 8 immortals walked forward and placed their palms on the Merit Obelisk. With a flash of light, the names of the 8 immortals appeared on the new obelisk. A ranking list was formed in the original blank space. Fang Yuan's name was inside, but it was Chu Ying. This made Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He had inspected this Merit Obelisk and found that it mainly used Earth Path and Sound Path. He could not decipher it. Of course, if he tried to forcefully destroy it, with Fang Yuan's battle strength, it was possible. But the risk was too high, he might as well continue to disguise himself and explore with these people. The Goo Immortal world had countless methods. This merit obelisk was a rank 8 immortal Goo house. It was the creation of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. There was a high chance that the Goo Immortal's true name was exposed. Thankfully, there was no such power. Otherwise, if Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, he might kill everyone around him. After all, his identity was too sensitive. It was hard to say if these people had any strange methods. Even if there was no threat, it would not be good to draw the attention of the Celestial Court. Without understanding the situation, I should not attack these people. After all, this is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. He emphasizes on forgiving people when possible. He is benevolent and tolerant. If I kill them easily, something bad might happen. The 8 immortals were already listed on the merit obelisk. They started to research these missions. There were only 10 missions recorded on the obelisk. Each mission was simple and to the point. They needed the Goo Immortal to analyze them. For example, the first mission: eliminate the water monsters around Sea Eagle City. Water monsters were similar to soul beasts. They were both Tao beasts with all sorts of shapes and forms. After death, most of their bodies would dissipate, only leaving behind water cores and soul cores. These were immortal materials that contained abundant water path and soul path Tao marks. What level of water monsters, desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts? There were no details. Sea Eagle City? Sea Eagle City? Where was it? There were no instructions. Exterminating the water monster was still manageable, but the other missions were a little strange. For example, constructing a well for Roundfish Island, gathering herbs for 3 Mark tribe, managing the spirit spring, protecting the caravan, repairing the formation, and so on. The 8 immortals looked at the merit obelisk. After thinking for a long time, Zheng Luozi sighed. My information path methods are useless against this rank 8 immortal Goo house. It seems that the missions we choose will depend on luck. I will go first. I will choose the first mission: eliminate the water monsters. The others were silent. Although Zheng Luozi said that there were differences between missions. According to common sense, the harder the mission, the greater the merit points. Water monsters were at least desolate beasts. Eliminating them was a mission with high difficulty. The corresponding merit points should be quite high. As for managing the spirit spring, protecting the caravan, and other missions, they were at the mortal level. They were not as difficult as eliminating the water monsters. Zheng Luozi's choice was undoubtedly snatching a piece of juicy meat. The atmosphere in the group changed. Zheng Luozi was silent. He was actually a little nervous. At this time, Miao Mingxin nodded in agreement. He said, "You guys can choose first, I will go last." Once he said that, the Goo Immortal's gazes towards Miao Mingxin changed again. Miao Mingxin waved his hand, saying, "No need to overestimate me. I just feel that since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable made such arrangements, how could he not think of fairness? These seemingly simple missions might not be so simple." Towards Miao Mingxin's deduction, some immortals nodded. Tong Hua spoke, "Then I will choose the second mission." Tu Tu Tua also made his choice. Their choices were the same as Zheng Luozi. It was clearly a difficult mission. After Tu Tu Tua made his choice, there was still one mission left. It seemed quite difficult. The rest of the missions were all mediocre and ordinary. Among the remaining people, there were 3 rank 7s, Miao Mingxin, Fang Yuan, and Gui Qi. Chu Ying, please make your choice. Miao Mingxin took a look and said with a smile. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai stood beside him. They did not say a word. Wait, Gui Qi said at this time. Everyone, Lord Miao Mingxin, to speak the truth, I wanted this mission the moment I saw it. The immortals had different expressions. Miao Mingxin turned to look at Gui Qi with a shocked and judgmental gaze. But Gui Qi did not see it. He looked at Feng Yuan with an eerie gaze. Is this the case of picking the weakest persimmon? Feng Yuan chuckled internally. He said, "Since Gui Qi has such affinity with this mission, it means that this mission is fated with you. I will not snatch it from you. Let's choose the 7th mission." Everyone looked at him. The 7th mission was to collect the black oil from earth trenched deep in the sea. This had always been done by mortal Goo masters. Miao Mingxin quickly said, Chu Ying, Brother Miao, no need to be modest, it is truly enviable that you have such a companion. This is what you deserve. If not for you, how could I have come here? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Gui Chiye's gaze towards Fang Yuan softened. Indeed, he insisted on the final mission for Miao Mingshun, not for himself. But like Fang Yuan said, the reason why the immortals could come here was because of Miao Mingshun. He deserved this credit indeed. Miao Mingshun rejected it, but Fang Yuan insisted. Miao Mingshun was helpless, he could only accept it. A moment later, everyone chose a mission. The merit obelisk shot out pillars of light into the sky. The Gu immortals entered the pillars of light and were transported out, vanishing on the spot. Fang Yuan felt his vision change. In the blink of an eye, he was on an unfamiliar island. I am a rank 8 Gu immortal, but that merit obelisk teleported me here effortlessly. It seems to be the core of this immortal aperture grotto heaven. It is very profound, as expected of Paradise Earth's creation. Regarding these missions, he and Miao Mingshun had similar deductions. Of course, rejecting that mission was not Fang Yuan being modest, it was actually a test for Miao Mingshun. After Fang Yuan and the rest left, only Miao Mingshun and Gui Chiyi were left. Vici. Miao Mingshun sighed. Gui Chiyi bowed. Please forgive me, Lord. What crime did you commit? It's just that you've underestimated Chu Ying. He was the first person to die in the illusion realm. You think that he is not strong enough. Miao Mingshun shook his head. Lord, do you think that Chu Ying is hiding his strength? Miao Mingshun shook his head. I did not see anything. It is unlikely that he is hiding his strength. It's just that in this unfamiliar environment, we must first unite and try our best to avoid internal strife. Chapter 1667. According to Fang Yuan's investigative methods, this island had almost no secrets to him. He found that this island that the merit obelisk teleported to was very ordinary and ordinary. The island did not have many resources. There was a fishing village with some people living there. With a fishing village, there was naturally a spirit spring. There were Gu masters, of course, but with such a poor environment and population, it would be a miracle if there was a rank 4 Gu master. Fang Yuan accepted the mission to collect black oil from earth trench at the bottom of the sea. As expected, in his investigation he soon found traces of black oil seeping out from the edges of the island. If it were other Gu immortals, they might have already gone into the sea to collect earth trench black oil. But Fang Yuan did not intend to do that. The moment he saw the merit obelisk, he started to deduce Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intentions. He stealthily entered the fishing village. This fishing village did not have many people. There were only 5 or 6 Gu masters. The highest cultivation level was a rank 3 Gu master. It could not compare to Qing Mao Mountain's Guyue village. In the past, around the Guyu village, there were close to 10 such villages attached to it. Fang Yuan went to find the only rank 3 Gu master in the village. This was an old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. His identity as the village head was exposed from other people's words. Fang Yuan was very satisfied. He had a high status and was old. He definitely knew a lot of things. Soul search. Fang Yuan used his immortal methods. The old village head's secrets were all exposed. In an instant, Fang Yuan obtained a large amount of detailed information. Like he expected, this village was very ordinary. And there were many other villages and islands like this in the surroundings. This fishing village does not seem to have anything fishy about it. Fang Yuan understood. He left the village quietly. The old village head only felt dazed for a moment. After a moment of surprise, he went back to doing his own things. Fang Yuan's soul search method was far superior to mortal Gu masters. Fang Yuan secretly left this island and flew to the surrounding islands. However, the scene on the island on the merit steel replayed itself on Fang Yuan. Even though he could already see the tip of a small island on the surface of the sea, no matter how he flew, the distance between the two of them could not be shortened. After trying everything, Fang Yuan's efforts were in vain. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cultivated sound path in his early years. Later on, he focused on earth path. This method that is so close yet worlds apart is his specialty. In human history, there were many battles where Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable stood on the spot and allowed his enemies to attack him. But the enemy's punches, kicks, and killing moves could not reach him, even if the distance seemed short. Other than that, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has another method that people yearn for, that is to create the paradise. Paradise, this was also the origin of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's title. Nobody knew how to create paradise lands, but Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had left behind a large number of paradise lands for the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Paradise had one of the most obvious characteristics, and that was that there were no disasters or tribulations. This Dragon Whale Grotto heaven has clearly been enlightened by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It has become a paradise. From the old village head's soul, Feng Yuan had obtained information that proved this to a large extent. If there were any disasters or tribulations, even if the old village head could not sense them, the village's historical records should have recorded them. But there was no such information. Since Feng Yuan could not enter the other small islands, he changed his direction and dove into the water. As he dove deeper, the pressure of the water became greater. This water pressure was a problem that all oil-collecting Gu masters had to face, but for the rank 8 Gu Immortal Feng Yuan, it was negligible. To Gu masters, the water might be deep, but to Gu Immortals, it was shallow because they were close to the small islands. Feng Yuan soon discovered that a large area of dark twilight fog appeared in his vision. It was like a giant kelp, extending from east to west. This earth trench at the bottom of the sea was very majestic. The ordinary island was almost at the edge of the earth trench. According to the information obtained from the old village chief, there were also trenches extending near the surrounding islands. Earth trenches produced black oil. Be they ordinary earth trenches or underwater earth trenches. Black oil was a type of immortal material that belonged to food path. It was of high grade and had a high production rate. It was easy to extract. This was a characteristic of food path. It had high production rate, was cheap, and was close to the people. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. If black oil was sprinkled on the dead aperture, it could slow down the destruction of the blessed land. In the outside world, it was an extremely useful Gu refinement material for other Gu immortals. It had a huge market. One of Zombie Alliance's main businesses was black oil. This status was similar to the Guts Gu business to Feng Yuan. But the scale of the black oil trade was much larger than the Guts Gu trade. There is about 3 million kilograms of black oil here. If I use my full strength, I can plunder it all in half a day. But I cannot go too far away from this island. Even though the black oil can flow, it is much slower than water. After I plunder this place, I will wait for the black oil from the other parts of the earth trenches to flow here before I extract the black oil. The efficiency is too low. Black oil was very easy to harvest, of course. That was only for Gu immortals. For mortal Gu masters, it was quite difficult. There was a special category, oil-gathering Gu masters. They specialized in entering earth trenches to collect black oil. These people's livelihood skills were usually passed down in their families. Oil-gathering Gu masters had their own set of Gu worms that worked together to collect a small amount of black oil. Even though they did not have high battle strength because they collected immortal materials, they were rich and had high status. They were very popular. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, he had been an oil-gathering Gu master in Eastern Sea for a period of time. That was a fortuitous encounter. He almost became the son-in-law of an old oil-gathering Gu master. The methods of oil gathering were also selectively taught to Feng Yuan by this old Gu master. The Gu masters on the small island mainly relied on collecting black oil to cultivate and survive. The old village head that Feng Yuan's soul searched was the strongest oil-gathering Gu master in the village. Even though he was old, he would still go into the water every year to collect. Seeing the black oil here, Feng Yuan's previous life's memories involuntarily surfaced in his mind. In the past, he had been an oil-gathering Gu master, going deep into the sea to collect black oil. It was like treading on thin ice. He was extremely cautious. First, he had to solve the problem of suction. Secondly, he could not go too deep into the sea. The pressure of the sea would cause him to explode. But the sea was not calm. There were large numbers of fierce beasts. Finally, collecting black oil also required unique methods. How could mortals not have unique methods to collect immortal materials? Especially if the black oil was not collected properly, it would contaminate the Gu Master's body, causing the Gu Master to be covered in black oil stains that would not fade away. After a long time, there would be a foul stench. It would even corrode the Gu Master's body. In the 500 years of his previous life, Feng Yuan had been contaminated by the black oil. The old Gu Master who taught him the method had purposely withheld it. His intention was to force him to become his son-in-law. Back then, he was furious. He felt he had been schemed against, but now that Feng Yuan thought about it, he smiled bitterly. The old Gu Master had no children, he had no successor, he could only use this method, he had no choice but to teach this method to an outsider Gu Master like Feng Yuan. He had no choice. What was wrong with hiding the method and keeping it a secret? It was human nature. Back then, Feng Yuan felt like he was in a desperate situation, he had no way out. Without special methods, he could not get rid of the black oil's contamination. Even if Feng Yuan knew this method, he would need a series of Gu worms. These two formed a huge chasm, forcing him to lower his head. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan had a trace of his previous state of mind. Back then, he was extremely anxious and pained, but he also yearned for the profits of the black oil. He swore in his heart that if he had the ability, he would change the situation. For example, some water path Gu worms could allow him to swim freely and be extremely agile. Or he could design some Gu worms that could resist the pressure of the sea. Right now, he had enough ability, he had a lot of immortal Gu, he could easily refine large numbers of excellent mortal Gu. But right now, he did not need these Gu worms. Life was full of helplessness. Facing the present, some things that you desperately needed were not available. But when you had them, you no longer needed them. Thus, giving you a pillow when you were sleepy was also a kind of fortuitous encounter, you had to cherish it. Back then, when I was collecting the black oil, I almost died. But fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. I actually met Mo Air at the brink of death. From this perspective, the old Gu Master had done a good deed. Feng Yuan's lips curled into a deep and complex smile. Once again, a beautiful white figure rose from the bottom of his heart. Her appearance was blurry, but also clear. Her surname was Xie. Name Han Mo Xie Han Mo. Feng Yuan had never forgotten this name, because this was the love of his life in his previous life. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1668. Several days later, the tides rose and fell, crashing onto the rocks and creating countless waves. To put it bluntly, the nameless island could be said to be a barren land. Firstly, the island was not big, and secondly, there was the earth trench black oil. Because the earth trench produced black oil, the cultivation resources of other paths were suppressed, they were in dire straits. Humans had endless desires. The human way took away their deficiencies and made up for their surpluses. The strong preyed on the weak. The way of heaven, on the other hand, took away surpluses and made up for deficiencies. It was the balance of all beings. Because of the existence of an immortal material like black oil, the nameless island's other resources were in dire straits. For hundreds of years, the fishing village had been like this. It developed slowly. It could only nurture a single-digit number of Gu Masters. At this moment, in the village head's residence at the center of the fishing village, Feng Yuan was fighting with a middle-aged rank 2 Gu Master. Bam bam bam. After a few explosions, water splashed everywhere. The middle-aged rank 2 Gu Master was drenched. He fell to the ground weakly. Feng Yuan used Chu Ying's appearance. He stood on the spot with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. From the start to the end, Feng Yuan stood on the spot. He did not move a single step. The middle-aged rank 2 Gu Master stood up with difficulty. He cupped his fists. Master Chu has extraordinary methods. I am in awe. Thank you for your guidance. He was truly in awe. A few days ago, Feng Yuan disguised himself as a rank 4 Gu Master. He entered the fishing village openly and started to interact with the Gu Masters here. Back then, his appearance caused a huge commotion. There were few outsiders in the fishing village, especially when they were alone. Fang Yuan used the identity of a traveling Gu master to enter this fishing village. Undeniably, his arrival disrupted the peaceful life of the fishing village. Even mortals who had no Gu master cultivation knew that a strong Gu master had come to their village. Traveling Gu masters. These Gu masters roamed around without a fixed residence. They were often alone, but there were also groups of 2 or 3. Traveling Gu masters were usually strong and had few weaknesses. This was obvious. The outside world's environment was not safe. Gu masters could travel around. They naturally had to have great abilities. This ability did not only refer to combat strength, but also included living, eating, traveling, feeding Gu worms, and so on. Without great strength, one could not become a roaming Gu master. Thus, once Fang Yuan appeared, the few Gu masters in the fishing village were on high alert. Fang Yuan's rank 4 Gu master aura made them extremely wary. The first time they met, Fang Yuan said his Gu worms needed to be fed, and directly asked for Gu materials from the old village head. The old village head was the only rank 3 Gu master in the fishing village, the one who had his soul searched by Fang Yuan. He didn't dare to refuse Fang Yuan's request and could only agree. After the sparring ended, the middle-aged rank 2 Gu master went to find the old village head. Closing the house, they released their Gu worms as a precaution and the two started to talk in secret. The middle-aged Gu master did not speak, showing a bitter and worried expression. The old village chief laughed. Now do you know how powerful Master Chu is? The middle-aged Gu master nodded. Master Chu's strength is unfathomable. Even if we work together, we are not his match. Saying so, he looked at the village head with unwillingness. But are we just going to let him ask for Gu materials like this? If his Gu worms are hungry, that is his problem. Why do we have to bear the burden? Most importantly, our village's treasury has been accumulated for several generations. In just a few days, he has almost emptied it all. The old village head was silent for a while before saying with deep meaning, traveling Gu masters have this custom. They go to a place and exchange for Gu materials to feed their Gu worms. These Gu masters are usually very strong. The local forces will not reject them. They will cooperate and form a good relationship with them. This time, let's treat it as a good relationship. The middle-aged Gu master frowned. His tone was filled with anger. Lord Village Head, you said it yourself, it is an exchange. But this Master Chu is asking for it directly. He did not take out anything to exchange for it. Then what do we do? What else can we do? The old village head looked at the middle-aged Gu master. The middle-aged Gu master was stunned. After a few deep breaths, his anger vanished, his straight back collapsed, his expression was filled with bitterness, pain, and helplessness. It is about time. At the other side, Fang Yuan smiled. The middle-aged Gu master and the old village head's conversation was under Fang Yuan's observation. In fact, he knew everything that was happening in the entire fishing village. A few days ago, he went into the deep sea to collect earth trench black oil. But later, he had a flash of inspiration. He changed his mind. Fang Yuan realized, collecting the black oil is nothing. The main point is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. I might as well probe it. Thus, Fang Yuan changed his method. He used his identity as a traveling Gu master to approach the fishing village directly. The next day, the old village head looked at Fang Yuan, who came to him. He felt very bitter internally, but he forced a smile on the surface as he bowed. Master Chu, do you lack any Gu materials? Fang Yuan smiled. Sir, thank you for your hospitality. I will be leaving now. The old village head was stunned. He felt immense joy in his heart, but he controlled it. He had a shocked and bitter expression as he urged, Master Chu, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you stay for a few more days? We can be a good host. Fang Yuan shook his head, purposely making fun of him. Sir, I have troubled you too much these few days. If I stay any longer, they will not come to spar with me. They will come to fight me to the death. The old village head was shocked. He smiled bitterly. Master, so you knew about it? Fang Yuan said in a deep voice, I have been in the outside world for so many years. How can I not know what you are thinking? But I am not a person who bullies the weak. So before I leave, I will leave some things for you. The old village head was overjoyed, but was also a little skeptical. He waved his hands. Master, there is no need. You are too polite. Call all the goo masters here. Fang Yuan kept his smile, saying plainly. A moment later, almost all the goo masters in the old village head's house had arrived. Only the middle-aged goo master who sparred yesterday was missing. Unfortunately, he went to the bottom of the sea to collect the black oil. I am afraid we will miss him today. The old village head asked for leave. Fang Yuan looked at him deeply, smiling. Old village head is worrying too much. Everyone, please take a look at this goo worm. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands, slowly opening them, revealing a rank 2 mortal goo. This goo worm was white and blue in color. It was shaped like a shell and was as big as a jade bracelet. Fang Yuan continued, this is water shell goo. It can form a layer of water shell on the goo master's body, greatly resisting the pressure of the sea. Just using this goo worm, it can go 6 li deep into the sea. The goo masters in the house were shocked. Rank 2 goo worm can go 6 li deep into the sea? Water shell goo, why haven't I heard of it? Fang Yuan smiled, you can try it? After trying it once, the goo masters were pleasantly surprised. They found this goo worm had an excellent advantage. It consumed very little primeval essence. This is a rare rank 2 goo. Someone was so excited that his voice was trembling. A pity there is only one. Someone smacked his lips in pity. This person was immediately stared at by the old village head. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Don't worry, everyone has one. Saying so, he took out many water shell goo. Sure enough, everyone had a share. Close to 10 water shell goo scattered on the spot, only one was left in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan passed it to the old village head. Pass this to me. The old village head was extremely moved, choking with emotions as he apologized. It is my fault. Master Chu is a magnanimous person. When Fang Yuan asked the old village head to gather all the goo masters in the village, the old village head was afraid that if Fang Yuan wanted to kill them all, what should he do? There was such a possibility. You might know a person's face but not his heart. Moreover, he had only interacted with him for 2 to 3 days. Thus, the old village had secretly placed the middle-aged goo master who had the highest chance of replacing him somewhere else, afraid that Fang Yuan was a beast in human form. Fang Yuan's action of gifting the water shell goo caused the old village head to be overjoyed and ashamed. But Fang Yuan had just started. This is the recipe of the water shell goo. I will give it to you all. Fang Yuan gave close to 10 goo recipes to all the goo masters present. The goo masters were stunned. Gifting a goo worm and gifting a goo recipe were 2 completely different concepts. Master Chu, how can we do this? The old village head received the goo recipe with trembling hands. It's nothing. Everyone can take a look at the details of this goo recipe. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Everyone quickly looked at it and soon, someone shouted in shock. Oh heavens! The core goo material of this water shell goo is actually the spiral shell shells on the western side of the island. All the goo materials in this goo recipe are products of the island. Immediately, someone shouted in shock. Fang Yuan nodded. I have some experience in goo refinement. These days, I have been exchanging pointers with some goo masters to understand your lifestyle and cultivation, and also patrolling the island to see if there are any suitable goo materials that can be used. I created this goo recipe for all of you, so you have to accept it. Just as he finished speaking, Fang Yuan heard a plop sound. He turned around and saw the old village head kneeling on the ground. The old village head bowed towards Fang Yuan. I have eyes but failed to see. I did not know that Master Chu had such great attainment in goo refinement. I am even more ashamed. I actually misunderstood Master's good intentions. The old village head had not finished speaking when he was forcefully lifted up by Fang Yuan. Next, he saw Fang Yuan smiling at him. Sir, don't say that. I have always been a person who will repay a drop of kindness with a gushing spring. The goo materials I obtained from old Sir also solved a huge problem for me. Our meeting is all fate, we need to cherish it. But this water shell goo is my first creation. I am not too sure about its effect when I use it. Everyone, why don't you choose a few people to go into the sea with me and collect some black oil to see its effect? I wouldn't dare to disobey. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit Chapter 1669. Water rippled in front of them. In the extreme silence, a group of goo masters went deeper into the sea. The light above them dimmed, the water pressure from all directions was increasing. Someone started to activate water shell goo. The water shell goo created by Fang Yuan was extremely effective. Almost at the same time, the fishing village's goo masters felt the pressure on them fall. They felt relaxed, as if a huge burden had been lifted off their shoulders. The goo masters showed joy on their faces, even though they had already tested water shell goo in the village head's house. But at this moment, someone sent out a warning signal. A large group of shuttle sea spiders rushed towards them. These sea spiders were extremely fast underwater. They moved in groups. Once they encountered prey, they would scatter and shoot out strong spider silk from their bodies, binding the prey and slaughtering them. Seeing such a large group of weaving sea spiders, the fishing village's goo masters turned pale. Even the old village head, a rank 3 goo master, had an expression of fear. He could not remain calm. The sea spiders were huge. They specialized in fighting with numbers, using the weak to attack the strong. Many fierce sea beasts would get entangled by them and die tragically. Even rank 3 goo masters would not be their match if they fought them. There were simply too many dangers in the sea. On the surface, the sea looked calm, but in fact, it was filled with turbulent undercurrents and killing intent. No worries. Fang Yuan transmitted. At the crucial moment, he waved his hand. At the next moment, the fishing village's goo master's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A huge water current formed instantly, pouncing on the sea spiders. It turned into a huge whirlpool. Like a tornado, it engulfed all the sea spiders. "Let's go, I can't hold on for long," Fang Yuan purposely said. The fishing village's goo masters woke up from a dream. They quickly continued to dive. After reaching a safe distance, the goo masters turned around. The huge whirlpool started to dissipate. The sea spiders were in a daze. They had low intelligence. They moved based on their instincts. Without any prey in front of them, they gathered again and continued to swim. The goo masters felt relieved. They looked at Fang Yuan with admiration and reverence. Many goo masters who fought with Fang Yuan discovered that Master Chu Ying's battle strength was so strong. Most importantly, the way he dealt with it was very wise. If they went on a killing spree in the sea, the blood would attract even more trouble. Only by trapping him without killing him would he appear to be shrewd and ruthless. The group continued to move forward. With Fang Yuan's protection, these goo masters were not in any danger. Sea spiders were only one of the dangers lurking in the sea. Oil-collecting goo masters had to face no less than 100 types of fierce beasts. Sometimes when they encountered special sea currents, they could only go with the flow, powerless and powerless. For the rest of the journey, although there were still some troubles, it was no longer a disaster like the sea spiders. After swimming and stopping for a while, they finally arrived in front of the earth trench. He did not need to go deep into earth trench, because the black oil here was abundant. No goo immortal had been mining it all along. The earth trench was filled with black oil. At the same time, black oil was seeping out. These black oil looked like the tentacles of a giant octopus, or like seaweed that resembled a city wall. They were intertwined and messily. The fishing village's goo masters activated their goo worms, carefully approaching the seeping black oil. They started to collect the black oil like diligent bees. Fang Yuan did not make a move. He observed quietly from afar. These goo worms used to collect black oil were the core goo and vital goo of the oil-collecting goo masters. Fang Yuan did not ask about this in his previous interactions. It was a taboo. But with his current insight, he only needed to take a look to understand. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Refinement Path Attainment Level. This was not a joke. Around this nameless island, the #1 resource is black oil. After I use this black oil as a material to refine goo worms and give them to them, their oil extraction efficiency will rise sharply. Just as he was thinking, a large group of seashell sharks charged over. These sharks opened their mouths. Their mouths were filled with white shells that were their sharp teeth. Seashell sharks were unique. They were born without teeth. As they grew up, they would choose shells from the bottom of the sea and keep them in their mouths. As time passed, these shells would use their gums as their living soil. As they grew older, they would become whiter and tougher. Seashell sharks would use these shells as their teeth. They were much more powerful than normal sharks when they bit their prey. This miraculous symbiotic relationship caused the young sea bay shark to be weak in battle, but it also allowed the adult sea bay shark to become the overlord of sharks in one leap. Right now, this group of sharks was charging over, be it individually or in numbers. They were much stronger than the weaving sea spiders. But the fishing village's goo masters were not flustered. They shuttled back and forth between the overflowing black oil ribbons, moving about with great agility. At times, they would spray out the black oil and create obstacles. The seashell sharks chased after these goo masters. They were huge. It was hard for them to move around the black oil. Once they got stuck by the black oil, their speed would fall. They might even get stuck to the black oil, unable to break free. The fishing village's goo masters used the terrain to quickly feed these seashell sharks to the black oil in the trench. These seashell sharks struggled until they had no strength left. They were engulfed by the black oil until they were completely devoured. Normally speaking, the black oil would take a long time to completely corrode these seashell sharks. Every inch of their flesh and bones would turn into new black oil. Black oil was an immortal material. It had food path down marks. It was not safe. The earth trench that was filled with black oil was a dangerous place. Fang Yuan saw this and sighed internally. He thought back to the first time he saw the black oil devouring its prey in the 500 years of his previous life. From that day on, he had nightmares for several nights. He dreamt that he was stuck by the black oil and was slowly devoured. Nobody could save him. Normally speaking, oil-collecting goo masters would travel in groups. They were afraid that they would get stuck by the black oil and die in the process. But the oil-collecting goo masters of a fishing village would not travel in groups. It was easy to cause conflict, and they could all die in a dangerous situation. Right now, almost all of the fishing village's goo masters were here. It was a special situation. I suggest that you try to drag out all of the seashell sharks that were trapped earlier. These are also goo materials. I can use them. Fang Yuan transmitted at this moment. Master Chu, these seashell sharks have been stained by the black oil. The old village head said hesitantly. Don't worry, I have a way to extract the black oil. Trust me, these seashell sharks will be very useful to you. Fang Yuan smiled. He had a goo recipe that used these seashell sharks as the main goo material. If he did not have water shell goo, these fishing village goo masters would not believe it. But since Fang Yuan displayed such strength, the old village head did not hesitate. He ordered, "You heard it, hurry up and do it. But be careful, we cannot get ourselves stained by the black oil. If we do, it will be too troublesome to deal with it." Not just troublesome, the price was huge. The black oil was an immortal material after all. Once it got stained, it would be food path Dao marks on the goo master's body. Just the rejection of different Dao marks was fatal, not to mention the goo master's mortal body could not withstand the corrosion of the black oil. Don't worry, if you get stained by the black oil, I can remove it for you, Fang Yuan said. His words made the goo masters overjoyed, but even with his guarantee, these goo masters were still very careful. They were afraid of getting stained by the black oil that they loved and hated. Seashell sharks were taken out one by one. Most of them were not dead, they were still alive. If they fell into the black oil, they would not suffocate to death for a while. At this time, an unexpected situation occurred. Look at what I found. A mermaid is trapped here. A goo master dragged out the corpse of a mermaid. Her body was covered in sticky black oil. Her appearance could not be seen, only her body shape showed that she was a female. She seems to still have some aura. The goo master who saved the mermaid was surprised. Let me do it. Fang Yuan made his move. The goo masters were shocked, because they saw the black oil was like an obedient child. It separated from the mermaid's body and gathered in front of Fang Yuan, forming into a huge black ball. Master Chu is truly unfathomable. With this method, how much black oil can he collect each time? The goo masters were filled with envy. They also felt even more respect towards Fang Yuan. So don't worry, with me around, you will all be safe. Fang Yuan's action was purely to reassure these people, but at the next moment, the smile on his face froze. His gaze landed on the mermaid's face. He was in a daze. Emoa? For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1670. At this depth, the seawater was almost pitch black. But in Fang Yuan's vision, it was all eerie green. Good, this new goo is quite useful. With it, I can barely see in the deep sea. Fang Yuan was happy. The situation in the deep sea was complex. One could not blindly activate the light. No one knew what kind of predators would be attracted. In the midst of the dark green, there were a few strands of deep black. It was naturally the black oil. The black oil intertwined and tangled with each other, like a group of strange pythons. It was almost motionless, but it still gave people a strong visual impact. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. The gills on his cheeks moved, filtering the air in the seawater for Fang Yuan to survive. Calming himself down, Fang Yuan cautiously approached the black oil. His hands slowly stretched out, stopping when they were about a foot away from the black oil. Next, he activated his goo worms. 2 lumps of bright blue light condensed in his palms. The 2 lumps of blue light each formed a small light pillar that shone on the black oil. Bit by bit, lumps of black oil flowed along the 2 light pillars, merging into Fang Yuan's palms. Fang Yuan's palms were like 2 bottomless holes, continuously absorbing the black oil. As time passed, Fang Yuan maintained a high level of vigilance. He was not only investigating the surroundings, he was also paying attention to the primeval essence reserves in his aperture. Because he activated several goo worms at the same time, Fang Yuan's primeval essence expenditure was not slow. Not long after, he reached a critical point. It is time to stop and return to the surface to rest. Sigh, my aptitude is not enough. If I had a great aptitude, I could have lasted longer. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. At the same time, he decisively stopped activating his goo worms and retreated. But in the final process of retreating, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a huge force came from the calm seawater, sending Fang Yuan flying. Oh no, I encountered an impact current. Fang Yuan's heart shook, quickly activating his goo worms to escape. The impact current looked no different from ordinary seawater, but when it encountered life, it would burst forth with a huge impact force. Bam bam bam. While Fang Yuan was escaping, he was hit by the impact currents. His bones were fractured in several places, blood flowed out of his nose and mouth. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, thoughts flashing in his mind as he tried to find a way out. But he was not in his best condition. He had expended a lot of primeval essence, and this impact current was huge. Fang Yuan had no way to counter it. He could only rely on luck to dodge. Soon, Fang Yuan's primeval essence was expended. He was hit by the impact current on the black oil behind him. Am I going to die here? Fang Yuan could not break free. He could only watch as the black oil stuck to him, slowly spreading and engulfing him. His primeval essence was completely dried up, but fortunately, the gills were made of transformation path goo worms and could still last for some time. But this was truly a struggle at death's door. This is the last moment of my life. Sigh, I originally wanted to collect as much black oil as possible, accumulate wealth, and go to the sea market to exchange for a solution to the black oil corrosion on my body. Now, I don't have to worry about this anymore. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and fell into deep despair. In the end, he was completely covered by the black oil, and his body was gradually engulfed by it. Am I going to die? Death was approaching, but Fang Yuan's heart was calm. Or, to be more precise, a stretch of indifference. He was also very indifferent to his own life and death. If I die, then so be it. After coming to this world for so many years, I've wandered from place to place. I'm really tired. Who can avoid death? Then you might as well take a good rest. Fang Yuan closed his eyes. After an unknown period of time, he gradually regained some consciousness. Vaguely, he heard someone talking beside him. Saintess, why did you save this mortal goo master? All these years, haven't the humans bullied us enough? That's right, Saintess. This goo master is clearly an oil-collecting goo master, but this sea area is the territory of us mermen. He is a sea rat that specializes in stealing our black oil. He is shameless to the extreme. We can let him die, there is no need to care about him. At this time, a clear and friendly voice spoke. Since we met him, how can we not save him? I know he is a human and not a merman, but he is also a life. The ones bullying us are human forces. It has nothing to do with him, a lone shadow branch human goo master. He is here to steal our black oil, but how much can he steal alone? He is taking such a huge risk to secretly collect black oil. It shows that he is an ostracized person. He is in a difficult situation. We can help him. Why should we be stingy? Saintess, is it good for you to be so kind? He is not a big shot, he is too lowly, there is no use in saving him. Fang Yuan used all his strength to barely open his eyes. His vision was still blurry, he could only see 3 figures. One white, one blue, and one red. Human body, fish tail. From the figures, he could tell that they were 3 mermen. Mermen were a type of variant humans. They were born with the ability to breathe in water and live freely. Mermen were close to rivers and lakes. They were most skilled in water paths. Be it male or female, they were all very beautiful. Thank you, for saving my life. I will repay you. May I know your names, benefactors? Fang Yuan spoke with difficulty. His voice was hoarse, but it became smoother as he spoke. But this was already the limit of his current abilities. His body was too tired, he could not muster any strength, he was already using all his strength to speak. We don't need your repayment. If not for Saintess' insistence, we would not have saved a dirty human like you. You don't need to know our names, but Saintess' name is Xia Hanimo. Remember it well, remember it for life. To be saved by the Saintess, this is really a blessing that you have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Alright, the 2 of you should stop before going too far. The white figure sighed gently before saying to Fang Yuan, even though you are very weak now, I have already healed your injuries. You seem to have been corroded by the black oil. I can't heal such an injury in one go, but I left a goo worm for you. With it you can heal yourself. Saying so, the white figure left with his 2 subordinates, until they were completely out of Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan wanted to speak, but he had used up all his strength, he could not speak. Extreme fatigue and weakness caused his vision to turn dark again. All of these scenes happened 500 years ago in his previous life. Fang Yuan's gaze regained clarity, he woke up from his memories. Right now, he had already led the fishing village's goo masters back to the island. This was the old village head's house. It was not dark at all. It was evening. The light of the setting sun shone in through the window. Outside the window, seabirds were flying above the beach, chirping loudly. The mermaid that was accidentally saved was a little girl, and she was still unconscious. After being saved by Fang Yuan, her pale face had regained some color of health. Her thick eyelashes cast 2 shadows on her cheeks under the light of the setting sun. Looking at this mermaid girl, Fang Yuan's gaze went into a daze. Now that he looked closely, this girl was not the Xia Hanimo in Fang Yuan's memories. There was a huge difference in appearance, even though they were both extremely beautiful. They can only be considered similar. And there was a huge difference between this mermaid girl and Xia Hanimo. That was the color of their scales. Mermaids had a human body and a fish tail. Their scales had all sorts of colors. Blue and red were common, white and black were very rare. White-scaled mermaids had the qualifications to compete for Saintess and Sun, while black-scaled mermaids were cursed and inauspicious. Once they were born, they would be strangled and killed, often by their parents. Xia Hanimo was a white-scaled mermaid. She was the Saintess of the merman race. And this mermaid girl had blue scales. In the merman culture, she was very ordinary. Master Chu. At this time, the old village head and the middle-aged goo master came to the door. After Fang Yuan nodded slightly, the 2 of them walked in lightly. After collecting the black oil from the sea, be it the old village head or the middle-aged goo master, they looked at Fang Yuan with extreme respect. On one hand, it was Fang Yuan's unfathomable strength, on the other hand, it was the benefits that Fang Yuan brought them. Water shell goo was very useful, the goo masters who went to collect the oil knew it. And most importantly, after returning, Fang Yuan promised to design a goo worm for them. This goo worm would be of great help to them in the oil collection field. Master Chu, the food is ready. The old village head smiled. I will take care of her, master, don't worry. When she wakes up, I will bring her to you. The middle-aged goo master said. Fang Yuan looked at the mermaid girl, shaking his head as he walked out of the house. No need to bring her to me. When she wakes up, tell her to leave. Even though this is human territory, she came to collect the black oil. It is considered stealing. But it seems that she is not having an easy time. For my sake, let her off. Master Chu, don't worry, we will not make things difficult for her. That's right, these years, many mermen have come to this island to steal the black oil. We have always closed one eye. After all, there is so much black oil in Earth Trench, we cannot collect it all. It is fine to give us some. The old village head chuckled. Fang Yuan nodded. He had obtained all the information he needed from the old village head and this mermaid girl's soul. There was something interesting. In the outside world, mermen had lower status than humans. There were many conflicts between them. But here, the relationship between mermen and humans was much better. They interacted a lot and lived in peace. There were even intermarriages. Chapter 1671. In the small house, it was as if waves were surging. The dark red light was like waves, moving around with Fang Yuan at the center. Fang Yuan was refining goo. His fingers were spread open. A dark ball was held in his palms. This ball was the size of a wash basin. It was flowing slowly on the surface. It was the essence that Fang Yuan extracted from the black oil. The goo refinement was already at the middle stage. It was the most crucial moment. Fang Yuan willed as his immortal aperture's entrance opened slightly. He took out a dazzling golden scale. The scale shot into the black oil ball, causing a slight explosion. In Fang Yuan's vision, the black oil ball expanded at the moment of the explosion. At the same time, golden light shined in the black oil ball, condensing into a golden. Fang Yuan's fingers moved slightly. The black oil ball floated in the air and started to rotate rapidly. As it rotated, the golden light flickered continuously. A stench started to spread. This was the impurities being expelled by Fang Yuan. When the stench was about to spread out of the small house, an immortal formation flashed. It was like a pot cover. It was translucent blue and restrained the stench inside, not letting it leak out. This stench was also an immortal material. It contained food path Dao marks. It was much scarier than the black oil. If a mortal goo master came in contact with it, they would die immediately. Fang Yuan's goo refinement was already at the level of a goo immortal because he used two immortal materials. One was the black oil, the other was the golden fish scale. It was pulled out from the desolate beast golden dragonfish. After a series of deductions, Fang Yuan found that the golden dragonfish and the black oil had a high degree of compatibility. One golden dragonfish scale was not enough. Next, Fang Yuan threw in more golden scales. The black oil ball turned into a black gold color. Many incomplete goo worms started to appear in the ball. Fang Yuan was refining gather oil goo. It was specially refined for the goo masters of the fishing village. The entire goo recipe was created by Fang Yuan. Of course, he also used the contents of Shadow Sex and Lang Ya's true inheritances as reference. Fang Yuan sincerely wanted to help the fishing village's oil collecting goo masters. But in the end, it was still the mission on the merit steel. What is merit? Fang Yuan had been pondering this question since the beginning. Was the task on the merit steel as simple as it seemed on the surface? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intention was in this. Thus, helping these fishing village goo masters was to complete the mission and also to verify some of Fang Yuan's guesses. Fang Yuan didn't have any psychological burden when he did bad things. Similarly, doing good deeds required a calm and tranquil heart. In fact, to him, there was no good or bad, nor was there good or evil. He had long since become indifferent to these concepts. In this world, there were only advantages and disadvantages. Now that Paradise Earth's true inheritance was in front of him, Fang Yuan was willing to do some good deeds to help him reap more benefits. Xia Lin slowly opened her eyes. She was awake. They did not die. After being dazed for a while, she reacted. She had a dazed expression, but her eyes started to shine brightly. Mermaid, you are quite lucky. If we found you later, you would have died, you would have been corroded and turned into new black oil. The middle-aged goo master sensed that the mermaid had woken up. He walked into the house. My name is Xia Lin. Did you save me? The mermaid struggled to get up. Not me, it was Master Chu. You should thank him. He was the one who healed your injuries. The middle-aged goo master smiled. The mermaid was reminded and quickly inspected herself. At the next moment, she was overjoyed. Unbelievable! I was corroded by the black oil. My injuries were too severe to heal. Even the strongest healing goo master in the clan could not do anything. But now, I am completely healed. The middle-aged goo master smiled proudly. Of course. Don't you know who saved you? It was Master Chu. Saying so, the scene of Feng Yuan saving her appeared in the middle-aged goo master's mind again. The goo masters of the fishing village were stunned on the spot. They could not regain their senses for a long time. Master Chu saved my life and healed my injuries. How can I not repay such kindness? The mermaid pursed her lips, showing a firm expression. Lord, please introduce me. Even if I have to die, I will repay you. All right, follow me. Follow me. The middle-aged goo master thought for a moment before opening the door and walking out of the room. The mermaid Xia Lin supported herself up, using goo worms to create a lump of water that supported her as she followed behind the middle-aged goo master. The two walked into the courtyard. Passing through a vegetable garden, they arrived outside Feng Yuan's house. Rumble! Suddenly, a black gold pillar of light shot out of the house, charging into the sky. This is? What happened? This phenomenon could be seen from 1,000 li away. It attracted the attention of the fishing village's goo masters. After Master Chu finished his dinner, he said he was going to refine goo. He locked himself in the small room and instructed that no one was to disturb him. The old village head looked at him with hope. This means that Master Chu should have some progress in refining goo. Master Chu's goo refinement attainment is too high. Just from this scene, I can tell that his goo refinement is not ordinary. What you're saying is nonsense. Master Chu is an expert. How can he be ordinary? Xia Lin listened carefully. The goo master's conversations made her imagine the image of an expert goo master in her mind. He had white hair, he was gentle and refined, he was shrewd and strong, but he was benevolent. The dark golden pillar of light faded, a dark fragrance spread in the courtyard. There was a huge hole in the roof of the house. A moment later, the door of the house was pushed open from the inside. Feng Yuan walked out. The fishing village's goo masters were waiting for him. Seeing that Feng Yuan came out, they quickly bowed and greeted, Master Chu. The mermaid Xia Lin looked at Feng Yuan curiously. Master Chu was so young, this was out of her expectations. She immediately knelt down. Master Chu, my life was saved by you. This life-saving grace, even if I have to die a horrible death, I must repay it. No need. It was just a small matter. Feng Yuan looked at the mermaid. She was not Xie Hanimo after all. The dead were gone. They were gone with the wind. Several days later, Feng Yuan returned to the Merit Obelisk. A new mission appeared. Feng Yuan's gaze focused. He soon noticed the changes on the obelisk. There were only 10 missions originally, but now there were still 10 missions, but most of the content had changed. And on the merit board on the other side of the Merit Obelisk, the rankings had also changed. Third place. Feng Yuan soon found his position. He was overjoyed. Most of his guesses were verified. From Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's perspective, merit meant helping others and doing good deeds. Feng Yuan saw this ranking and analyzed the others' positions. He was certain, if he worked alone and collected the black oil, he would not be at this position. Of course, he could not just help these goo masters without doing anything. Thus, after refining gather oil goo and distributing it, Feng Yuan went into the sea alone and collected most of the black oil, leaving a small portion for the fishing village's goo masters. At the foot of the Merit Obelisk, there were some information path mortal goo. Feng Yuan picked them up and looked into them. As expected, these were the goo worms left behind by Miao Mingshen and the rest. They recorded their discoveries. Some people found out that humans and mermen coexisted peacefully here. They had equal statuses. Some chose missions with high difficulty, even though they killed the desolate beast. Many humans were implicated and lost their lives. After returning, they found out that they were at the bottom of the merit board. Some people deduced the meaning of the merit board. It was to do good deeds and help others. But this was only a guess. It had not been verified yet. These goo immortals who were chosen by Miao Mingshen were not fools. Miao Mingshen's discovery made Feng Yuan's eyes shine. He found that they were not the only ones who came to this blessed land. There were goo immortal predecessors who came before them. The most valuable piece of information came from Feng Jiang. He found out that there was a sea area in this blessed land. It was a forbidden area. It was called Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. According to rumors, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable enlightened this grotto heaven and turned it into a blessed land, he suppressed a peerless demon in this sea area and set up a super immortal formation to make him repent. Thus, this sea area was filled with the cries of this peerless demon. Chapter 1672. In front of the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Merit Obelisk, an information path Mortal Goo was casually thrown down by Feng Yuan. In this goo worm, Feng Yuan told the truth. He recorded the process of collecting the black oil on the island, as well as the verification of the merit board. If any goo immortals returned, they would definitely obtain this information. There was no need to hide this information. Firstly, these people already had their guesses. Secondly, this guess could be easily verified. Rather than that, it was better to let Feng Yuan expose it before they could verify it. Or rather, to put it simply, this secret is not a secret at all. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable probably created this true inheritance intentionally. He wanted to guide people to do good. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's style of doing things. At this point, Feng Yuan no longer had any doubts about the authenticity of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Goo Masters and Goo Immortals left behind their inheritances. This was one of the greatest cultural characteristics of this world. Each inheritance was filled with the mark of an individual. They retained their personal style or had a strong will. For example, the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance. He wanted to take revenge on Guyue village. Even if he died, he wanted to take revenge. Thus, he left behind a shadow that depicted Guyue tribe leader's defeat. He dug a tunnel and lured Feng Yuan to destroy Guyue village's spirit spring. Another example was 88-point Jinyang Tower. This was the luck path true inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Its main purpose was to maintain the Huang Jin bloodline in northern plains. To maintain their rule, it was the benefit that Giant Sun Immortal sought for his descendants. There was also He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan had intended to pass his legacy to his granddaughter, but due to a mistake in fate, he did not get what he wanted. There was also the Shadow Sect true inheritance. If Spectral Soul did not fail and was not captured by the Celestial Court, this true inheritance would not have existed. But things did not go according to plan. He was captured and Feng Yuan took over. In order to increase his strength and fight for the slightest hope in this desperate situation, there was the Shadow Sect true inheritance. Every inheritance was different. The Paradise Earth true inheritance was different from the other true inheritances. It was filled with peace, kindness, light, and warmth. If I fail and die one day, I won't have any hope no matter how hard I try. In that case, I will also leave behind an inheritance. Feng Yuan's thoughts spread. Although he was an otherworldly demon, he had lived here, struggled, and fought for so long that he had long since integrated into this world. If he had set up the true inheritance of Feng Yuan, it would have been to encourage those who came after him to pursue eternal life. Time passed quickly and 70 or 80 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Feng Yuan completed many more missions. His name was always at the top of the merit list. Hua hua hua. As the tide rose and fell, the fishy sea breeze blew on his face. This time, Feng Yuan came to City B. His task was to punish a profiteer in this sea market. Sea markets were very popular in the East China Sea. According to the size, there were 4 types: small, medium, large, and super C markets. According to the time division, there were temporary C markets and fixed C markets. The C market was a place where cultivation resources were distributed and exchanged. In this paradise, there was also a C market. This was a fixed C market. Although it was not open all year round, it was open most of the time every year. At the core of the C market was a small island. This island would be submerged by the sea for half a year. This was also the time when the C market closed. When the island was exposed, the C market would open. Outside the island, there were large numbers of gu houses. They looked like boats. They were linked together using decks and chains, forming the outer C market. Walking on the deck, Fang Yuan was surrounded by people. There were human gu masters and mermen. There were also many mermen. They occupied almost half of the area. This situation was very rare in the 5 regions. After all, humans were the rulers now. Other variant humans were suppressed and ostracized. There was almost no space for them to live. They had to tuck their tails between their legs. Come, take a look. These are the best crystal corals. There are 3 gu house river cart left. Hurry up and buy them. Buying Great Ming clay, buy as much as you can. The shouts, the sounds of buying and selling, and the sounds of haggling, they were everywhere, entering Fang Yuan's ears. It was a different kind of clamor and bustle. Large numbers of gu masters had set up stalls of all sizes on the deck. There were very few mortals doing business. Fang Yuan walked past one gu house after another, heading towards the core island at the center of the sea market. He had already investigated. This mission was to punish the unscrupulous merchant, and this unscrupulous merchant was at the center of the island. Of course, completing the mission was only Fang Yuan's secondary goal. His main goal was to obtain information. This sea market was closest to Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. There were large numbers of gu masters and forces gathered here. Fang Yuan had a high chance of obtaining information about Regret Gu. Although it had been so long since he came here, Fang Yuan had not entered Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea even once. Gu immortals did not have much freedom in this paradise. Like the first mission, Fang Yuan could only patrol around the island. There was a limit to the distance. Every mission's location had such restrictions. As for returning to the Merit Obelisk, it was simple. The gu immortal only needed to chant returns 3 times. From this, Fang Yuan could feel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. Even though Fang Yuan had a deep foundation and rank 8 cultivation level, he could not unravel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, even though he had never stopped researching the Merit Obelisk and this paradise. Other than that, the communication between gu immortals was also obstructed. Firstly, they could not communicate with jewel yellow skies or the outside world. Secondly, they could not communicate with each other in time. Left with no choice, everyone thought of the stupid method of leaving information path mortal gu in front of the Merit Obelisk. It should be here. After a while, Fang Yuan stopped. This was a gambling den. The plaque on the door had the words Golden Jade House written on it. Golden Jade House was at the center of the island. It represented the highest standard of this sea market. Not any random gu master could enter the island. There was strict security here. Of course, how could mortal methods do anything to Fang Yuan? Looks like I might as well gamble on rocks. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. To punish unscrupulous merchants, it was not to kill them. Fang Yuan had been a merchant for a period of time, and had even opened a gambling den himself. He was very clear on what he had to do to make a gambling den merchant feel heartache. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stepped in. Some memories suddenly surfaced in his mind at this moment. Who wants to gamble with me? Even the Saintess is afraid. Do you still dare? A sturdy merman shouted arrogantly. Around him, there were many human gu masters and mermen. Most of the mermen stared at him angrily, but could only grit their teeth. This Luda is truly despicable. He actually dared to provoke Lady Saintess in the sea market. He doesn't have the guts. It's the patriarch of the Frost-Tide tribe behind him who is supporting him. This cannot go on. It will damage Lady Saintess' reputation. What do we do? The blue-scaled and red-scaled guards were deeply worried. What does it matter? Xie Han Mo smiled lightly. Let him do as he pleases, no matter how much reputation he loses, it cannot shake my foundation. The other party is using this method to provoke me, it means they are already panicking. We do not need to fight, we just need to follow the rules and win. The blue-scaled and red-scaled guards immediately felt as if they had come to a sudden realization after hearing her words. Saintess is the clearest, you are right, Luda is just a clown. But I still feel a little sullen about making Saintess suffer. Can't some of us merfolk stand up to fight against Luda? Xie Han Mo smiled. Luda is a rank 4 expert after all, he has over 10 years of reputation in this sea market. It is understandable that no merman is willing to step forward, we need to be tolerant. The moment she said that, a voice resounded, I will gamble with you. Who was it? Who dared to challenge Lu Da's authority? Everyone turned to look, only to see a human Gu master walk out of the crowd. Xie Hanimo was stunned, the blue and red scales guard said together, it is the human Gu master that we saved. The merman Gu master Luda was also surprised. He frowned as he stared at Fong Yuan, saying, Human Gu master, this is our merman tribe's matter, do you need to get involved? To speak the truth, your saintess saved my life once, I am here to repay her kindness. Fong Yuan had a firm attitude, he looked at Luda fearlessly. This lad, we did not waste our efforts in saving him. The blue and red scales guards nodded. Xie Hanimo sighed. Let's go, he is an outsider, we cannot let his sacrifice be in vain. The red and blue scales were surprised, they quickly stopped her. Saintess, you analyzed this situation earlier, we cannot show ourselves. Once we show ourselves, we will fall into their trap. On the stage, Luda showed a ruthless expression. He laughed from extreme anger. Good. Human Gu Master, since you are courting death, don't blame me. I have already stated the rules of the duel, come. I will let you choose first, let's see whose Gu worm is better. You can choose first. Fong Yuan's gaze shined with brilliance as he smiled calmly. The first exchange was very short and ended with Fong Yuan's victory. The second battle lasted for a long time, but the victor was still Fong Yuan. Human Gu Master, I have underestimated you. Tell me your name, you are qualified for me to remember it. Luda showed a solemn expression. He looked at Fong Yuan in a new light. I am Guyue Fong Yuan, remember it well. I have opened a gambling den before. Fong Yuan raised his voice. This is the final round, it's your turn. Luda chose a rock in silence. Then he suddenly attacked and destroyed all the other rocks in the field. You are cheating. Fong Yuan's expression changed. Luda laughed loudly. Why would I cheat? I have already said that the two sides cannot attack each other, but that does not include these rocks. I have the rocks now, and I am sure there are Gu worms here. But you are empty-handed, so no matter what Gu worm I have, whether it is dead or alive, you will lose. Lad, you only have rank 3 cultivation, you dare to come here, and this is the sea market that I have been managing for over 10 years. Kill yourself, I don't have to do it. Fong Yuan clenched his fists, about to retaliate. Wait. A voice resounded. The crowd split apart as Xie Hanimo walked into the stage with a cold expression. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 1673. Fong Yuan suppressed the memories in his mind. He entered Golden Jade House. This gambling den was considered high class. There were dozens of huge rocks in the hall, suppressing the scene. Behind the hall were small rooms with all sorts of rock dissecting Gu worms, satisfying the customer's hobby of personally dissecting rocks. Of course, experienced rock dissecting Gu masters were also well equipped. It was not difficult for Fong Yuan to determine whether these rocks contained Gu worms. After all, he was already a Gu immortal. It was not hard for him to use immortal methods to find mortal Gu. Similarly, no matter how weak the Gu worms sealed in the rocks were, immortal methods could usually heal them. Even if they could not be healed, don't forget, Fong Yuan was a refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. Thus, sweeping through all mortal rocks and mortal Gu was a piece of cake for Fong Yuan. Of course, above mortal rocks, There were immortal rocks, or more accurately, immortal materials. After an immortal goo is sealed and hibernated, the immortal material with corresponding Tao marks would gradually condense on the surface of the goo worm. In order to gamble on this immortal material, most immortal methods would be ineffective. Fang Yuan was about to use his methods to teach this unscrupulous merchant in Golden Jade House a lesson when he suddenly heard people arguing at the back of the hall. "You are cheating!" The mermaid Xia Lin shouted in anger and shock. "I am cheating? Why would I cheat? The information path goo worm's contents are clear. Even though you have paid back some, there is still a large amount left." The person standing in front of the mermaid was also a merman, but his body was like a bear. There was a long scar on his face. His body was filled with killing intent. Xia Lin pointed at this merman. Her eyes were red. "You are shameless. You actually tampered with the contract. The loan I made with you only had 10% interest. But now you secretly increased it by 60%. The scarred merman's expression turned solemn. He looked at Xia Lin with a ruthless gaze. "You cannot say such things, young lady. You are trying to ruin our reputation. All businessmen care about our reputation. If our reputation is ruined, who would come to our shop? Can you bear the losses caused by this? Even if I die, I will expose the true face of your unscrupulous shop." The scarred merman's tone changed. He said eerily, "Die? So naive. Sometimes, the feeling of wishing for death is more terrifying." A peculiar light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. This familiar voice reminded him of the mermaid girl he saved several months ago. Why was she here? Xia Lin's tears flowed down her face. Several months ago, her only relative, her grandfather, had passed away. Mermaid sea burial required a high price. In order to bury her grandfather at sea, she could only borrow primordial stones on credit. In order to repay the debt, she had no choice but to take the risk to collect the black oil and almost died in the earth trench black oil. Fortunately, he met Fang Yuan and the others, and was miraculously saved. Xia Lin also obtained gather oil goo from Fang Yuan. Thus her oil extraction efficiency rose sharply and she quickly earned a large number of primeval stones from selling the oil. She brought these primordial stones to the Golden Jade House to pay off the debt, but she didn't expect the shop to be so shameless as to tamper with the IOU. A feeling of death rose in Xia Lin's heart. Her only family member had passed away. In this world, she was all alone. She had been ostracized by her tribe since she was a child, and her life had changed drastically. Her heart was filled with confusion and discouragement. She felt that the world was pale, and she could not find any joy in living. What's so scary about death? Death is the end of everything. Thinking so, Xia Lin shouted and attacked. What? With a loud explosion, a torrent of water sprayed out. The scarred merman did not expect such a situation to occur. A rank 2 goo master actually attacked him, a rank 3 goo master, in Golden Jade House's territory. The scarred merman was caught unprepared and was swept away by the torrent. He flew backward and smashed into 2 walls and a large number of decorative bottles. This commotion was too big. The goo masters who were quietly choosing, dissecting and gambling stones came to the hall one after another. Many gazes landed on Xia Lin and the scarred merman. What happened? What else could it be? This Golden Jade House must have used some method to harm innocent people. Quiet down, this Golden Jade House's owner is the local tyrant. I heard that Golden Jade House often gives out high-interest loans to exploit low-level goo masters. It is better to avoid trouble. This is the merfolk's internal matter. It has nothing to do with us humans. At this time, the scarred merman stood up from the rubble. You have guts. You actually dared to attack me. I will make you wish you were dead. He approached Xia Lin. Xia Lin's expression was pale. She was intimidated by his aura, but she bit her lips and did not retreat. The distance between the two shrunk. Just as the scarred merman was about to attack, a voice resounded. Wait. The scarred merman stopped moving. The anger and malevolence on his face disappeared as he lowered his head towards the person who stopped him. Shopkeeper, why are you here? It was the owner of Golden Jade House, a fat yellow-scaled merman. The yellow-scaled merman frowned as he shouted at the scarred merman. What are you doing? Are you trying to destroy my shop? Shopkeeper, it's her. Before the scarred merman finished speaking, he was interrupted. How many times have I told you, harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth. Do you understand? The scarred merman did not dare to retort. He quickly nodded like an obedient child. A chill spread throughout Xia Lin's body. She had been through a lot. She had lived with her grandfather since she was young. She had tasted the coldness of the world. Someone who can make the scarred merman lower his hands like this must be even more terrifying. With such a clear understanding, Xia Lin looked at the yellow-scaled merman's smiling expression. Her wariness was raised to the limit. The yellow-scaled merman stared at Xia Lin for a while before speaking. Little girl, don't worry, I am a reasonable person. With me around, I can ensure your safety, no one will touch you. But I want you to be reasonable too. The debt you owe is written in black and white, are you trying to deny it? At the mention of this, Xia Lin became furious. You are shameless, changing the IOU, changing the interest from 10% to 60%. I do not owe you anything, I have already paid you back. The yellow-scaled merman's smile became wider. Little girl, I did not expect you to be so good at acting at such a young age. But it is useless. No matter how realistic your acting is, you can't prove anything with just words alone. On the other hand, our IOU is clear. It is clear who is right and who is wrong. Xia Lin pointed at the yellow-scaled merman. She was so angry she could not speak. The yellow-scaled merman laughed and waved his hand. Forget it, little girl. I will not bully a junior like you, in case people say that my golden jade house is bullying my customers. How about this? Pay me back half of the debt and I will let you go. All the debts will be written off. I am already very sincere. Think about it. If you pay me back, you will only be paying 30% interest. This is the market outside. Which bank didn't charge this level of interest when they borrowed money? You said we agreed on 10% interest? Who would believe it if he said it out loud? Go outside and look. Which bank only wants 10% of the profit? Xia Lin's chest rose and fell. Her eyes were red from anger. Precisely because of the 30% interest in the market, Xia Lin borrowed from Golden Jade House back then. To think that this was a trap, she fell into the hands of this black shop. Seeing that Xia Lin was silent, the yellow-scaled merman took out an information path mortal goo. This is our agreement. If you pay me back now, I will return this agreement to you. Xia Lin was slightly stunned before smiling coldly. I do not have enough yuan stone. The yellow-scaled merman laughed as he clapped. No problem, if you do not have yuan stone, you can use goo worms to repay the debt. I know you have a gather oil goo, use it to pay off your debt and this matter will be settled. Xia Lin heard this and came to a realization. So this is your true motive, you want my gather oil goo? This is a rank 5 goo, you are dreaming. Even if I die, I will not give this goo to you. The surrounding goo masters heard this and went into an uproar. Gather oil goo? Did I hear wrongly? That rank 5 goo that has been spreading like wildfire recently? I heard that it can be used to collect black oil with shocking efficiency. Not just shocking, it is a top quality goo. Even though gather oil goo is rank 5, it consumes the goo master's bone marrow instead of primeval essence. Even rank 1 goo masters can use it. I heard that not long ago, someone misused gather oil goo and killed himself. Sigh, he abused it too much. With the help of bone path goo worms, gather oil goo is very safe. Clap, clap, clap. The yellow-scaled merman clapped. Young lady, you are a smart person, you should understand the principle of possessing a precious item. A grand rank 5 goo, how can you, a rank 2 goo master, protect it? Hand it over. I am not the one who is looking for trouble, others will. Hand it over and exchange for a safe future, isn't that good? Oh no. Even if I die, I will not hand it over to a disgusting person like you. Xia Lin was firm, she resisted to the end. The yellow-scaled merman felt a headache. Stealing someone else's goo master was very difficult. Xia Lin only needed a thought to make the goo worms self-destruct. By then, the yellow-scaled merman's plan would fail. The ideal situation would be for Xia Lin to hand it over. Secondly, he could use theft path methods. But theft path Gu masters did not exist in this paradise, it was only a legend. And even if there were theft path Gu masters, it was too difficult to steal a rank 5 Gu worm. The yellow-scaled merman was not flustered. He had already planned for such a situation. At this time, he could not let Xia Lin push him too hard. Thus, the yellow-scaled merman decided to give in. How about this? I will give you a chance, you give me a chance too. Let's make a bet. Bet? Let's bet on rocks, on the Gu we open. Some wins over none, superior wins over inferior. 2 wins out of 3. Xia Lin sneered, you despicable person, going back on your words and changing the agreement, how can I trust you? The yellow-scaled merman thought about it. He waved his hand and tossed that information path mortal Gu to Xia Lin. Xia Lin received it and was very surprised. The yellow-scaled merman added, I can also make an oath to the sea god. Mermen were different from humans, they had their own beliefs, they believed in the sea god. Making an oath in the name of the sea god was very solemn, it showed great sincerity. Almost no merman did not trust the sea god. The yellow-scaled merman said with sincerity again, what are you hesitating for? Gambling on rocks depends on judgment, but even more depends on luck. I will give you this chance, don't be ungrateful. I will tell you the truth, this is your only chance to leave today, you need to grasp it. The yellow-scaled merman used both hard and soft tactics. Xia Lin was flustered. Just as she was hesitating, she heard a voice resounding in her mind. Don't be afraid, I am here, bet with him. Master Chu. At once, Xia Lin almost screamed in joy. Fang Yuan continued, but you need to change this bet, it is too small. If you trust me, let's make it big. I trust you, master. Xia Lin replied without hesitation. Because her life was saved by Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan wanted to harm her, he did not need to save her. My life was saved by Master Chu in the first place. If he wants to harm me, I will accept it, at most, I will return my life to him. Thinking of this, Xia Lin replied to Fang Yuan in her mind, Master Chu, I will listen to whatever you say. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit You're Tuning In to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.